Hello everyone, welcome to What If Issei Was Tortured by Everyone for Not Being Talented Like His Siblings movie. Before we start, please go support Alessandro Gonzalez 54 for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made. There will be some mistake in character's gender, but of course Issei is a male. Issei Hyoudou is the youngest of three brothers, the most hated brother. Issei has suffered abuse since he was a child, seeing how his brothers are the most loved. The beginning of loneliness. We think about seeing a group of young people hitting something or someone. 1. Damn pervert. 2. Why don't you just die? 3. I can't believe you're a Hyoudou. 4. If you were like your brothers? Narrator. The one being beaten was Issei Hyoudou, the youngest of three brothers who were born with talents that allowed them to be good at everything. And if that weren't enough, they were both born with 2 celestial dragons. But Issei wasn't born with any of that. He was just born, he didn't stand out at anything, he's not very intelligent, and he doesn't have any sacred gears, and to top it all off, he didn't have any magic. Issei. Teacher. Looking at Ace's homeroom. Teacher. Help teacher. Teacher 1 kick him. Student 1 good idea sensei. Putting a paw in his mouth. Issei dash. Ay. My teeth. Crying paw run. Please, teacher dash, shut up. If only I were like your brother. Blushing, he is a truly intelligent, athletic man, and a good chef. Sighing in love. If only I were 15 years younger, I would declare my love, but you are not. You are just a nuisance that only serves to be beaten. You can't even defend yourself. Issei. Teacher, what happened to us? Teacher, our thing? Please, did you really think I'd go out with a loser like you? You're really stupid. I only did it to make love to your brother. But you're not even good at that. Issei no way. Crying. Was that moment fake? Flashback. Teacher Issei, are you okay? What happened to you? Why are you all dirty? Issei nothing. I fell looking at the person responsible for the hit. Teacher Issei, you can't enter like this. Come with me to the infirmary. Issei no need. Teacher, it is very necessary. Now let's go. Taking her hand. Issei dash. Does he care about me? Seeing his hand how warm. Teacher, did you say something? Staring at Issei. Issei? No, nothing, it's just that. Teacher, what's wrong? Issei, his hand lowering his head. Teacher, huh? Blushes. Bu sorry, I didn't want to. Issei, it's nothing, it's just that I was taken by surprise. Teacher, I can see for sure that it's boring to see an old woman like me grab your hand. Lowering her head. Issei, I never said that, it just took me by surprise. Besides, you are very pretty. Blushing. Teacher, really? Raising head. Issei really taking the teacher's hand, but after a while he realizes what is happening. Sorry. Teacher, I didn't want to. Teacher, nothing happens, now we are equal. Issei, but. Teacher, but nothing. Taking Issei's chin. Issei, teacher? Teacher Issei, do you love me? Issei dash. What are you saying? Blushing like crazy. Teacher, true, who wants to be with an old lady like me? Only a madman would say it's sad. Issei. I'll be that crazy one. I love her. So do you agree to be something more than student and master? Teacher, really? Issei, yes. Teacher, I accept. Hugging him. End of flashback. Issei, they are serious with his head down. Teacher, I've never spoken so sincerely. Guys, kick me harder, and I'll reward you. Lifting her skirt a little. 1. You heard, guys. 2. With everything. All yes. They all continued hitting poor Issei in every part of his body that was possible. He was no longer screaming, he just stood there, doing nothing or saying nothing, staring at all his teachers. Since his eyes did nothing, they reflected his teachers. Useless, stupid. You should never have been born, you're a mistake. His eyes slowly lost light, and only little by little he was submerged in absolute darkness. Issei, ha 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 ha. 1 of queeteries. Issei, p ha ha ha, it's just ha 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 ha, it's just ha 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 ha. I can't. 2 Enough. Stepping on his head. Teacher boy, that's enough for today. Tomorrow is enough with you. Dude, stepping on it with his slipper. I hope you don't miss it. She couldn't finish speaking because she saw Issei's eyes, those bright eyes. What she knew now, she only saw an immense darkness. 1 Okay guys, let's go now. 2 How bad? 3 I wanted to have more fun with the useless guy kicking his stomach. Teacher, you will be able to do it later. But now it's over. Everyone moved away from that place that made Issei fall to the ground. Issei dash, shit. Getting up it hurts more. They're all going to turn them off. Squeezing his fists tightly, bleeding. What I didn't know was that there was a woman watching everything from afar. Issei worried. Friend? After the beating they gave him, Issei went to his hiding place. It was under the bridge to clear his mind. It was quiet there, nobody went there. The good thing about that place was always a pleasant breeze that made you forget everything. The best thing about it was that almost nobody went there. He felt very calm. It was the perfect place to commit suicide. Issei, damn it! Hitting the wall, because I can't be like them. Because, hitting the wall with his head, Issei's head but hit the wall, causing his head to start bleeding. Issei, I always try hard. Always. Then why doesn't it bear fruit? Falls to his knees, maybe. He's right, it's best to commit suicide. Vagabond, I don't think it's the best decision. Issei is surprised to see a person in his hiding place. Issei, who are you and what are you doing here? Vagabond, hey, calm down, my friend. I was just passing by and saw this place. A good place to rest, but you were already here and since I didn't want to bother you, I just sat down. But when I heard that you were going to get dirty, I interrupted you. Issei, well, but that doesn't explain who the hell are you. Vagabond, oh right. You can call me Jesus or Jesus, whichever you feel most comfortable with. I prefer Jesus since it sounds cooler. Smiling, Issei, may I ask how you ended up like this? Jesus, if you mean walking around asking for money. No, I don't even know you. Issei, right. Jesus, I can only tell you that it wasn't my fault. Issei, I see, closing his eyes. 9 p.m. Issei had been asleep since 6 p.m. when he left school. He had forced himself so much that he fell asleep. Issei? Where am I? Opening his eyes, Jesus, have you rested yet? Issei, Jesus, I thought that you, being interrupted. Jesus gone? Well, no, this place is very comfortable. I think you'll see me here all the time. Issei, then it won't be boring to come anymore. Standing up, Jesus, are you leaving now? Issei, cream is the least I would like. Walking home. Jesus, hey. Issei turns to see Isis. Jesus, you don't need to keep it to yourself. Issei, what do you mean? Jesus, to the pain you keep while you were asleep, you always repeated the same words because I'm not like them. I'm just useless, and always in the end you cry. All that pain you keep hurts you. You must let it go. Issei thought about Jesus's answer but finally gave his answer. Issei, I can't. Jesus, but he was surprised by Issei's look. Issei, I can't because this pain is already part of me. I honestly don't think people like you understand. Smiling, Jesus just stood there looking into Issei's eyes, which reflected pain, sadness, loneliness, hatred. There was no hint of happiness or hope. Issei, well, Jesus, see you tomorrow. Jesus, yes. Jesus, how much pain did you have to go through to have those eyes? He gets chills from Issei's gaze. Farewell. It's been 2 months since Issei and Jesus met. In that time they have been getting to know each other better, even arranging to go out to places like true friends. Issei and Jesus were at a food stand where they sold hot dogs and hamburgers. Issei, you see, Jesus, I have something to tell you. Dealing with food. Jesus, what's going on? Issei, we can't be together. Jesus, that when you mean? Issei, you see, my stupid brothers don't want to go to school anymore. Where am I? So we're going to move, and well, where will I live if it's far from this place? Well, I think it's over. Sad. Jesus, what is the name of the city where you will live? Issei, Kuoh. Jesus, Kuoh, I see. Issei, what's wrong? Jesus, nothing, friend. Issei, well, I think this is goodbye, friend. Thank you very much for being my best friend. I said it with a smile. Jesus, I also thank you for being a great friend. Issei, smiling. After the talk between Issei and Jesus, Issei enrolled in the Kuoh Academy with his brothers. They learned about the supernatural powers that Issei's brothers had, the 2 celestial dragons. The Gremory clan, seeing the potential of the Hyoudou brothers, did not hesitate in any second to invite them to join their clan. Another important news is that the older brother is engaged to the clan's heir, and the sister is the White Emperor Dragon. She is also very skilled in the subject of magic to the point of becoming the 5th best magician in the world. Well, Issei turned out not to be very good with magic, and the worst thing was that he did not have any sacred gears, or so they thought. Issei's parents, upon learning that their 2 children had 2 celestial dragons and that they were apart, in a clan that was the most recognized in the underworld, would have made their last name the most recognized in hell. And when they found out that their 3rd son was still just as useless, they treated him worse than before. What they didn't know was that they were releasing something much worse that would cost them dearly. Issei had fallen in love with music and began to play the guitar a little and managed to be 2 friends who called it the trio of perverts, but what nobody knew is that none of them are perverts. Right now he is starting 2nd grade at Kuoh High School, but the truth is he and his friends did not care about his studies or the supernatural. He just keeps going there waiting for the moment where he and his friends can have peace and happiness that was taken away from him. The same thing happened as in the old school, as I said before. His brother repaired a rumor where he and his friends are perverted, that they would take advantage of any opportunity to grape you. Not only the girls found out, but the whole bucking school. His sister told the teachers. She told him to fail him for anything that gave them permission to humiliate him in front of the class, and since his sister was the 3rd most beautiful in school and intelligent, they could not refuse her request. Now the whole school hates Hyoudou Issei, the teachers because he's an idiot, the students because he's just a pervert, and as expected, the damn bullies didn't take long to appear. The bullies always waited for me outside. Some days the student council saves me because of Sona Citri and her nobility who always defended him. Issei's talent comes to light. You can see a brown-haired boy getting up early to go to the Pip Academy. Issei getting up. Issei, what time is it? 5. After Issei got up, he went to take a shower to get rid of the sleepiness. We see Issei in the academy uniform leaving silently without his family finding out, grabbing his guitar and leaving with Matsuda and Motohama. Matsuda, hey Issei, good morning, greeting with a smile. Motohama, hello Issei, you took a while, right? Greeting with a smile. Issei, hey guys, you know I don't want to raise that family. He said it carefree, but you could hear the hatred in his voice. Motohama, well, today is the big day where we show that we are not what those bastards say. Matsuda, Motohama is right. We will finally prove that we are not what they say we are. Issei, you're right, friends. Well, let's go to the academy. And so Issei and his 2 best friends go to Ivan's academy. While at the Hyoudou house, we see 2 brown-haired boys together with their parents having breakfast in a quiet manner. Pie, that useless Issei still hasn't gotten up, said Issei's father. Isara no Otosan, that idiot hasn't gotten up yet. She said it, annoyed when I mentioned her brother like that. Takeda, the truth is that useless guy is sometimes unbearable. Me, Isara, can you go and pick up your useless brother? She said it, annoyed. Isara, okay, Okasan, got up to look for her brother. Isara goes up the stairs and talks to her tenant. Alvio, are you sure your brother is going to forgive you after everything you did to him? The dragon said with clear anger. Isara, yes, I'm sure my brother will forgive me after explaining everything to him. She said it very confidently since she had feelings like that, younger brother. Alvio, whatever your problem is. Although I doubt he'll forgive you after what you did to him, he said, and he thought about the last thing. Isara arrived at the door of her brother's apartment and prepared to enter. Isara, good morning, sister. She couldn't finish because she saw that there was no one in her apartment. Isara, she's not here. Where did she go to school without us? She said the first thing in a slightly sad voice, and the last thing she thought about was a little sad. Isara was about to go down when she saw something that caught her attention. On the way there she saw a box. She bent down to pick it up and was surprised by what she saw. It was an empty box of cigarettes, and some bandages covered in blood. Isara, it can't be brother, he said, worried about his brother. Before Isara continued searching, she was called by her mother. My daughter, it's getting late for you. That idiot has already gotten up. The mother shouted. Isara went down the stairs, putting everything in its place. When Isara came down, she could see her brother, and her mom, and dad until her father spoke. Pai, where is that useless one? Said his father. Isara, he's not here. He'll be gone before we get up, Isara said. My, like he got up before you and left without you, said the mother. Takeda, well, it doesn't matter. That useless guy probably went and did something perverted, said Takeda. Pai, that brat, when he comes he will receive his punishment, said the father angrily. Isara and Takeda left the academy. The day at the academy passed normally while everyone looked at Issei with hatred and Endo humiliated by the teachers, making Issei hold back the urge to kill them just like his friends, but they continued to ignore the teacher and also the students. So the time for recess arrived where Issei and his friends left. Finally, while they were heading to the music club, Issei was in control with 2 people he knows well. It was Nima's Naminos who, Sona Citri, heir of the Citri clan, together with Queen Tsubaki. Shinra, she is Sona. Tsubaki, Sona, hello Hyoudou, greet Sona to Issei. Tsubaki, hello Hyoudou, greeting your queen would be. Issei, hello Sona and Tsubaki, Issei said in a cold and emotionless manner. Issei, may I ask what you can do? Sona, nothing Hyoudou, we were just passing by here to see that nothing was happening. And where are you going? I asked curiously and analyzing Issei. Issei, nowhere in particular, Issei responded in a cold and serious manner. Sona, I'm okay, hi to see you. said Sona, saying goodbye to Issei. Tsubaki, see you, Hyoudou. Tsubaki greeted seriously. Issei, yeah, anyway, see you. So Issei along with Matsuda and Motohama went to the music club without anyone noticing. They were following Issei along with his friends. Hello, I'm the news club reporter. We're live following the trio of perverts against their hideout where the girls expire. All of the students were watching television in the hallways. Also in the clubs and the student council, they were all watching what Issei was doing in the occult club where Rias was along with all his entourage, and Issei's brothers were watching what he was doing. But they saw that they entered the music club. Reporter, we're at the music club. Could this be one of their hiding places? Let's go in and see. And so they were all watching. With disgust were the girls, and with hatred all the men and teachers who were now ready for the exit to hit and humiliate him. Sona with her queen were only watching with curiosity, just like her entourage, since they knew that Issei Yamas was perverted just like her friends, since they are serious. But Issei was the one who stood out among them already for being cold the first time that all of Sona's entourage as they came to Issei. What left the most aside was that look that reflected sadness, hate, envy, and also only darkness. All were in total shock. That empty look that did not have a hint of feeling or happiness, aids as if the darkness had swallowed him completely. Since that day Sona always watched the three of them, what to discover along with their nobility. There were no words the three had, were despised, beaten by their parents. But the worst of all was Issei, since with that queen and her entourage they saw something that had no words, as the family brutally beats him, while they tortured him in a chair, pulling out his nails, breaking them, the bones, and even Khaos part of the body, and throw it down the stairs to the basement, breaking his right arm. Everything was seen with Sona and the Citri entourage who wanted to kill them, so he did it to Issei. But what surprised him the most is that Issei did not show any pain, a scream, nothing, simply separated and walked normally. He looked like a dead man when they saw his lifeless eyes. They are more than sad for what Issei was going through. Since that day Sona with her nobility only took care of him until Rias joined the Hyoudou brothers. From there they saw Issei's hell. Issei, good guys are ready, Issei said, taking his guitar. Motohama, ready, Issei, he said, grabbing the other guitar. Matsuda, Issei is ready too, sitting on the drums. Nobody could believe what they had seen. Everyone was in total shock. The most surprised by this was Sona and her entire entourage, as well as her brothers and Rias's entourage. Issei, ready, let's go with the second one, guys, the boys muttered in confirmation. 5. Everyone was once again stunned by Issei's song, which only reflected the sadness and loneliness he felt. Many girls began to doubt whether Issei was a pervert or not. His sister felt like the worst piece of trash in the world for everything she did to her brother. Issei, well, this is the last one, guys, the awakening of the dark dragon. Issei, ready, guys, the last song is here. When Issei finished singing, everyone was surprised by the lyrics before someone said or someone rang the bell. Issei, well, let's get out of here. That's what Issei said in a serious tone. And so it was. The classes went on normally, but what happened to the trio of friends was that no one bothered or insulted Issei, and that was it until the exit when everyone left. Issei, okay, guys, I'll see you tomorrow. Good luck. Issei said goodbye seriously. Matsuda, I say the same to you, my friend. He also said goodbye in a serious manner. Motohama, likewise. Issei said goodbye seriously. So everyone went their own way. Issei went to the park where he took out a cigarette and sat down to smoke on a bench, thinking about today. Issei dash, it won't be long before I leave that shitty house, said Issei mentally. Issei dash, I hope one day I can feel some emotion of happiness or something, finished saying while taking out another cigarette. Dog, what Issei didn't know was that someone was watching him. Takeda, our little brother, hopes you show this to our parents. Smile. Issei stayed up all afternoon smoking and drinking a beer or two. But he would meet a person he hated since he was little. Isara, hello little brother, Isara greets happily. Issei, what do you want? I answered him in a cold and dry manner. Isara, nothing, I just wanted to talk to you, brother. She said it happily, but you could see that she was sad inside the way her brother spoke to her. Issei, well, I have nothing to talk to you about, Hyoudou. He said it in a cold way and with hatred in his voice. Isara, please brother, I just want to talk to you. I want to explain something to you. She said it sadly and wanted to cry, but she held back. Issei, I already told you. I don't want to know anything about you. Now get out of my sight. He said it coldly and with hatred. Isara, but sister, couldn't finish because Issei spoke. Issei, I am not your brother, Isara. He said, screaming and with hatred. Isara, but her. but couldn't finish because of Issei. Issei, get the hell out of his Hyoudou. Go away, you're nothing to me, grabbing the neck. Issei, come closer one more time on me and I'll kill you, releasing the neck grip and throwing her to the floor. Issei left, leaving an Isara crying on the ground. Isara, sorry Issei, forgive me, she said crying. After a while Isara went home when her parents and her brother arrived with his entourage, who looked at her and quickly went to help her. Takeda's sister, what happened to you? Who did that to you? He said worriedly. Isara, Issei, she said it in a low voice. Who did that to you, daughter? I asked. Isara, it was Issei, leaving everyone in shock. Now when that useless guy comes he'll pay for it. Rias Chicho's prepare recently. It was the last thing the redhead said. Issei was walking through the busy streets of Kuoh until he came across a black cat. Issei, you are hurt? It would be better if I took you to my house and that way you can heal. What are you saying? The cat looked at his eyes and was surprised, showing no light or hope, only deep darkness. Issei grabbed the cat and covered her with his jacket so she wouldn't get cold and took her back to what was supposed to be her house. When the brown-haired man was arriving, he could see everyone in Rias's entourage with her brothers. He was having a bad feeling about what could happen now. Issei, it would be better to climb so that no one sees us. What you say, he said seriously and coldly. The cat is talking at first, so Issei goes up to his room, and when he arrives and begins to cure the cat, suddenly a chair falls on him, drawing everyone's attention. Issei, shit, I'm going to have to hide you. No matter what you do, don't get out of there. You are. Issei quickly manages to hide the cat when suddenly the door opens. The person who came in was his father with a glove, and in a quick movement, he gives him a real punch in the pit of the stomach, making him spit blood. Issei Gua. It was the only thing he did. He received another blow, but this one went straight to his head, making him bleed after a beating from his father. Issei was lying on the ground taking a breath until when he decided to get up he was greeted by a lightning bolt courtesy of Akeno. Akeno, era, this is going to be fun, she exclaimed while biting her fingers. After receiving each type of blow from Akeno, Kaneko came and thought of hitting them, breaking some ribs and other bones. Then Kiba followed, who thought of cutting them in different places. Then Rias continued. She was using the power of destruction on them, and Issei hurt them so much that it was hard for them to breathe. Takeda, look at you, brother, so weak and useless. All you are useless, a disgrace to the surname Hyoudou. Issei, stick that last name up your ass, Issei exclaimed. Me, shut up, scum, kicking him on the keel and sending him back spitting blood. Issei was fighting with his own blood. It was difficult for him to kick his supposed mother before someone else, his sister or something. A clan symbol appears where Sona appears together with their nobility. Sona, you would, why don't you answer? But before finishing speaking he sees Issei choking on his own blood. Sona, Momo, Rhea, quickly help Issei, she said screaming when they realized they saw Issei choking on his own blood. Momo and Rhea quickly went to help Issei and managed to get him up. When Isara arrived and saw how Issei was, she got scared and ran and helped her brother. Everyone was surprised when they saw Isara help Issei. Isara, Issei, hold on, you'll be fine soon, she said it screaming. Everyone saw with doubt Isara helped Issei. Il got up and began to take him to Sona's Blisa, but before she could reach Sona, a dragon shot Lita at Issei's back, and just like the power of destruction of Rias, plus Akeno's lightning bolts, Sona and her entourage saw Issei fly out, crashing into the wall and on the verge of death. Sona, why did you do that? You laugh, Sona exclaimed, angry at what her friend did. All of Sona's entourage was in shock because of what happened. After they came out of shock, everyone stood on guard. All the girls in Sona's entourage were worried about Issei as well as his sister, who quickly ran to where Issei was. Isara, Issei, hold on please. Don't leave me. I know what I did to you was wrong, but that's because I was afraid that you would go away from me. When I found out that I had Alvi and I realized that I was starting to have feelings for you. Being a dragon, they are totally territorial. That's why I did all that to you. Please forgive me. Isara was crying. Issei, Isara, and I know I can forgive yourself. You saw me, I was going through hell just like this damn family, Issei said slowly, but he said the last part out loud so they could hear it. Issei, also all of you can go to hell. Take Hyoudou and Clan Gremory. He said the last thing with a mocking smile. Asta received a punch from his brother Takeda, who was upset. He was sent flying a few meters back before Take continued. He received a blow from his sister, who had activated his balance breaker, and began to attack his brother, who barely activated his balance breaker. Isara, why the hell did you do it, Takeda? Takeda, and what the hell do you care about that useless Isara? Exclaimed Takeda to his sister. Her sister was furious, and so was the Citri entourage, but what they didn't know was that there was a cat that was furious. In the mind of Issei. Issei, where am I? I speak Issei. Wow, you are my interesting companion, exclaimed a voice. Issei, who are you and what kind of partner are you? Issei asked, serious and cold. Ha 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 ha, I like you, mate. Well, let me introduce myself. I am Zero, the first celestial dragon that rolls all the darkness and evil, exclaimed the dragon. Appeared from Zero. Issei was amazed. What he saw was a dark dragon. Issei, how is it possible that I have a sacred gears? The damn menstruation hair told me that I didn't have anything. Zero, that's because I suppressed my power quite a bit. Well, let's get to the main thing. You want power, he said it with a smile. Issei, he was thinking about everything he lived until now where a grim smile forms. Okay, I accept your power to show you who I really am. Zero, this larva has a little of my power. Outside Issei's mind, everyone thought of feeling a terrifying power emanating from Issei. When everyone saw that, they were shocked by what they saw, but what surprised them the most was seeing his incredible change. His hair stopped being brown to dark black that same night. More than his eyes, they turned violet, but what stood out the most was Issei's eyes did not reflect any emotion. Everyone was terrified by the change, but what was most striking was that he caught fire that summoned a black gauntlet with violet gems. Issei, well, that's what we're left with, Issei said with a grim smile. The new Issei. Issei looked at the Hyoudou family, at Rias's entourage and at Sona's. His expression was serious. He looked at his arm with a black gauntlet and a sword. It was black with red runes. His body was covered in black smoke. Issei, interesting, so this is my power, it really feels good, Issei whispers looking at his sword. Issei attacks Takeda with a quick movement, stabbing him in the leg with his sword. Takeda, ah, was Takeda's cry. Issei didn't take it that seriously and continued attacking Takeda, hitting him in the stomach, making him spit blood. After a quick movement, he puts a paw on Takeda, breaking Takeda's arm, like the kick Issei gave Takeda. But Issei turned his 2 fingers of power from his hands with black rays, and mercilessly pierced his brother's eyes with 2 fingers. The entire Hyoudou family looked in terror at what Issei was doing to his brother. His sister was in total shock, while Sona's and Rias's entourage were terrified. Sorry Issei, forgive me, Isara said in a low voice. Takeda screams in pain, but Issei cruelly grabs his tongue. Issei, you're shouting. Irritates me, better shut up, Issei growls, scratching his tongue, making Takeda vomit blood. Using magic, he envelopes Takeda in black smoke. Issei, ready now, no sacred gears or phoenix tears can heal you. You will be like this until you die. There you will be what you always hated. Useless, you cannot speak either, and neither can you see. Like this, you will stay like this forever. At least I removed the curse from you, said Issei tiredly, looking at Takeda writhing in pain. Issei kept looking at Takeda, but Issei looks at Rias's entourage and the Hyoudou family, then he looks at Sona's entourage, but then he looks again at Ria's entourage. Issei, well, menstruation hair, you have something to say, Issei said seriously. When Issei spoke, everyone came out of shock and laughed together with their nobility just in case something happened. Rias, I demand that you remove that curse from Takeda-kun, Rias exclaimed seriously, but inside she was scared. Issei jajajajajajajaja. Issei laughed madly. You demanding Ami from me is seriously the best joke I've ever heard. Listen to me, well, you fourth-rate boy, your whole entourage including the Hyoudou family are trash, but I'm not going to kill them. Issei said seriously and coldly. Pai Issei, as your father demands you. But he couldn't finish speaking because Issei cut off one of his legs. Pai, monster, Issei's father shouted. Issei, you created this monster. With a smile. Everyone was scared by what they were seeing. Issei kept walking to where his father was. When Issei was going to do something, Sona speaks. Sona, Issei, please stop. She said it seriously, but she's nervous. Issei, I'm okay. You're just here. I'll leave it like that, he answered seriously and coldly. Sona, one more thing, Issei, could you remove the curse from your brother? Serious. Issei stood there thinking for a while until he let out a sigh. Issei Fu is fine just by being here. Making a snap, ready, that's it. It would be better if you take him to a hospital, otherwise he's going to die. So the whole family, Hyoudou and Rias together with their entourage, went quickly to take him to a hospital. But not before talking to Rias. Rias, this will not be the case. So you laughed and went away in a magic circle. Sona, well, Hyoudou, see you tomorrow at the academy, she said seriously, but inside she was scared. Sona, along like that she left, leaving Issei alone with his feet all broken. Issei left when he saw the cat was fine. He grabbed it and went to the kitchen, giving it food to eat. He went upstairs to take a bath, to get rid of all the blood that Issei had from his brother and his father. When Issei got out of the bath, he went to settle his feet to clean the blood off the floor. When he finished cleaning, he opened the window and took out a cigarette. Issei jajajajajajajaj, their Takeda's face was the best, with a grim laugh. Zero jajajajajajajaj, mate, the face of the carrier of Drake was the best, with a smile. And well, what are we going to do next? With doubt, Issei, I have no idea, but maybe I join Sona's entourage. What do you think? Zero, I'm okay, whatever you want. Issei, I'm okay, but anyone who comes close to us will be shown true terror, ha 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 ha. Grim smile. Zero, I like you, buddy, ha ha ha. So they spent a while talking about trivial things until he lay down. When he was lying down, he felt a weight on top of him until he saw the black cat. Issei, are you comfortable? Cat meow. Issei sigh. It's okay if you're comfortable. So they slept all night. In the morning, when the alarm went off, Issei woke up and saw that the cat was on top of him. He continued. He went to take a bath, changed, left before his family, and went to the academy. At the academy, everything was normal until the break time, where Issei went with his friends to the music club where they played. Issei, ready guys, the too high. When I finished singing the song, everyone was in shock. In the occult club, Issei's parents were in shock. Issei, let's continue with the other one. When they finished playing, everyone in the school was in shock. Issei's theme was with everything that happened, like how he was hitting when he was a child, how little by little he is falling into an immense darkness, how he abandoned what he loved the most, that giving himself alone, now, and what he became, now a cold and emotionless boy. When they finished ringing, the bell rang and everyone went to their classrooms. When they left, Issei met one of the student council members. It was Momo Haniki. Momo, hi Hyoudou, can you come with me to the council? Seriously. Issei established serious. So they both walked until they reached the door of the student council. When they knocked, a pass was heard from the other side. Sona, hello Issei, can we talk? Seriously. Issei, let it be quick, I have things to do. Serious and dry. Sona, I'll get to the point. Do you want to join my entourage? With a smile. The Dark Dragon versus the Sekiryutai. Sona, let's get straight to the point. I want you to join my entourage. With a smile. Sona's entire entourage was amazed while Issei was thinking until he answered. Issei, okay Sona, I will join your entourage. With a smile. Sona, bien Issei, taking out the pawn pieces where they took out 7 pawns. I, Sona Citri, member of the Citri clan, I choose Ati Hyoudou Issei, my pawn, to serve me and protect me. Issei yo Hyoudou Issei, I promise to serve you and give you my life, Sona Citri. So the 7 pawns went to Issei's body. Now Issei was a member of the Citri clan. Sona, welcome Issei to the Citri clan. Serious. Momo, welcome Hyoudou, happy. Rhea, welcome Issei, happy, hugging him. Yura, welcome Issei, raising his hand. So everyone greeted Issei at night. Issei was walking through the streets of Kuoh until he suffered an attack from a renegade demon. One look, we have my food here, said the demon with a smile. Issei, who already more heavy shit food, said serious and cold. One Ati Basu couldn't finish speaking because Issei cut off his leg. Demon, ah damn. Issei didn't take it seriously and continued his attack, hitting him in the face, sending the demon to the ground in a quick movement. He wanted to hit him, but Issei disappeared from the scene. Demon where? He didn't finish because Issei cut off his leg with his sword. Ah damn. Issei shhhhhhh, this is just the beginning, he said with a smile. Before the demon did something, Issei broke his arm, tearing it out. The demon was screaming until Issei cut out his tongue. Issei looked at him until something occurred to him. Issei, I have an idea, whisper with a smile. Issei grabs his head and starts stretching it, then hits him on the back of the neck, stretching his head again. Demon, ah damn monster. He didn't finish because Issei had ripped his head off. Issei looked at the head when he threw it to the floor and then stepped on it. Issei thought, I'll make him go crazy. Issei, how good it feels to kill these bastards. Zero, you're right, buddy, this is the best, ha ha ha. I laugh like crazy. Issei, you're right Zero, it feels good. Zero, yep, you're right, you know, you're too interesting, ha ha ha. Issei, I'm okay, let's go home, I have to take care of my cat. Zero, you're right Issei, we'll talk tomorrow. I want to see your face when you see that she's not just a kitten, haha. So Issei continued his way to his house. When he arrived, he saw his whole family. He was alone, He ignored them and went to his room, where he went back to feed his cat and then went to bed. But just then his sister came in. Isara, hello Issei. Issei, hello Isara, what do you want? He answered cold and dry. Isara, I want to talk to you about something very important, seriously. Issei, it's okay to be quick. Isara, Issei, what I want to tell you is that you forgive me for everything. I know it sounds hypocritical on my part, but I want to explain to you why I share your relationship with you. Issei, haha. Isara, for sniff. Issei, sniff, at least let sniff try, she said, crying. Issei dash, what do you think, friend? Speaks to Zero mentally. Zero, she's telling the truth, buddy, she has feelings for you, he said seriously. You'd better tell her what you're going to be, buddy. After all, it seems like she's the only one who loves you. Issei dash, he mentally sighed. I think I have an idea, haha. Zero dash, ha 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 ha. It would be crazy. What a good idea, mate. After you mark her, she will only be your female, then there will be the others. Issei dash, okay, now I'm going to talk to her. See you later, friend. Zero, we don't see friend. This is getting too interesting. Well, at least the Nikomata will have it at first sight, ha ha ha. He said it mentally. Issei, okay Isara, are you sure you want to do what I want for me to forgive you? He said seriously and with no doubt. Isara, yes Issei, I love you, I would do anything for you, even perverted things. With a blush. Issei looks at her with a smile, then gets up and locks the door with keys and puts noise-proof seals on it. Isara, what are you doing? I asked nervously. Issei's eyes turned into a dragon's, and without saying anything he continued to marry her. Isara, brother, what a... She gave a loud moan as Issei grabbed and pinched her nipples. Issei, you know I always wanted to do this with you, Issei said in a lustful way. You know I'm a little stressed, so I need to let off steam, so I'll do it with you. Then Issei proceeded to set fire to his fingers and to the clothes he had, leaving his privacy at stake. Limo N. Isara is very surprised, but even more so when Isara she began to moan, because one of Issei's fingers entered her intensity. The cat who was watching this opened her eyes wide. Issei inserted his other finger that burned softly while sucking Isara's breasts. Isara, it's incredible. I looked with lust at how Issei was pleasing her. In addition to hugging her head, he sucked one of her breasts. Isara, I can't stop moaning. I've never felt this kind of pleasure, she thinks while she felt Issei's fingers enter and exit quickly. Issei gave a soft bite on one of Isara's breasts, causing a loud scream from her. Isara, I am coming. She screamed, coming on Issei's fingers. Issei just brings his fingers to his mouth to lick his sister's cum, while she looked at him with lust. Issei, turn around, he ordered seriously. She obediently does so, showing her behind as she put her hand on the bed. Isara, yeah, I already did it. What are you going to do? She moaned as she felt the hand rubbing her ass. Issei, I must admit you have a great, as he praises her while groping her ass. Isara, shut up also. She gave a loud moan as she felt a pair of warm fingers entering her ass. While Issei put a couple of fingers in her anus, he began to lick her privacy, causing more moans of pleasure, in addition to losing yourself in pleasure. But suddenly Issei stops pleasing like that, sister. Isara, Mao, because she moaned loudly as she felt something hard and thick enter her butt. Issei grayer, Issei growled, shit, your ass is so tight, while he thinks about ramming her. Isara, no my. But she screamed after being penetrated in her butt. Issei, but you like it, right? He asks her curiously and she moans anxiously. Issei, I see, with a mocking smile. So Issei begins to penetrate her with more force, causing his sister to lose herself in lust. Isara, yes, louder screams. Issei continued penetrating his sister, forcefully while pinching her nipples. Isara, I'm coming. While I felt her anus penetrated. Issei, I'm coming too, he tells her smiling. Isara, she gave a loud moan when she felt her brother's cum in her anus. Then he fell, but before he could fall, Issei grabbed him by the chest. Issei, this isn't over yet, Isara, he said it maliciously. Isara felt a chill run down her spine. They continued like this all night until day broke. Issei was getting up when he felt a weight on top of him, and what he saw was his sister, as white liquid came out of her anus. Issei, ha, now I remember what happened last night, thinking about what I did last night. Zero, ha, very good, mate. She is your first female, Congratulations, said Zero, happy for his friend. Issei, thanks Zero, I think I have to get up to go to the academy. I feel like something interesting is going to happen. Haha, let's move. Zero. Issei said goodbye to Zero mentally. Zero, haha, okay, see you later. Me too, this day is going to be interesting. Haha, said goodbye to Issei. So Issei proceeded to get up to go take a bath, and then go to the academy, where the day passed normally for him and his friends. Issei told them that they did not have time to practice the subject but for another day, to which the friends agreed, so Issei proceeded to leave to get to the student council room. Issei, hello everyone, greeting seriously. All hello Issei / Hyoudou, the girls greeted. Sona, Issei, we have to talk about something important, seriously. Issei and speaks quickly, seriously. Sona, what I'm going to tell you is that as demons we have to do jobs like killing renegade demons and signing contracts with entities. Having Issei's assent. Okay, now we're going to the occult club room. You said laugh, talk about something with us, come on, seriously. So all of Sona's entourage headed to the occult club. When they entered, they could see Rias sitting at her desk looking at Sona and her entourage. But then she looked at Issei angrily. Rias, Sona, can you tell me why that useless guy is here? Seriously, that comment angered all of Sona's entourage, but especially Issei, who was holding back the urge to kill them. You'd better keep that comment to yourself. I'm not going to allow you to talk like that, my servant, seriously, and with a cold voice. All of Rias's entourage was in total shock, even his brother. Takeda, ha ha ha. It would be Takeda because of the shock. Seriously, you have this useless guy in your entourage. Please, he is less of a man, Sona, because you and your entourage are coming with me and I'm going to show him what a man is. He said it with arrogance and lust in his voice. That comment made the girls in Sona's entourage, and Sona herself, look at him with disgust until they heard a laugh that made everyone's blood run cold. Issei, ha 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 ha, really, what a good joke. You mean it. Wait for me to laugh louder, ha 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 ha. He said it with a funny voice. Takeda, what are you laughing at? Ivasil, angrily. Issei, don't you remember when I hit you and interrupted you in various ways? Ha ha ha, how funny that was. He said it happily, forming a macabre laugh. Takeda, I was distracted that day. Issei, yes, whatever you say, serious. But you know what, if we fight and show him who is the strongest, says Takeda, serious and cold. Takeda, I agree, if I win you will let me torture you in all the ways I want, with malice in his voice. Everyone was surprised while Rias's entourage had a smile, while Sona's entourage was worried about Issei. Issei, I accept, but with one condition, seriously. Rias, and what is it? With a mocking smile, Issei looks at Sona and walks up to her where she whispers something in his ear. Sona looks at him, and he nods. Sona, let's continue. Issei, we'll go to the forest of the relatives you mentioned, seriously. Rias, along with Ace's entourage, I know that they were in shock more than the same until she speaks. Rias, I accept, Sona, only if Issei wins, serious. So everyone went to the patio where they put up a barrier so no one could see the fight. Takeda, I'll show you that I'm the strongest Sekiryutai of all, arrogantly. Issei, are you ready, Zero? Won't we have fun with him for a while? What do you say, haha? He spoke mentally to his friend. Zero, ha 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 ha, this will be fun, he said seriously. Takeda, balance break, he said seriously, but Issei only indicates his lens glove. Takeda, what's wrong, Issei? Are you scared? Mockingly, Issei, the reason I don't activate my balance break is that I don't want to finish Taigo. Takeda, so quickly, serious. So Takeda, come with the best you have, serious and mocking. So in a quick movement, Takeda gives him a strong blow to the stomach, then gives him another blow to the chin to send him flying towards Riva, where Takeda takes out 2 dragon wings and flies quickly above him, where Takeda hits him with a hammer blow, sending him down, falling against the floor. But Takeda doesn't stop there, he creates a dragon shock and sends it directly to Issei, where he raises a smoke screen. Takeda, ha 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 ha, what happened? Where was that arrogance? Mocking. So Takeda thought about retreating to where the others were, but Sona's entourage was in shock, while Rias's had a smile. But something surprised him. When the dust was withdrawing, they saw a shadow that was about to speak. Issei, wow, really, those are blows, you didn't even hurt me. Takeda, seriously. When the dust was moving away, they see Issei surprising Sona's group until Issei spoke. Issei, and now it's my turn. With a smile, Issei and Takeda look at each other until Takeda decides to run. Just before Takeda hits Issei, he dodges it and hits him in the stomach, causing a current of air to come out of Takeda's back, causing him to spit blood and then sending him flying, where he collides with Rias's entourage. Takeda was spitting a lot of blood while Issei just looked at him indifferently. Takeda, damn it! He shouted furiously, reactivating his balance break. Issei dodges all of Takeda's blows until he gets tired, so Issei just connects a blow with his hand and breaks it, and connects a blow to the stomach, making him spit blood, sending him flying. But Issei doesn't stay still. He appears again on top of Takeda, giving him a hammer blow to the back, sending him to the ground. Issei was no good for warming up, Issei said in a bored tone. Takeda, damn it, I'm going to kill you. HHHHHHHH. A torrent of red power is released, until they hear a chant. When he finished the chant, Takeda turned into a gigantic red dragon. Issei ha 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 laughed. This will be very funny. Don't believe it. 0 ha ha ha. Issei, I think it's time. Issei activates his black armor. I, the one who woke up. Ha ha. This is so damn interesting, Issei. I am the celestial dragon who stole all hope. It's always been the same, it was always the Issei power. I laugh at infinity and despise sleep. Haha, now Issei shows moles what a real monster is. I will become the dark dragon of despair. Destruction, you mean, and I will sink them into the depths of infinite darkness. It's time. We must destroy everything, Giggle, or everyone. Juggernaut Drive. The death of the Security and how it is in Ikomata. Watching how the Juggernaut Drive finally accessed, Issei just smiled as the sword sprouted black smoke. The sword was very hungry. He wanted the blood of the arrogant dragon that is his ex-brother. Shit, you really are pure shit. It is so hard for you to accept a simple defeat, and you only seek to die. You are so pitiful. Surely the Gale Dragon must be disappointed for having chosen the wrong carrier, said Issei mockingly. Gruroor was the roar of his brother coming out where Issei was, while Sona and Rias were terrified by the power of the two dragons. Both dragons collided with each other. Smirking arrogantly, Issei disappears in the blink of an eye and reappears behind the dragon. There, an arm falls off and blood geysers from the mutilated shoulder, making the dragon roar in pain. With his tail, Issei slams Takeda to the ground, causing a tremor as the sword comes out of his arm. Issei didn't stay there. In a quick movement, Issei bites his neck, making Takeda grunt in pain. But Issei lifts him up, throws him against the floor. Issei grabs him with his tail and brings him towards him, where he gives him a powerful blow where Takeda loses the Juggernaut Drive. Issei unleashes his transformation and looks at Takeda with indifference. Issei with his sword cuts his legs, causing Takeda to fall to the ground, causing him to bleed quickly. Issei ready? Won't he escape from there? Issei said. While Takeda was screaming in pain and despair, Issei's laughter left him frozen. Issei, you know, Takeda, when your smile changes from pain to desperation, it is a true pleasure for me. When Issei said that, everyone felt a chill run down their spine, even more when they saw his smile. Issei, come on, Takeda, you said you're more powerful, so get up. Come on, you're a dragon. Can you regenerate legs? Come on, come on, come on, come on. Get up and fight me. Come on, why? Why the buck aren't you doing anything, you piece of shit? Issei roared angrily when he saw that Takeda didn't get up, while Takeda cried and peed himself in fear. Issei, stop crying, you piece of shit. He roared, kicking him in the face, breaking 2 teeth. Issei didn't stop. Then Issei turns him around and starts hitting him with fire shield on the face. Each hit that Issei gave him was shaping his face. Issei continued increasing the force of the blows until with one blow he hit Takeda's face on the ground, but he didn't stay still. There was a grab adding, and he was breaking each finger one by one, while Takeda screamed, Takeda, HHHHHH, stop please. Issei was deaf, but something occurred to him. He grabbed his sword and pointed it at your private part. Takeda, anything but that, he said, scary. Please. Issei, SHHHHHH, shut up this only and think. Issei, you know what? I thank you. If it weren't for you I wouldn't be so strong. Because I hate you. I hate you so much that I want to make you suffer and everyone you love the most, but I doubt that you love someone, so I'm going to enjoy taking away everything you have, starting with taking away what makes you a man, said Issei, caressing his dark sword in Takeda's crotch. Issei stabs Takeda with his sword, causing him to scream. While Takeda screamed, Issei only showed a sinister laugh. Issei, do you want this to end? Come on, tell him and the pain will stop. It's that simple, brother, said Issei, caressing Takeda's cheek. Takeda, if you please stop crying. Stop, I promise I will never bother you again. Issei just pulls the sword out of Takeda's crotch. When Issei shows him his hand, Takeda raises his hand against Issei's hand. When Issei speaks, Issei, well Takeda, it's time to say goodbye, whispers in a low voice. When Takeda heard that, he was terrified. Takeda, what are you saying, brother? with fear. Issei just laughs, then puts his foot on his chest, and Issei starts stretching them while Takeda screams. Takeda, stop please. He didn't finish because Issei ripped his arm off. Damn. Please, I said the pain would stop. I didn't say I was going to let you live, so goodbye brother, said Issei, and then decapitated Takeda completely, finally killing him. When Issei finally killed Takeda, everyone looked in terror at what Issei did to his brother, but the girls from the Gremory group thought about crying. Rias, why sniff, why? Rias shouted at Issei. Issei, why didn't I understand? You speak well about menstruation hair, said Issei seriously. Akeno, because you killed your own brother, crying. When Issei hears that, he just frowns. Issei, are you really asking that? He said seriously and coldly. You know what this bastard did to me. Ami, you all know that you made me a real hell, you turning me into this. Seriously, I always wanted to be valued by someone, but for me to win serious and cold. When Issei said the last thing, everyone paid attention to what he was going to say. Issei, I never ever won anything. I was always humiliated, beaten, treated like a useless person, he said coldly. All the shit that happened was this bastard's fault. He was always the girl's favorite. He was always the one. While I was being despised, Issei said coldly. When Issei said that all the girls didn't say anything, it was true. Issei was always the mistreated one. But Rias spoke up. Rias, but you didn't have to kill your brother. Seriously. Issei, this trash was never my brother. He was just shit. Seriously, besides, he is a disgrace to be the Security. Serious and cold. When you laugh, I hear that, and he gets even angrier until he orders Kiba to attack Issei. Rias, Kiba kill Issei. Serious. Kiba hai bucho. So Kiba attacks Issei, but he only uses his bare fingers, blocking Kiba's attacks. That surprised everyone who was watching Issei's fight. Issei, really, that's all? Issei whispered. Issei gets tired of Kiba, and a blow to the stomach makes Kiba fall to his knees. Damn, said Kiba, gasping in pain. Issei just put his foot on Kiba's head until he spoke. Issei, they never taught you to speak respectfully to your superiors, with a mocking smile, keeping his feet on his head. Kiba only gets more upset when he was going to do something. Issei puts his paw in his face and sends him flying to where Rias and the rest are. Issei, you better control your temper. Hair, seriously, and you better not bother me or I'll kill you, with a cold look. When Rias saw his eyes, she knew that Issei was not lying. She could only feel when he took Kiba to a safe place with his entourage. Issei begins to walk where Sona is. Issei, ready? Sona, I already won. Let me know when we are going to look for the relatives, he said seriously. Sona, who was still in shock from what Issei said to her brother when Issei spoke to her, came out of shock. Sona, yes, if you are okay, Hyoudou, she replied, coming out of the shock. Issei, Sona, sure you're okay? I asked curiously. Sona, yes. Well, all this is what you did to your brother. Well, you know, she replied seriously and trembling a little. Issei, it's okay anyway, I never cared about him, said Issei calmly. Sona, okay Issei, you better leave. Me and the other girls are going to clean the place. Seriously. Issei just nodded and left there, leaving Sona with the other girls. Tsubaki. Saba near Sona and she speaks. Tsubaki, Kaicho is okay? She asked worriedly. Sona, yes Tsubaki, just that this is a lot to say. She said it would be. Tsubaki, are you sure that recharging Hyoudou was a good idea? I asked with doubt. Sona, if Tsubaki was a good idea, but still why change that sadistic side that she has? Seriously. Tsubaki, okay Kaicho, he responded seriously. So all the girls started to clean the place of the fight. Later, Issei is seen walking through the dark streets of Kuoh smoking a cigarette. While walking, Issei finds a black-haired girl, and when she sees Issei she smiles and greets him. Hello Issei, Naya, said the black-haired girl. When Issei heard her call her name, he got serious. Issei, do you want serious and cold? Mo, don't you remember the kitten that you saved? Naya, making a pout. When Issei heard that from the girl, his eyes opened wide. Issei, wait, are you saying that the cat I brought to my house was you? He said seriously. So Naya, I'm Kuroka, Chiron's older sister. Naya, she said calmly. Issei, I mean, let me enter that you are the cat I rescued. I mean, you are a yokai. And who the hell is Chiron? He said seriously, and the last part with doubt. Kuroka, well, Chiron is known as Kaneko. She said it calmly. Besides, I'm not here for anything else. When Issei heard Kaneko's name, he frowned but was curious about the last thing. Issei, and that would be the last thing? Seriously. Kuroka just smiles and approaches Issei and licks him on the face. Kuroka, Naya, you are strong. Naya, can I ask you something? Issei, who was still in shock when Kuroka spoke to him. Issei, Ito, yes, serious but nervous. Kuroka, do you want to have kittens with me? Naya, with a blush and a smile. Issei, he said surprised. The arrival of the exorcists. Issei, he said surprised. Kuroka, what's wrong? You don't like the idea, Naya, she said in a funny way. Issei, it's not that I don't like the idea. It's just that it's sudden, Issei said seriously. Besides, it's not that I don't like the idea of having sex with you. It's just that it's very sudden, seriously. Kuroka, Naya, then accepta or not with doubt. Issei, nope, simply. When Kuroka heard that, she was in shock. Kuroka, how come not, Naya, that I'm not pretty to you, Naya? Issei, I didn't say that. Well, not in part, he nervous. Kuroka, and because it's because of your sister, Naya, funny, I don't mind sharing. Issei, wait, how do you know that, seriously? Kuroka, because I was watching everything from the front row, Naya mused. Issei opened his eyes wide when he heard that. Issei, I see, he said seriously. Issei just lowered his head, and at that moment he disappeared, surprising Kuroka. Kuroka, Issei, Naya. Kuroka called, surprised, because when she saw that Issei disappeared from her sight. To think you were spying, Issei whispered in her ear from behind her. You deserve to be punished, Issei whispered again, making the Nikomata shudder, who didn't understand how he positioned himself behind her. Issei, Naya, the Nikomata moaned, as Issei stretched his tails. Issei, don't do, the dog was interrupted. These are your sensitive spots, said Issei maliciously, reaching for her ear, sucking on it, making Kuroka moan. Issei, don't do that, Naya. Kuroka sighed. She deserved to be punished for what you did, stretching their tails again. Naya, Issei, Naya. Kuroka shouted to feel her weak points being stimulated abruptly. You like it, right? Issei asked, returning to stretch the Nikomata's tails. Naya, Kuroka moaned again. And do you want to have children with me or not? Issei asked again, turning her around, looking into the eyes of the excited Nikomata, who didn't respond and pounced on Issei, kissing him fiercely. Issei lifted Kuroka up while she wrapped her legs and arms around the black-haired man's waist and neck, and then disappeared in a magic circle. And she disappeared from there. Hyoudou residence. Issei and Kuroka appeared in the living room of the house, and Issei thought about heading to the room so he could continue with what he was doing. Kuroka didn't pay attention to anything, she just continued with the kiss. After a few minutes and going up the stairs, Issei and Kuroka arrived at a door, to the door of Issei's room, entering it. Issei enters and goes straight to the bed and lays Kuroka down on the bed, continuing the kiss, but now inserting his tongue into the other's mouth. A battle that Kuroka won. Issei separates from the kiss and thinks about kissing the Nikomata's neck, making her moan. Issei thought about removing her upper clothes, leaving her exposed, seeing the black-haired girl do the same, taking off her shirt, starting to caress her chest. Issei looks at this and thinks about going down, sucking Kuroka's breasts, and roughly lick Kuroka's right breast. Naya, do you like my breasts? Nya, said Kuroka between moans. I love your breasts, and Shishio, Issei, starting to suck the left breast. Then take advantage of them. They're all yours, Nya, said Kuroka, pressing Issei's head even closer to her chest with her hands. Something that the black-haired man returned the favor. Issei, bite them, said Kuroka with lust in her versus the black-haired boy. He only obeyed, making the black-haired girl moan even more. After a few minutes he thought about going down to Kuroka's belly, from which he quickly took off his clothes, exposing his privacy. Do what you want to me, Naya, said the black-haired girl, lustfully opening her legs, which made Issei begin to lick and suck Kuroka's privacy, making her moan. Issei, Naya, continue. I feel great, Nya, said Kuroka between moans, just like she did with her breasts, bringing Issei closer with her hands, the black-haired boy only continuing with his work, while he listened to Kuroka's loud moans that were music to his ears. Issei, Nya, I'm going hhhh. Naya. Kuroka couldn't finish looking at Issei because she couldn't hold it anymore and finished in Issei's mouth. You are delicious, Kuroka, said Issei, smiling. That felt excellent, said Kuroka agitatedly. But it's my turn, Ami, said Kuroka with a desirous voice, pouncing on Issei, putting on him, and then leaving her clothes, leaving Issei's member exposed, surprising the Nikomata, who suddenly changes her gaze into eyes full of desire and lust. Para then grabs Issei's member tightly, putting it in her mouth, thinking of going up and down hungrily. Kuroka, keep going like that, you're doing it well, Issei said while he poked his hands on the black-haired girl's head, managing to introduce his member further into the Nikomata's mouth. Issei, without realizing the pleasure he had, thought about moving, making his member enter and exit Kuroka's mouth, making it disappear and rolling his eyes back. Yes, Kuroka, incredible. I'm going to finish, said Issei between moans. Finishing in the mouth of the Nico, she is still lost and manages to swallow everything. Then the black-haired man raised her head, separating her from his member to give her a passionate and careless kiss which showed her all the love, desire, and lust they felt at that moment. "It's time for the main course, don't you think?" said Issei to the Nikomata. "I agree, Naya," said Kuroka, smiling seductively, putting herself. "I'm ready, Issei." "Naya," said the black-haired girl. Issei smiled, approaching the Nico, aligning his member to the interior of it, introducing it little by little, but he stopped in the middle. "Are you ready?" said Issei. Kuroka only nodded. Issei withdrew his member a little and then rammed her in one blow. "Ah!" the Nico shouted as the brown-haired boy nodded, taking away her virginity, while some tears fell. After a while, Issei thought about slowly thrusting into her while Kuroka moaned. "Kuroka feels great, and she's very tight," said Issei, increasing his speed. "Ah yes, faster, Naya," said the Nikomata between moans. "As my kitty commands," said the black-haired man, increasing his speed. "Nya Issei, Naya, you know how to please." "A woman," said Kuroka with a lustful voice while moving her hips to the rhythm of the black-haired man's thrusts. "If I feel even more pleasure." "Ah Issei, Naya, I can't take it anymore," said the black-haired woman, rolling her eyes back. "Hold on a bit, I'm in the same boat too," said Issei, increasing his attacks. Kuroka/Nya, they both finished at the same time, a little agitated. Then the black-haired man withdrew his member from Kuroka, turning her around to give her a lustful kiss, which the Nico gladly reciprocated. "Just like last time, it's my turn to please you, Naya," said the Nico, whispering to the black-haired man, positioning herself on top of him to lower her hips abruptly, putting Issei's member back into her intimate area. "Naya, you are filling me up completely," said the Nico excitedly, thinking about moving at a good speed. "Keep going like that, Kuro-chan, it feels really good," said the black-haired boy, making Kuroka smile, or at least that's what it seemed like, since she couldn't be heard very well from her moans anymore. A few minutes passed where the black-haired boy got excited with the movement of the Nikomata's breasts, grabbing her roughly and putting her right breast in his mouth in a hungry way, making Kuroka let out a scream of pleasure. "Ah, I see, Naya, you are being very rough." "I like that," said Kuroka with lust and pleasure. "These beautiful breasts have me hypnotic," the black-haired man responded lustfully while biting the nipple. "Ah, my peasant, Naya," Kuroka shouted, approaching Issei's head with her hands while her back arched. Issei anxiously moved internally and switched to Kuroka's other breast, biting it again, causing Kuroka to scream and moan. "Oh, I see, Naya, I'm going to come again," warned the Nikomata while increasing her movements, making the black-haired man come in a few minutes. "Ah, that was amazing," said Kuroka with a smile. "It was," the black-haired man replied. "Now I belong to you, Naya, my Issei." "Naya," said Kuroka, lying on the brown-haired boy's chest and then falling asleep. "Alamana." Issei had gotten up and saw that he had a beautiful girl in his hand and put on a smile until his tenant spoke. "Good morning, buddy," said Zero. "Good morning, Zero," said Issei calmly. "Zero, can I ask you a question?" "What is your question?" he answered curiously. "I was going to ask you if it's okay to stop being a gauntlet, that is, a sword." Issei answered seriously. I see," he said to himself. "And why would he give me a sword?" "Seriously, I just don't like the gauntlet," the black-haired man answered simply. "Besides, it reminds me of my bastard brother," he said with hatred. "Yes, I can, but hold on a bit until your female wakes up," Zero responded calmly. At that moment, Issei realizes that Kuroka woke up and what she was looking at until she spoke. "Hello, Issei." "Naya," giving her a kiss. "How amain, sis?" Naya, Kuroka asked curiously. "Fine, with a beautiful one in my room," said Issei. "Kuroka, can I ask you a favor?" Kuroka just nods. "You can handle turning into a cat, otherwise my family will be upset," he said calmly. "Okay, Issei." Naya saw a glow covered Kuroka, making her a cat. "Well, now observe," said Issei, getting up from the bed where he shows his sacred gears, and a shine covers his arm until two swords are shown, the first one a celestial one with a unique shine, the other black as the night itself that used to radiate an evil power. When Issei saw them, he laughed until the black sword spoke. "Ready, I see. Now you will be more comfortable first." "The first sword, meaning the light blue one, that sword has sacred and demonic powers," said the dragon seriously. "Things that are on Issei and Kuroka. The second, where am I, has all my abilities, and you can use balance break and also the juggernaut drive," he said calmly, and Issei nods. "Now you just need to train, and you will be preparing well. I'm going to sleep. If you move it, activate me like the gauntlet, and so the swords come out while I'm going to sleep." So the dragon went to sleep. They leave an Issei with a smile looking at his two swords. Then he looks at the time and was going to take a bath until he sees Kuroka. "Kuroka, are you coming?" she said with a smile. When she said that, a glow covered the cat and she spoke. "Of course, Naya," he said in a seductive way. A few minutes passed, where Issei and Kuroka held him until the black-haired man left for the academy. On the way, Issei was thinking about many things until at the entrance he saw two people in hoods until, feeling sacred power, Issei was going to ask until he saw Sona coming. "Hello, can I help you with something?" asked Sona. "If we come to see the owners of this territory," said a woman in a hooded dress. "Not now, after school, come when classes are over," Sona responded. It would be endless in hoods, they felt, and left from there while they walked away. Issei looked at Sona and walked towards her. "Hello, Sona," Issei greeted seriously. "Do you think the angels are up to something?" I asked curiously and seriously. "Hi, Hyoudou. I really don't know," she answered, the same as Issei. "Come after class to the occult club. I have to talk to Rias about this," Sona said. And Hyoudou calling Issei's attention. "Yes, it happened, Sona," he responded calmly. "It's about the fight with your brothers. Urchis-sama will come to talk to Taigo about what happened," Issei said seriously, just lowered her shoulders. "Whoever comes is going to die. No one will get in my way except a Siscon with the zirconia," he said calmly. "Let me draw, right?" Receiving a nod from Sona Fusai, "I imagined it. She is definitely capricious." "You're right. But don't you think killing your brother was too much?" he replied calmly. "Nope," he said sharply. Selim was tough. He was blinded by power, and would do anything for power, even betray Ira if it was to have more girls, he said seriously. "But I don't feel sorry for him like I killed him. On the contrary, I enjoy it," as that face full of fear showed, he said with a smile on his face. Sona knew that Issei hated her brother, but she never thought that he would kill her in such a ruthless and merciless way. "Okay, Issei, I'd better go in. I'll go talk to Rias," said Sona, saying goodbye to Issei. This is simply Seiba going to his classroom quietly until his best friends and his sister who sits in his place arrive. That's how the hours passed, where Issei was simply thinking about what theme Ivan was going to play today when the dry Issei rang, and he was leaving until his sister stopped him. "What do you want, Isara?" Issei said seriously. "Hi, Issei. I wanted to ask you if you know what happened to Takeda." "It's that mother and father couldn't find him today," she answered seriously. Issei just sighs and answers. "I killed him," he said simply, shocking his sister. "If she asks you why, well, let's just say that he wanted to kill me and he got carried away by power and used the Juggernaut drive, which is when I killed him," he said calmly and seriously. But because I understand everything he did to you, but it wasn't to kill him," said Sari, recovering from the shock. "Do you know what will happen to our parents if they find out?" he asked seriously. "Look, Isara, I don't care what your parents think. They are nothing to me," he said seriously. "Well, if that's all, I have to go to the music club. I have to play something with my friends," he said going. Before he leaves, he stops and talks to Isara. "Hey, Isara." She looks at him curiously. "When we get to class, I have to introduce you to someone," he said calmly going, while Isara remained curious about what Issei said. While Issei walked to the music club and arrived, he went and he saw his friends, everything prepared. While he not serious, he tells that they were recording him. When Issei finished singing, they thought they would hear applause outside. Hello to Issei, and in company they simply sighed since they didn't want to be discovered yet. And so I suggested with the other topic. The whole school just stood still to the beat of the song while a few minutes passed, and people thought about applauding until Issei told Matsuda and Motohama that this was the last one. When he finished the lyrics, everyone applauded, while Issei only thought about all the pain he had to go through as well as his two friends. But always Issei only looked out his window thinking about his first friend Isis, and this only smiled after that they left, while the whole school cheered them. This to Issei and his company did not care, so the whole day passed until classes ended. Issei said goodbye to his friends while he was going to the occult club, thinking until he arrived. When he played, he heard a pass when he entered bio to everyone from the occult club, who looked at him as Maligans, and there were the council. Issei ignored everyone from the occult club. "Well, we're all here now," said Sona. "Well, the only thing we came to tell you is not to get in our way for our mission," said the one in hoods, taking off, showing a blue-haired woman with a green lock. Come on, Zenobia, you have to stop being so serious," said a brunette with pigtails. "Well, if that's all in the name of my clan, we won't get involved," said Sona. "Just like Sona, we won't get in," said Rias. Okay, we don't trust demons," said Zenobia. When they were about to leave, Zenobia stops and looks at Asia. "So you're Asia Argento?" asked Zenobia. "Oh yes, it's me," she answered nervously. "Ah, you are the witch," Irina said. "And me? Well, no, I didn't," continue since Zenobia spoke. "I have a question for you. Do you still believe in God?" said Zenobia. "Come on," Zenobia knows she's a demon. As you can see, I doubt she believes in God, said Irina. I know then what you say, said Zenobia. I still believe in the Lord, said Asia. Well then you wouldn't mind dying, said Zenobia, taking out her sword. When she was going to touch Zenobia, Kiba covers her with his sword. What are you doing? Just defending her, said Kiba seriously, and I challenge you to a duel, he said. Okay, replied Zenobia, until they started to hear the applause when everyone looked and saw that it was Issei until he spoke. Well, I see that, Kiba, I see that you are sometimes a gentleman when it suits you, right? He said seriously, although this is fun. I'm in, he said calmly. Everyone was surprised by what he said until his sister spoke. What are you saying? Issei is very dangerous, she said worriedly. Maybe, but I want to test how good they are, he said calmly. Everyone was surprised because Issei spoke so calmly. Besides, there is still no one who can compare to my strength, he said bored. What do you mean? Irina asked. Easy. Not even the Security could with me when I killed him, surprising the exorcists. And what do they say, said Issei. The two exorcists nodded, and when they were outside the club the demons watched the fight closely. Ready, said Irina, taking out her Excalibur. Wow, that is an interesting Excalibur, Issei whispered. Very well. I think I'll go, right? When he said that, his two swords appeared in Issei's arms. Well, with that, let's talk, Issei said. Black Issei. Issei stands in front of Irina, showing his sword of darkness. Zenobia comes. Senpai Irina, be careful with him. Irina, don't worry. It seems like he doesn't know how to fight. Kiba TSK. Both go one. Firm step. Issei goes against Irina at a fast speed that almost cuts Irina's neck, but she reacts in time. Irina, you intended. Without time to speak, Issei charged at her. Both swords sounded with each clash. Issei attacked with more force and increasing speed. Issei, really, this is what an exorcist desires, he said in a mocking tone. Irina, shut up, Irina shouted. Issei kicked him hard and sent him stumbling against a tree. Issei, how weak, said bored. Issei holds her by the neck and throws her to one side. Zenobia, Irina shouted, worried for her friend. Kiba, I am your opponent, he said, annoyed. Zenobia concentrates the aura on her sword and sends Kiba to the ground with a huge crater and runs towards Issei. Zenobia dash. Those eyes full of bloodlust. Issei, ha 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 ha, he laughed madly. Goodbye, girl. Zenobia, stay away from her, she said seriously. Zenobia tried to cut Issei, but he stops the sword of destruction with a bare hand. Everyone was surprised. Zenobia, impossible, she said in shock. Issei, move away, he said seriously. Before Zenobia can react, Issei puts a paw on her that pushes Zenobia away, releasing her sword from destruction. Issei walks up to the sword until he grabs the sword and thinks about unleashing brutal power. Sona, the sword. Tsubaki has chosen her new owner, said seriously, and leaving everyone surprised and a shocked Zenobia. Issei with the sword in his hand full of aura and spear against Irina, touching her face and showing blood on her cheeks. Irina was trembling with fear when she looked at his eyes. She thought to be afraid until Issei spoke. Issei, you know something, he said, showing a smile. When your face changes from hope to despair, it is a real pleasure for me, showing a smile. Issei runs out at full speed to Asia Irina with destruction in hand. Zenobia, stop, she screamed desperately. Sona, Issei, stop, she screamed, scared. Irina, help, she said in a low, scared voice. Crazy. Irina slowly opened her eyes and saw that the sword was winged from her head, inches from her cheek. Issei, stop being afraid, he said seriously. If you continue like this, you will die. You have to always have a cold mind in every damn battle. No one will show you mercy. Do you understand, he said seriously, receiving a nod from Irina. Good. Issei releases the Ishiba sword, going where Sona and her entourage, who looked at him surprised. Zenobia, Irina, she shouted, running towards her friend to see her scared. Hugging her to comfort her. Why, she asked, why did you do it? Issei Hyoudou, she said seriously, making Issei stop. Issei, because she still doesn't know what the world is like in reality, he said seriously. It is better that she learns what a real battle is. Osino, she will die for being stupid, praying to her god, he said in a cold way. The world is not rose-colored. Zenobia and Irina is better this way. Continuing on their way, they leave a thoughtful Irina and Zenobia. After that, they all went to their houses, where Issei and he walks smoking, thinking about today. Asta, when he arrived at his house, he just sighed and went inside. When he entered, he saw his parents worried with his sister, until Issei's mother spoke to him. My Issei, darling, can you come, he said, calling the attention of the black-haired man. Issei, for what, or what, he said seriously without looking at them. Pai, just to laugh and ask you something, he said seriously. Issei, and that would be, my, do you know where your brother is? Issei, yep, he answered simply. He is dead, he said, as if nothing was wrong, seeing how his mother and father cry and his sister comfort him. Issei looks at this board and goes on watching until his mother spoke. You know who did them, he said with tears in his eyes. Issei, yes, he said calmly looking at his parents. Who was it, please tell us with tears. Issei just stood there looking at them with indifference for a while until he looked at his sister, and she gave him a sign of affirmation until Issei sighed and spoke. Issei, I killed him, dropping the bomb, leaving his parents in shock, who looked at him until his mother spoke. Lie, she shouted, you don't have sacred gears, you're just useless to beat my son, she said angrily, making Issei look at her with hatred, controlling his murderous instinct. Issei, believe what you think is your pro, he didn't continue since his father punched him in the face, making him bleed. Issei saw this and got angry until his father and mother spoke. Stop lying, you damn shame, he shouted angrily, you could never beat my son. You're just a damn mistake. How I regret having had you, I would have erased you. Now tell me, where is my son, she shouted angrily when her sister started to speak. Isara, he is dead, Issei killed him because he deserved him, her parents shouted angrily when she said that. More than her father got angry that he went against Issei and thought about hitting him. Her mother didn't know and stayed behind too, she thought about hitting him so much. Her sister tried to make them leave but received a slap from her mother. You Vandola, until her mother grabs a knife and stabs him in the stomach. Her father also grabs him and stabs him in the back when her parents realized how much. MPI son, no, they couldn't continue because Issei grabbed his mother's head and threw it against the ground, drawing blood and hitting her in the stomach. His father was in shock, but before he could say anything, Issei hit him, broke his leg, and kicked him, sending him against the wall. Issei just stood there watching until he took out his knife and Seba started to back away, until he looked at his sister. Issei, Isara, he said, calling her attention as she came out of shock. There is a cat upstairs, talk to her, tell her that I told you to show her true form, thus withdrawing when she was walking in the middle of the night. When she enters an alley, someone speaks to her. Because you didn't kill them, spoke the unknown voice. Issei, who, he said seriously. Ha 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 ha, he laughed. Because I'm so serious, I just want to talk no more. Issei, I doubt that someone who is in my head can talk to me, he said, looking at all the Tool, he said, bored. Why didn't you kill those bastards? Why, said Issei seriously. Amino, you're fooling me, Issei, I know much more than you think. Ha ha ha, he laughed madly. Issei, I asked you again, why didn't you kill him? Ha 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 ha, he laughed. I'm really going crazy talking to myself, he said, bored answering your question. I don't even know why I didn't kill them. Ha 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 ha, I laughed in a psychopathic way. That's because you're being soft, Issei. Keep thinking that they will love you, but they won't insult you again, torture you because we killed their favorite son, he said seriously when Issei heard that. He opened his eyes and spoke. As if we didn't kill him, he said seriously. No, Issei, he said mockingly, you didn't kill him, it was not us, it's just us, we are one. I am your dark side. I have all your negative feelings, for example, hate, sadness, etc. Why do you think when you kill you feel pleasure? Tell me, he said seriously, leaving the brown-haired man thinking. You see, I am your Issei. But you are talking to yourself. Let those feelings like love and happiness make you evil, he said seriously, making the black-haired man see him. Or I see that I was not wrong. Ha ha ha. I know you feel something for your sister and that Nikomata. But they are going to turn their backs on you. Or don't you remember how she kissed you? Those bucking promises. A flashback 2 years ago. It shows an Issei walking with an older woman with a good body, talking about trivial things until they reach a lake and watch the sunset together. It's very beautiful, Issei-kun, said the woman happily. Yes, it is beautiful, Mizuho, said Issei to the woman who came with a teacher's outfit with a smile. Issei, can I tell you something? Issei, calling the attention of the brown-haired man. Yes, Mizuho. Tell me what you want, said Issei, taking the woman's hand. Do you really love me or not? Making Issei look at her confused. If I love you, I would never leave you, and I don't care what others say, I will always love you because you are the person who makes my heart beat. I love you, Mizuho, said Issei, happily grabbing the woman, who takes him with her 2 hands and kisses him passionately. Thank you, Issei, said the happy woman, giving him another kiss, and they spent a while like that until the two left there. End of flashback. But what did we receive at Issei? Do you remember right? Tell me, do you remember right? Tell me. Issei didn't say anything. A bore stabbed in the back only didn't use to get close to our brother's bastard. Tell me, do you remember? Speak, damn it, he yelled. Issei, if I remember that damn bitch well, said Issei angrily. Well, it seems not, eh? Why do you still feel those damn feelings? Love makes us weak, Issei. Now tell me, do you remember why we hated her before and why you're becoming devil now? Eh? Let's remember well the day after they beat us. Do you remember that video, Issei? Flashback 2 years ago. It is known that an Issei on the school roof looking at the clouds, remembering all the lies he lived with the one he called his girlfriend, who in the end only used him. Because I have to suffer, and tell me looking at the sky, my parents hate me, everyone hates me, school doesn't, and when I finally open my heart they only use me. Tell me how much do I have to suffer for you to be happy, he said looking at the sky. But just at that moment a message from the teacher arrives. Mizuho said. Issei put the video on play, and what he saw broke his heart. There goes the woman I loved having sex with a man of her same age. HHHH, the woman moaned. Keep going like that. You're really tight, said the man. Tell me who is better, me or your boyfriend? You better be useful, she said between moans. Besides, I'm just using it to get close to your brother. I'm coming, said the woman moaning. Take it all, tell me you are my bucking truth. Sure, I'm your bore, said the woman with her tongue out. Issei, while watching the video, could see that he was watching it 2 months ago, when they were dating. Then teacher Issei comes and turns around and looks at her, and she puts on a smile. I see you liked my gift, Issei, said the woman with a smile, while Issei bowed his head. Ha 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 ha, God kill your face, Issei, I hope you have fun. Guys come in. 3 guys came in, and there was the man from the video. Issei looks at that, and the teacher puts on a smile and kisses the man. While he is there, he grabs her ass and squeezes it, making her moan. Love, get rid of this garbage, said the woman. Hello, the man nods, in which they all give Issei a beating while he is not defending himself, until they stopped and sat Issei in a chair and forced him to watch as the woman he loved was sucking the man's and the other boy's member, while Issei lost the shine in his eyes. So he spent more than 5 hours watching as the men had sex with the woman. While Issei was already lifeless, his eyes stopped having some shine and turned dark until finally they finished and left while Issei cried. End of flashback. You remember, Issei, now we should not trust anyone ever. Those boars only want us for power, Issei. Before Issei spoke, a woman's scream was heard. Hello? And Issei runs away. You will see, Issei, that what I am telling you is true, said someone coming out of the darkness eating an apple. Now to have fun, ha 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 ha, he laughed in a silly way. Craziness. While Issei Koryo was looking for where he heard the noise until he reached the warehouse. Issei-0, are you there? Asked his tenant. 0, what's wrong, Issei? He asked curiously until he realized. Oh, I realized now. Issei, how many do you think there are? He said curiously. 0, about 5 or 6 stray demons. Want some new weapons? He asked. Issei, what do you mean by new weapons? He said with doubt. 0, well, let's say you can create all kinds of weapons just by imagining it, so try it. So Issei imagined 2 revolvers with incredible sacred and demonic power. I'm going, this is very interesting. Putting on a smile like that, Issei goes up to the roof of the factory. When he goes up, he sees a woman and a man running holding hands while being chased until they found no way out. No, said the desperate woman. Shit, there's no way out, said the man. Go, here are my prey, said the demon. Please don't kill, said the woman through tears. Please kill them already. It's very boring, said 4 figures. No, please. He couldn't finish speaking because the demon attacked him, biting his face, tearing his entire face out, making a large pool of blood. Tasty, said the man. The girl looked with gold as her boyfriend's body fell, showing half his face. The girl was static until the demon spoke. I'm going to see how hot you are, woman. Ha 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 ha. He laughed. When he was about to attack the woman, someone fell in front of the girl. When the demon was about to say something, Issei turned around and shot her in the head, blowing her brains out. Wow, what a pathetic demon, said bored Issei. Well, which of you is next? Looking at the demons until a woman spoke. Who the hell are you? said the serious woman. Answer. She didn't finish speaking because Issei shot her head flying. I am his downfall, said Issei seriously, showing a smile, making the demons look at him in fear. When the demons came out to attack, Issei stayed watching them with indifference. In a quick movement, Issei puts a paw in the stomach of the first demon, sending him crashing far away, while in a quick movement, Issei cuts his stomach, making the strange things come out while the demon tried to collect them. HHH monster, Issei shouted angrily before he could say anything else. The other demons looked at him in fear. And well, who's next? said Issei with a smile. I know you, pointing to the demon that couldn't react. Since Issei hit him in the stomach, sending him crashing into the wall before the other demons do something. Issei hits the 3 in the jaw, sending him up while the other was going to hit him, but Issei dodges it, grabbing his face, holding it tight with his hands. After that, Issei touches the demon's face, making his skull come out with his spine, killing him instantly, making Issei splatter blood on Issei's face. The other demons who saw this thought of being afraid as Issei killed mercilessly. Pathetic, Issei whispered. They are too boring, said Issei, walking towards them while his face was stained with blood, showing a smile making them scare more. Before a demon reacts, Issei shoots him with his gun, blowing off half of his head and drawing liters of blood. But Issei doesn't know what's going on. He appears behind the demon woman and stabs her in the neck, killing her instantly. The last two demons were afraid and no longer reacted until the last demon man attacks, but Issei dodges him and touches his shoulder with his hands. The demons who were there melted down by that, holding on until Issei spoke. Well, now turning around, looking at the demon and sketching a smile, and spoke. Cut your throat, said Issei. At that the demon saw that his body was being covered in black smoke until he saw that his hand formed a knife with the smoke, and so he used his hands to paint his neck. At this the demon speaks. Please forgive me, I beg, but Issei snapped his fingers so the demon stabbed his neck, cutting his entire throat, causing a splatter of blood. The last remaining demon was scared while Issei walked towards her very slowly until Issei takes out his sword and looks at the demon until she speaks. Please pierce. She didn't finish speaking as her head split in half, killing her instantly. These demons are pathetic, he said, bored. Well, I'm done with my thing. Then he remembers the girl until he turns around and looks at her, who was very close to him. Tada. Issei just sighs and goes to talk to her. Are you okay? What the hell? I asked him. Of course he wasn't okay after what he saw. He thought to himself. I heard the relationship, he said to the girl, snapping his fingers until he related. You metastasize them, she said. Well, it's a joke, said Issei, bored. Well, tell me where you live. I live 2 blocks from the Kuoh Academy, said the girl. Do you want me to accompany you? He said, receiving a nod from the girl, and then they both left and arrived at the house. The girl ran to her house and looks at Issei. Thank you, she said to Issei. When Issei turned around before she left, she spoke. Ito, what is your name? Issei. Only Issei, he answered, and so Issei left without realizing that the woman he saved would be someone from his past. As Issei walked down the dark street of Kuoh, a voice in his head spoke. And you enjoyed it? Well, Issei, said the voice, but Issei didn't answer. Come on, tell him the truth. Speak. I know you enjoyed it. Haha, he laughed, but Issei didn't answer until he got to the park and sat on a bench until the voice in his head spoke. And Issei, you're not going to answer? Shut up already, said Issei. Come on. I just want to talk, he said, bored, and tell me. Shut up, damn it, Issei shouted. Oh, what a character, he said mockingly. Come on, Issei. I know you like him. Shut up. Leave me alone, said Issei. Because I am your Issei. We are both inseparable. You just have to accept me, said the voice. Accept that, he said with doubt. Ami Issei a saptame, leave that shit of feelings, and we'll all have to buck off once and for all. Get out of my head, said Issei, grabbing his head. Please, Issei, stop being a child. Come on, accepta, 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 accepta. Accepta, I shouted at Issei. Leave me while. He held his head while he thought about raining. Just leave me, said Issei. Pathetic Issei, come on, Accepta, just give me the magic words. Don't leave me, said Issei, just let me let go of his head. This seems to be a dream. Yes, a dream. Save sure that when I wake up I will be at home peacefully with my family, happy if that's it, said Issei, showing a smile. What an idiot, Issei, this is the reality. Stop playing, no one is going to want it. There is only you and me. We were always alone, Issei, alone. Shut up, Issei shouted. Zero, what happened to my friend, he said, worried about Issei. Issei, Zero. Did you hear that voice, said Issei, looking everywhere. Zero, what are you talking about, Issei? He said seriously, making Issei open his eyes wide. Issei, like he was talking to himself, he said with doubt. Zero dash, I told you were talking to yourself. Are you okay, or are you going crazy? Issei, I think you're right. I'm going crazy, said Issei with a sigh. Better let's go home. I need to sleep. And so Issei walked to his house. When he arrived, he opened the door. Since there was no one there, he went to the bathroom where he took a cold shower. When he came out, he looked at himself in the mirror until his reflection spoke. Look at you, pathetic, Issei, said the reflection. Issei, shut up, said Issei. What the hell do you want from me, he asked angrily. I just want to kill and be one again, he said seriously, but you don't tell me that. Issei, is because you're fine. Just accept me and let's be one again. Let's kill. Let's feel that pleasure of killing again. Let's kill everyone who was once our family. Issei, shut up, he whispered. Leave me alone, hitting the glass, breaking them. What's wrong with me? I'm going crazy, he said to himself. And so Issei went to his room to sleep, but he realized that 2 female figures were watching him. Issei/Naya, the girl said worriedly. Kokobile and an unpleasant reunion. Issei would notice that Matsuda and Motohama were looking at him curiously, and Issei just lets out a sigh and tells him that it's nothing like that. They continued to school where the hours passed well until the teacher speaks. Teacher, yes. Everyone, he said seriously, making the whole class shut up. Well, what I have to tell you is that today you will have a new classmate, said the teacher to go to the door, while the girls were saying that if she was a cute boy, while with the boys they were saying that if she was a beautiful girl with big breasts. Every word but Issei does not take much importance, so when the door opens, a beautiful brown-skinned girl with short blonde hair with big tits and a killer body walks in. All the girls were depressed, but the men screamed with joy. But for Issei, when he looked at the girl, Issei just growled in annoyance to see someone who made his life impossible in the past, and more than that, she cruelly rejected him. This person was no more and no less than the ex-girlfriend of his brother Takeda, Renko Heijo. Imagine her in Kuoh Academy clothes, and that's it. Hello everyone, my name is Renko Heijo, said the girl, bowing down, realizing that all men have a nasal passage. But for Issei it didn't matter. This would be noticed by the blonde, who looked at him curiously. But something seemed familiar to him. But where? Teacher, does anyone have a question? Hello, everyone raises their hands. Okay, you, pointing to a girl with brown hair and pigtails. This was Murayama, the leader of the kendo club. Murayama, if you have a boyfriend, she asked, making everyone look at her, especially the men. Renko didn't die 2 days ago, she said with a sad expression as Issei looked at her with his eyes wide open, wondering if she was the girl he saved. Murayama, I'm sorry. I didn't know, she said, embarrassed. Renko, don't worry. I didn't know that, she said calmly. Another question, she asked curiously. Hello, who raises his hand? A pink-haired girl raises her hand. It was Kates, Murayama's best friend and vice-captain of the kendo club. Kates, do you like to do some kind of transport? I asked curiously. Renko, yes, kendo and martial arts like that, she said calmly. Professor, well, that's it for today. Looking at all the students, you can sit next to Issei Hyoudou, he said calmly, realizing that the brunette opened her eyes in shock and looked where the black-haired man was, who looked at her expressionlessly until she was taken out of her thoughts by the professor. Professor, are you okay? Making the modern woman nod. Sit next to Hyoudou, who is over there in the corner of the room, making all the men look at him with hatred. Issei didn't care when the brunette sat next to Issei. He just let out a sigh and continued in class, ignoring the brunette, who was looking at him the whole class until the bell rang. Issei just puts his things away and is ready to leave until someone grabs his arm. When Issei turns around, you see that it is Renko who is grabbing him. When he looked at her face, he saw that she was in tears. Hello, Issei just arches his eyebrows. Issei, it's been a while, Renko said seriously and coldly. Renko was only hurt by the way Issei spoke to her, since it didn't bother him. In fact, she just ignored him. When Issei asked her out as his boyfriend, she rejected him coldly and with some very harsh words. Renko, Issei, I want to talk to you, please, she said, holding back her urge to cry. Issei, speak fast. I don't have time, he said seriously. Renko, please, I know what I did to you before was wrong, how I rejected you and how I also thought about going out with your brother Takeda. I know it's hypocritical of me, but at least we can be friends and get to know each other, she said with tears in her eyes. Issei just opened her eyes, thinking about his words, if she would really trust him and open her heart again. I know, she spent a while thinking until he opened his eyes and looked at her expressionlessly. Issei first sighed no, he said sharply, making the brunette lower her head and stand up to shed tears. Issei just looked at her until she spoke again. Not until you earn my trust, and I warn you, if you want to fix your mistake, be strong. I don't open my heart to just anyone. Making the brunette look at him and put on a smile and hugs him, making the black-haired man smile a little until he reciprocates the hug, making the brunette just smile and put on a smile to release him and looking at his face. Renko, thank you, she said happily with tears falling down her cheeks, making Issei wipe them away. Turning on the brunette, Issei, better stop crying, he said, turning around and walking towards the classroom door, when he suddenly stops and says, you are prettier smiling, he said, moving away from the brunette, who is only red-faced. When he came out, he saw his sister running and hugging him. Isara, why did you leave so early, brother, she said, tightening her grip. Issei, habit, he said simply, there is someone in my classroom, why don't you come in and say hi, I think you'll like it, he said calmly, letting go of his sister's grip and going to the bathroom, leaving his sister with doubt. Isara, whoever was referred to, he said to himself. Issei, you are there, said a woman. When Isara turns around, I know she is in shock, since the woman who was there was her best friend Renko, and she is in shock like her, but then the two of them hug each other. Isara, really, are you dash? With tears in her eyes. Renko, of course. Silly, she said with a smile, and tell me, what's been going on all this time? She said curiously. Isara, it's a long story. Let's go, she said, leaving with the brunette. While Issei was walking to the bathroom, when he entered he sealed his face, and saw the same reflection, but unlike this Issei had white skin, white hair, and dark eyes. Hello, he said calmly. I see that you finally see me, he said seriously. You really are annoying, he said tiredly, and you really want to. I just want to know why, he said seriously. Because what, said Issei. Why the buck are you giving her a second chance, bitch? I shouted furiously. That's none of your business, said Issei, retiring to the music club. Damn it, I don't care when everyone turns their backs on you and we're going to be one, he said seriously, but for now let's see how it goes, ha 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 ha. Issei and walks towards the music club while looking at his hands. When he arrived he grabbed his guitar like the others their instruments, while it was broadcast throughout the school, while outside Isara with Renko were watching TV. When Issei thought about it, when Issei was singing he was remembering everything he did, as little by little his darkness consumes him, as it kills without any mercy, as little by little he becomes an animal. When Issei finished singing and was thinking about the other song, a member of the student council arrived. It was Rhea. Rhea, hello Issei-kun, greetings. Happy Rhea. Issei, Rhea, what's going on? The brown-haired boy asked with doubt. Rhea, Kaicho wants to see us, she said seriously. Issei, okay, I'm going, he said, leaving the guitar and going with her, where Issei gives her a kiss on her cheek where she blushes a little like Usaba. To the student council room. When they arrived they saw that everyone was there. Sona, well, since we are all here, she said, looking at everyone, what I have to say is that the enemy we are going to face is none other than Kokabeel. A cadre, seriously. Everyone looked at her with their eyes wide open, and Issei the aforementioned just looks at her. You will fight with Rias, he said. He simply nods like that. Everything planned like Ivan to buy time for the fight against Kokabeel until I arrived. Xerxes. While that was happening, a voice in Issei's head, he was thinking about laughing. At night, everything was ready. Everyone in the Gremory group was prepared for the fight, and Isara was also ready while Issei was outside. Sona, ready Issei. Get ready, she said seriously, and also take care, don't die. Turning to put up a barrier. Tsubaki, take care, giving her a kiss on the cheek, while she blushed slightly. Yura, don't die, hitting him on the arm. Ruruko, good luck, she shouted, shaking his hand. Momo, please don't die, he said worriedly, giving her a kiss on the cheek. Rhea, come back, if also giving her a kiss on the cheek. Issei was in shock until he felt a pain in his chest, but he ignored it, and went to watch the fight. The fight happened the same as the anime until the part where he says the truth of God. When he said that, Asia fainted and Zenobia was in total shock while Issei looked at everything expressionlessly. Issei, it seems it's time. Zero, he said seriously. Zero, if you're right, let's go, Issei said seriously. Issei just nods like that. Just jump Asia under. While Kokabeel created a huge lasso of light directed towards the group. They all closed their eyes waiting for their end, but it never came. When they opened their eyes they looked at Issei, who had his two swords. Issei, ready Kokabeel, he said with great coldness. Kokabeel versus Issei black. The atmosphere became tense. The pressure was felt while Issei gave him a cold look and Kokabeel looked at him with a smile. Kokabeel, oh, but who we have here is the carrier of Zero, said this one. I want to make you a proposal. Are you interested? Issei, sorry, I don't talk to dead people, he said, disappearing and appearing in front of him. Issei quickly tried to cut Kokabeel, but he simply covered himself with his wings. Issei did not stay there and continued attacking Kokabeel, who continued dodging his attacks. Issei, stop dodging an attack, said this furious. Kokabeel simply smiled and dodged an attack from Issei where he hit him in the stomach, sending him flying and crashing to the ground, losing his other sword. Issei, damn, it's crazy. Kokabeel, wow. I thought you would be smarter, ha 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 ha, he said, creating several spears of luz where he shot directly at Issei. He thought about running to Kokabeel, blocking all his attacks with his swords. Issei, while continuing to remove Kokabeel's attacks, arrives in front of him where Kokabeel takes advantage and creates a sword of light where he dodges an attack from Issei, who covers himself in time, creating a great wave of power. Isara, incredible, she said, amazed. Zenobia is fighting a cadre who was in the last war, she said, amazed by Issei's fight. Rias, amazing, she said, shocked. Kiba has great swordsmanship, he said in amazement. Kaneko is strong, said stoically. Everyone was overshadowed by the fight and the display of power that these individuals commanded. Issei was totally fascinated with the fight that Kokabeel was giving him, and it was no wonder he was getting bored of killing so many renegade vile demons, but he was having fun just like Kokabeel. While Issei was guided to attack Kokabeel, in Issei's mind he saw someone watching the fight. Keep enjoying it, ha ha ha, there's not much time left, and I'll go out to play for a while, said this seriously, a little more, ha 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 ha, he laughed sadistically. In the fight, Issei was totally defensive, dodging every attack that Kokubile gave Issei, and he kept retreating, blocking every attack from Kokubile. Kokubile, come on. Keep entertaining me, said this seriously. Issei, don't think it's a big deal, said this one. The more they continue, the more they dodge each of Kokubile's attacks. Issei stumbles. This is taken advantage of by Kokubile, who attacks Issei, but he barely covers himself, causing Issei's sword to fly out, sticking in front of his sister. What would she give seeing Kokubile, and goes to take advantage to finish Issei off. When he was close to killing him, Issei manages to react quickly and creates two different gauntlets where he uses his fist, breaking the sword. Issei, I think it's time to get serious, said this Kokubile only with a smile, where he tries to attack Issei, who dodges it and hits him in the abdomen, sending him crashing against a tree. Kokubile, wow, that was a good hit, kid said, standing up and looking at Issei. Wherever he is, he shoots out like this. Wherever he is, he receives him, covering himself with a hand where he thinks about hitting him, being dodged by Kokubile, who also tries to hit Issei, but no one hit each other. All the blows they gave hit directly, their fists creating waves with each blow they gave. In a moment of Kokubile's carelessness, Issei jumps, hitting him in the face, then giving him a uppercut, then a kick in the abdomen, sending him flying. Kokubile, wow, you really hit hard, he said, standing up with some difficulty. Issei, that's all. He didn't finish speaking since he saw that he had a spear of light stuck in his chest. How, he said, falling to the floor. Everyone was terrified. Kokubile, ha 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 ha, he laughed. I'm sorry, brat, but it was for the best. You were getting into trouble, he said, completely recovered. Isara Issei, she screamed. Issei, react, please don't die, she screamed desperately. In Issei's mind, Issei was floating in a black space. Issei, where am I, he said, confused. I'm dead. Still, Issei, it's not the time, said a familiar voice. We are in your mind. What do you want next time, said this serious man. Tell me. I have nothing for now, he said, looking as if he was afraid of danger. You already gave me what I want, ha ha ha, he laughed. What a thing. I didn't tell you anything, said this one. If you gave me the opportunity to have fun for a while, ha 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 ha, he said, fading away. Wait, he said, but it was too late. Shit, what did he mean? He thought doubtfully until something hit him. That son of a bitch, he shouted furiously. Outside in Issei's mind, where was Issei's body was surrounding itself with something black, while his hair was lengthening until his his waist. The upper garment was destroyed, all while an increase of power was felt in Issei's body. Everyone was terrified of the power that was being released. Kokubile, this power only reflects raw violence, he said in amazement. Issei's body was being surrounded by dark power, while a mask with large horns was formed. As he stood up, everyone was shaking with fear when they looked at his face. Everyone was shocked. There was Issei standing with the hole in his chest as if nothing had happened. Isara Issei is you, she said, worried, but he just ignored her. Where she extends her hand, where her sword flies to where she takes it. When she takes it, she moves it back up, creating a powerful wave of wind that lifts the earth and making her sister fly. Growawa. It was Issei's roar, where everyone was paralyzed with fear, even Kokubile. Kokubile, no. It doesn't matter if you only changed your appearance, you will never defeat me, said this creature carrying a spear of light, where both of them launched themselves at an incredible speed, giving a fight where either of them hit each other. Each collision between the two made a sound and caused a large wave that made everyone in the wave cover themselves with magic circles so they wouldn't fly away. Kokubile, damn, die with my best attack, he said furiously, pointing with his finger and creating a ball of energy. And Issei does the same, painting with his horn, creating a red ball of energy. Die, said Kokubile. They both released their powers, colliding against each other, creating a huge explosion. Kokubile, where is he said after realizing that there was someone behind him, when Issei turns and rips off his hand. Damn you, the cadre shouted furiously. When Kokubile wanted to attack him, Issei disappears and appears from behind Kokubile, where Issei grabs his two wings and tears them off, causing a great scream of agony from Kokubile, who only continued. But when he turned around and was face to face, he simply thought of being afraid because of the way Issei looked at him. But Issei does not stay still and hits him with a hammer blow, sending him against the ground, causing a huge crater where Issei falls on top of it, causing you to hear how several of his bones broke. Kokubile, ma damn Bakamomo, said this one, but Issei no Asiana just looked at him until he let out a roar and pointed his horns at him, creating a ball of power. Please have mercy, but he didn't pay attention. Isara Issei, enough, you already won. You don't have to prove anything, he shouted, but Issei didn't pay attention and shot his rooster, killing it, creating a huge explosion. When the explosion was heard, A large curtain of smoke was heard. There was nothing. Everyone was in total shock. But suddenly they felt Issei's power increasing again. Everyone was looking at him in fear. But then the power is revealed where the mask was and it is thrown, making Issei fall to the ground. In Issei's mind, "Ah, how funny, right?" Issei said he, looking at an Issei sitting in a chair all beaten and bleeding. "Well, let's eat with fun, ha 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 ha," he said, laughing sadistically. Please someone get me out of here," he said weakly. Trailer. Issei hhhhh scream of agony. Black, tell me how many is 1000 to 7 staring at him. Isara Issei, please wake up, worried. Elsewhere. Sona still not awake, serious. Tsubaki no Kaicho serious. The power that Issei-kun used seemed like it wasn't him, as if it were. Momo another person. I finished the sentence. In the park. Renko Issei, please wake up, worried and crying. I see. Please scream of agony. Black tsh, it's time you woke up, snapping his fingers. 2 months later. Director, hello young people. Today you have a new teacher putting everyone in doubt, Miss Samantha. Issei, and it can't be because you're here. Outside the academy. Samantha, wait. Wait, I shout, but I don't hear anything. 1 week later. Issei, get out of my head. I screamed, destroying everything. Hhh, please someone kill me. Renko, I issue you, please, I screamed desperately. Issei, Renko, please kill me, he said, handing her a weapon while looking at her with tears in his eyes. Renko, no, Issei, I can't see any other way. What will happen to the girls you care about, she said, crying. Issei, please, Renko, kill me before it gets too late, he said, lowering his head. Renko Issei pointed the gun at him, but forgive me, he said weakly. Issei, I love you, Renko, closing his eyes. PWW. Black ha 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 laughed, still in time to play a little longer. T.2 Torture and Doubts. It shows an Issei sitting in a chair all beaten up, bleeding from one eye while some ribs were visible. Black Issei, you know, sometimes you disappoint me a lot. You had a lot of potential and you wasted being with people who use you, like the Citri girl and the others, said Black, cleaning the blood from his hand. Issei, rot, he said vilely. Black Issei, I'm very brave to be still beaten up, said Black, to grab some tweezers. Let's see if you like this, he said. Black Issei began to use the clamp to destroy the ribs, and take them out one by one very slowly while Issei screamed. I have the power to read people's futures when I look them straight in the eyes. I knew that Sona was scared of you inside, that she would have no choice but to tell the leaders to kill you or seal you, said Black. You lie, she would never do that. She showed me her trust, and I'm not going to Issei shouted, seeing how Black cut off his finger. Wow, you can't stand anything, he said boredly, cutting off another finger. Just think about it. Demons are selfish beings who are willing to fulfill their goals no matter who you hurt or use. Like Rias, Gremory, Sona Citri is the same. She only loves you because you are powerful and dangerous. She loves you because you have the power to surpass the Security, said Black, cutting off more of Issei's fingers. You're lying, she would never do that, she said, just because what they didn't do in the step, that menstrual hair. No, she couldn't continue because Black cut off a piece of her ear. Hhh bastard. Shhh said this one, I'm just getting started. Issei said this one, putting the chairs on the table and grabbing a massa. What if I give you a mental castration, said this one, while Issei looked at him with fear. Don't worry, in real life you will be able to have children, but it will hurt you, said this one. He cruelly crushed Issei's testicles along with his penis, causing it to burst in an explosion of blood. Everyone hates you, your parents, your friends, everyone. Accept the damn reality. Being alone and being crueler is better than no one would stop us. We wouldn't matter to them. You're pathetic, believing that someone would love you, when in reality everyone betrays you and cheats on you. Idiot. Like that bitch Samantha, said Black. Issei didn't respond to the blow he received, which caused something in him to explode. You know, Issei looking at him fixedly, have you ever wondered how many bones humans have, said Black. Neither do I know, because we haven't found out, he said, licking his lips and in regret hitting him with his fist. Covers part of face, stomach, legs, hands, feet like that for an hour. Ugh, this is so exhausting, said Black. Look at you. Ruined with that eye hanging from its socket, he said, looking at Issei's eye that was hanging from its socket. You're disgusting. What if looking at the table where the scalpel was? He laughed. Let's play doctor. Will you? Grabbing the scalpel. With the scalpel, he began to cut the hanging eye, making blood come out. Cruelly, he crushed the eye, began to hit with a hammer on the knee. Well, that's it for today, Issei. Ha ha ha. Rhea Black, tomorrow we will continue playing a little more, he said, leaving Issei in terrible condition. Someone please help me, he said devilishly, outside Issei's mind. Isara, brother, please wake him up, she said, looking at the bed where Issei was. Kuroka, Isara, Naya, she said, she's calling the brunette's attention. He's going to be fine, Naya, she said, a little excited, but inside she was worried about Issei. Isara, Kuroka's right, said, watching the black-haired man's body as his hole slowly closed. It's incredible that he's still alive after that attack, remembering Kokabile's attack. Kuroka, come on, Naya, let's let him rest, Naya, she said, approaching where Issei was, and she plants a kiss on his forehead, followed by Isara. In the park, a brunette can be seen crying bitterly in silence. Renko, Issei, because just when we were going to think again, said this, I just hope he wakes up, getting up, going in a direction. At the Kuoh Academy, you can see a group of girls who were in the student council room watching a video. When the video ended, everyone went into silence. Sona, so that happened, serious. Tsubaki, it's incredible, Issei-kun said this. Sona, it's incredible that he's still alive after the attack he received in the chest, he said, putting his hands on his chin, thinking about many things. Rhea thinks about something, Kaicho asked. She is curious. It's about Issei-kun. Sona, if it's about him, his power is too dangerous, she said, making all the girls look at her, but I know that Issei-kun isn't like that. The power that he released reflected pure violence, she said. Momo is saying that this power is due to Issei-kun's sad steps, said she is. Yura, but because Issei is too strong, I would say that he would become a threat to the factions that we would make if you can't protect him, she said, making everyone, and including Sona, look at her. Ruruko, Kaicho is right. The reason why the Mao Lucifer did not come to attack Issei is because of the Mao Rise and Asmodeus and Falbian, she said. Tsubaki, we know it, but we can't be anything if they consider it a trick. It would be dangerous. I'm sure that those who support him will also die if he is ordered to be killed, serious. Sona, they are all right about something, but I'm worried about you. She is obsessed with the power that Issei-kun showed. She wants him and her entourage to torture him and manipulate him at her whim, she said seriously. Tsubaki, even her sister to be in her entourage, she said. She is worried about Issei. Rhea, this is getting harder and harder, she said, in Issei's mind. Plaff, plaff, plaff. Some applause was heard coming from. Well, Issei, let's continue with you this afternoon, he said, putting on a hockey mask. Tell me how much is 1,000 to 7, looking at him fixedly. Outside Issei's mind. Isara, please, Issei, wake up, she said. She is worried. T.2 Old memories and problems. A scream of agony was heard. I told you it was 993, he said, crying. I'll tell you again, how many is 1,000 to 7, Issei with a needle in his hand. 993, 993, said Issei, please stop, he shouted while Black was sticking the candle in his eardrum. Look at that dirt, said this one as he dug deeper into the ear with the needle. Look how it bleeds. Funny, Issei, ha ha ha, said this one. Stop please, Issei begged, but Black turned a blind eye. Tell me how much is 1,000 to 7, said this one. Tell me, Issei, how much is 1,000 to 7, said this one, putting the tweezers on his feet. 993,994,995 he shouted, nodding as Black ripped off one of his toes. 993,994,995, Issei shouted back. This feels right too, Issei, he said with a smile. 993,994,995, Issei repeated again. Wow, I already broke you, said this one, and we've been playing for 5 days, said Black, grabbing the massa. We're going to give you another castration, ha 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 ha. He laughed to hit him again. He spent 3 hours hitting Issei's balls while he screamed in agony and cried. Ugh, I think I'm still like this. Instead of having a penis, you'll have a vagina, ha ha, laughed Black. Let's see what's next, he said, grabbing some needles. This will give you some good nightmares. While I'm going to be other things, he said, poking him in the neck, making Issei fall asleep. Well, now what else can I use to have fun, ha 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 ha, laughed this one as he walked out a door. Issei's dream. You see a brown-haired boy playing with another boy and another girl playing happily. This was wasted by the black-haired boy. Where am I, said Issei, looking everywhere. That's me and my brothers before everything happened, he said, watching as Issei played with his brothers, seeing how they laughed. Why am I here, he said while thinking, until something hit him on the head. So this is a dream, huh, he said while letting out a sigh. What moments when I was happy, he said while putting on a smile. Issei sat on a bench while he continued looking at his brothers and playing until something made him remember something. It can't be, this is going to be the last day before my life changes, he said while he was trying to run towards the younger brown-haired boy who was playing quietly with his brothers. When Issei tried to grab him, the whole place went dark. Suddenly, what happened, he said, until he heard a noise. Paff. When Issei turns around, he sees how his father slapped him, and seeing his brown self crying. Pi, look at these notes. A7 said this angrily. Issei but Oto's he didn't finish because his father spoke. Pi, don't call me that. You're not my son, he shouted angrily. You see, they never wanted us, Issei. It will always be the same. For them our brothers are more important. Nobody is going to want to. We are just a monster para them. Issei was listening to those voices, looking at everyone, but he didn't see anyone. Suddenly everything went dark, until Issei saw that he was in a square. This place seems familiar to me, he said, looking around until something clicked. This is where I confessed to Renko, he said, looking at a nervous brown-haired man sitting down until he saw a brunette with short hair coming. Renko, and well, why did you want to see me serious? Issei Ito, he stuttered. Renko, speak quickly. I don't have time, irritated. Issei, please be my girlfriend, he said, bowing. Renko only knows what he was looking at. Renko, no, was the simple answer. Issei opened his eyes until he decided to ask. Issei, why, he said, holding back his urge to cry. Renko, are you really asking, she said, looking at the brown-haired man, because I don't like you. Nobody likes you. I like your brother Takeda. He is strong and athletic, and you are a weakling and useless. I'm still surprised that you are brothers, she said, turning around and going for a walk. You see, she doesn't love you. He just wants to play with your feelings. Because we will never be loved. We are only their shadows. Issei continued listening to the voices until he later saw himself sitting on a swing while the Grimace came out, and with some bandages on his face until he stood up and left. Wait, this day is when I see Renko with Takeda, he said, running after Issei. It shows an Issei walking with an umbrella, avoiding the rain with his eyes lowered. Asta stops and manages to observe his brother with Renko, so he hides and listens to the conversation. Renko, Takeda, I wanted to tell you if you want, she said with difficulty. Be my boyfriend, she said, leaving the brown-haired and black-haired boy in shock, clenching their fists. Takeda said to Sombrado, well, he said with doubt, if I accept to be your boyfriend. Renko, he said, so that after the brunette gave him a passionate kiss while the brunette was about to shed tears, and the lazy black-haired man runs out of the rain and stares at this as if his brother puts on a malicious smile, while Renko looks at Takeda with confusion. Renko, don't you think and see your brother, she said. She was in doubt, but it hurt her to see Issei like that. Takeda, leave him. I'm sure he'll be okay, he said without importance. Come on. Let's go home and I'll introduce you to my parents, he said, grabbing his brother's umbrella and grabbing Renko's hand, leaving while Renko looks back with a sad look and moves his lips. This was even seen by the black-haired man when he heard Renko, this simple mind. Look how he moved his lips. Renko, forgive me, said in a low voice. The black-haired man saw sadness reflected in his face for the brown-haired man. He simply follows him until he sees him running, until he falls and hits his forehead. While blood starts to run from his forehead, he simply goes and sits under a roof bleeding. You see, we will always be rejected. No one will ever not love. They will simply use us. These were the voices that Issei was listening to, but then he sees himself wiping his face with his clothes while a strong wind blows and makes Issei's hair move. Issei Py, said this one with a stoic voice. Why is this happening to me, Ami? He said to himself. No one cares in this world, said this one while getting up and going outside the roof while the rain wet everything and the wind made his hair move. Issei P, it's always going to be like this, he said as he walked. Everything goes dark again, while Issei looked everywhere until he owes to the same all beaten with blood on his head who looks at him with a smile. Issei P, you see, it will always be like this, he said, looking at Issei. We will always be despised. Issei, I know, said he stoically, but he said he already had the brown-haired boy's attention. Maybe we'll find someone who cares about us, he said while calming his turn. I'll show him that there are people who really care about me, he thought while he lowered his head and a wind passed through his body while he saw his hair. Outside Issei's mind, at Kuoh Academy, more specifically in the student council room, there is Sona's entire entourage with Isara and Renko. Sona, Issei-kun hasn't woken up yet, she said looking at Isara and Renko. Isara no Kaicho said this. Renko, he's been asleep for 5 days and nothing, she said, worried. All the girls clenched their fists in frustration. Sona, fine, thank you, you may leave, she said, receiving a nod from the two. When the girls leave, Tsubaki is the first to speak. Tsubaki Kaicho, she said, getting Sona's attention as well as the others. What are we going to do with Issei-kun, she said seriously. Sona, nothing. We will wait for him to wake up before Xerxes does something against Issei, she said. Worried, Rias already told Xerxes-sama everything up to the video. It seems that Xerxes-sama wants Issei to be engaged to Rias by force to have strong descendants, she said, serious. Tsubaki, I can't believe what Lucifer-sama did. do this seriously. Yura, it's incredible what you do to gain power for your family, she said, annoyed. Rhea, she doesn't mind giving her body for that, she said with disgust. Raruko, they disgust me. The Gremory only want Issei-chan as a semen sack, she said with disgust. Momo, you're right, she said seriously, all this because Aikun killed her boyfriend Takeda, but she wants him to free her from her commitment to Razor, she said seriously. Sona, it's better to be prepared for anything serious, better go home all of you, said she. They all left, leaving Sona and Tsubaki. Tsubaki, what are we going to do, Kaicho, with Issei-kun, he said worriedly, putting a hand on his chest. Sona, I don't know, Tsubaki. I don't know, she said distressed. If you say this, you'll turn her off, clenching her fists. Elsewhere, you can see a black-haired girl in a kimono watching Issei. Kuroka Ise, Naya, wake up please, Naya, she said, crying, seeing the black-haired boy's body. In Issei's mind, you can see an Issei slowly waking up while spilling blood all over the two. Here we go again, he said, watching as a door opened, showing Black with a hockey mask. Well, ready to follow Issei, he said while grabbing one. You think how much is 1,000 to 7, staring at him. T.2 awakening, the beginning of problems. You can see a beaten up Issei while Black kept laughing while Issei was crying. Well, that was fun while it lasted, sitting down while wiping the blood off his hands. It's time to end. I'm sorry it has to end like this. But you're too soft, too pathetic, and too weak for me to have to live. I couldn't stand seeing you have my face and humiliate you in front of those so-called friends of yours, said Black. Let's fight. If you have to fight, show him what you are. They were the voices that Issei heard watching Black stand up and walk in front of him. When Black tries to cut Issei's head, he breaks the chains and jumps, dodging his attack. Because he resists you, he only delays the inevitable, said Black, annoyed to launch himself against Issei and launch a series of blows. The two began to hit each other, but Black was gaining ground since Issei was all hurt. In Issei's carelessness, Black cuts off his arm and hits Issei, sending Avalar at him. Ugh, Issei spat blood. Shit, I forgot he was strong, he said while creating a revolver. Here I go, son of a bitch, annoyed. I can't finish since Black was not only stronger, but also faster, as he appears with a kick to the stomach, sending him through the wall. You are too weak, you must die, exclaimed Black, launching himself at Issei. Issei manages to dodge while he created a sword and stands to dodge Black's thrusts. TSH is fast, thought Issei. Because the buck are you fast, said this one. Because I am death itself, said Black seriously while his body thins. His hair grows longer, and he grows horns while a mask forms on his face. Grow-wa-wa. It was the roar of Black. Black, like a furious animal, grabs Issei by the face and used him as a shield to break through multiple walls of the place. Damn you! Issei shouted furiously. He's too strong, he thought. Use your emotions. Use all that stored darkness. Release to fight with Black. The voices that said that to Issei. This simple mind closes his eyes and starts to remember all the bad moments of his life while his body is surrounded by darkness. Ha 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 ha. So you deign to use it? Well, get rid of everything that makes you human. Come on, or this fight would have no meaning, Black exclaimed, launching himself against Issei. Before Black arrives again, an incredible torrent of power hits the place, sending Black back. Finally, haha, laughed Black. I think I'll have to get serious while looking at Issei. Issei was turning into darkness as he became thinner. His arm and wounds were regenerating while his body was being covered by dark bandages all over his torso, arm, and covering his mouth while his hair grew. Black looked at Issei seriously while Issei looks at him. We have to end this, Black said this cold. Black throws himself against while Black with his hands releases power. This is your end, Black, she said coldly while creating a sword of darkness -0, Issei whispered, disappearing and appearing from behind Black. When he turned around he felt like something was piercing him. Pwag, he spat blood. Congratulations, said this one, disappearing. This is not over, Issei, until you accept me, ha 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 ha, he laughed, while Issei just looked at him. Sayonara, Black, Issei said coldly. You can see how Issei loses his transformation and slowly sees the place and grabs his head. What happened, he said, looking at his hand, thinking of seeing particles of light. TSCH, it's time for Issei to wake up, snapping his fingers. Outside Issei's mind, Issei slowly opened his eyes and the only thing he could see was the ceiling of the student council room. He slowly sits up and lies, stroking his head to soothe his headache. Where am I, said, looking at the place. Asta hears a voice. I see Naya, Kuroka said through tears. When everyone enladled to Kuroka just turned and saw Issei. Kuroka, said Issei, looking at the Nikomata. but soon his expression turned cold when he saw Sona and Renko. He remembered well Black's words about Sona. Don't trust the demons. They are just selfish beings who use you for their own benefit. She will not use it again. He just wants to play with our feelings. The two girls found it strange that Issei saw them like that. Sona, Renko, said Issei with a cold voice. Issei tried to get up with difficulty. He was tired and needed to sleep in peace. The torture he suffered at the hands of Black left him mentally tired. Quickly he was helped by Kuroka and Isara. When Issei saw this, he simply put on a devilish smile. Then he saw Sona's entourage, who looked worried until Tsubaki approached and hugged him. This surprised Issei, and the others, who all hugged Issei except Sona and Renko, who watched as Issei put on a smile. I needed to go. I needed to rest, said Issei, making everyone stop hugging him. When everyone left him, Issei walked with difficulty to where the door was, but Renko took his hand, making Issei look at Renko, who was worried and sorry. What's up, Renko? He said coldly. Issei, I want to talk to you, said Renko. I was worried about you. But Issei removed his arm from Renko's hand. There's no need for me to worry. I should go see Takeda. Or I forgot, your boyfriend is dead, said Issei coldly. Renko just started crying. All the girls were in shock as Issei spoke to Renko. Better get out of my sight, he said, but before he could leave, someone grabbed his arm. Issei looked at Sona, who was serious. Her expression was cold too. Issei, tired of Renko's crying, he pushed her, throwing her to the ground, hurting her knee. Loosely, Citri, he ordered coldly. Sona looked at Issei, surprised at how her servant spoke to her. What's wrong, Issei? You're not like that, he said, looking at Issei. Suddenly Issei grabbed Sona by the neck, causing Sona to begin to lose air. I hate that being as repugnant as the demons touch me. I know very well that he only wanted me for my power. You are not so different from Rias. Gremory, Issei growls coldly as he begins to spit out Sona's evil pierces that reincarnated him. Sona was surprised by what Issei told her, more to see his evil paisas. I know I'm like Rias, he said with difficulty. I was always there helping you before I was reincarnated. He shouted the last thing as best he could. He lies, he does it to gain my trust, and when I let my guard down, that's where he betrays me. He always tries to get in my way. Like when I tried to kill Takeda. You got in the way, said Issei to hit Sona against the wall. Get in my way again, you'll end up like Takeda. Believe me, I'll gladly send your head to your sister, he threatened Sona. Issei, she said devilishly. If that's what you think of me, she said as she stood up with the help of her queen Zerchus-sama, Rias's brother. And she are going to look for you so that you join her entourage by force, and she will buy you a wife with her, she said with some tears. I see, then I should just torture Rias so Surzex doesn't bother me, said Issei, but his sister gets in his way. What's wrong with you? You're not like that. Isara shouted angrily. Issei, what happened to you? Don't you see that everyone was worried about you, even Renko and Sona, she said, looking serious. Issei approached Isara. I gave you a chance to win my forgiveness, so don't waste what I gave you or else you'll end up like Takeda, Issei threatened since he wasn't in the mood. Isara only ways to shed tears. What did you do to Issei, he said while looking at him. You are not Issei. I am Issei, but the one who should have been the beginning knows that, Isara. Forget that you are my sister. For me you are dead. If I see you again, I will kill you, said Issei to leave everyone behind. T.2 Fear. Everyone from the student council was shocked by what just happened. How Issei treated Renko and Sona. Tomo Kaicho is fine, she said worriedly. Sona, don't worry a bit, she said. She was shedding some tears. That wasn't Issei-kun, she said, wiping her tears. Isara, you're right, Sona. He wasn't Issei, seriously. Tsubaki, Issei is right. He treated everyone well, except Adi, Sona and Renko, she said seriously. Renko, he didn't look like Issei, he said as he stood up. Momo, what do you think happened to him? She said worried. Kuroka, Issei Naya's smell was different, she said, drawing the attention of all presenters. Tomo, how different, said seriously. Rhea, calm down. She knows something, she said, looking at the black-haired girl. Kuroka, the smell that Issei Naya gave off was as if she were another person, she said, making everyone look at her. Renko, like it was someone else, she said, stopping to remember what Issei said. Wait, you are demons, she said, as everyone realizes that Renko had found out about the supernatural. Isara, Renko, know us. I didn't finish speaking because Sona gave herself away. Sona, yes we are, while she shows her demon wings, and the other girls too, leaving Renko in shock, but we are not like Issei. Pieces of me now, she said seriously, calling Renko's attention. That spoke. Renko, because Issei told you that. Besides Rias, who is the only one I heard was that she and a group of girls were dating Takeda. She said she's recovered. Sona, what happens is that Rias along with her parents, and Takeda with Rias, and the others were torturing Issei because they thought he didn't have any sacred gears, she said. Renko, sacred gears, what is that? He said with doubt. Yura, the sacred gears are weapons created by God so that humans could defend themselves, said the brunette, seriously surprised. Momo, but there are 2 sacred gears that are special, said, calling the attention. Rhea, that's where the 2 celestial dragons Drake and Albion are sealed, Sirius. Tomo, the 2 Longinus that have the power to kill the god Sirius. Renko, what does it have to do with Issei? She said she is in doubt. Raruko, what happens is that Isara has the divine divide where Albion's soul is and Takeda had the Bostiger, she said seriously. Yura, and they both joined the Rias clan while Issei didn't have it, or that was what was supposed to be, said Yamando, giving Renko's attention. Tsubaki, when they realized that Issei-kun didn't have sacred gears, his parents got so frustrated that they hit him. Just like Isara, she said seriously. Isara just lowered her head. Kuroka, are you saying that's why I see Naya is so cold with almost everyone? Naya, Kuroka said seriously. Renko, not only because of that, she said sadly, all the girls, look, before you moved here Issei was already mistreated in the worst way possible, she said sadly. Sona, what do you mean? Speak, she said seriously. Isara, what it means is that Issei never stood out in school. My brother and I always didn't get all the love from our parents, but Issei never gave it importance. He was hit for no reason by my father and mother for always bringing low grades, she said. She is falling. Renko, Takeda, he was the most popular in school, he was athletic, intelligent, and above all he was handsome. On the other hand, Issei was different, he was like to say normal, he was not athletic or handsome, he was scared every time I saw him, he walked alone. Yamas, he didn't hang out with anyone, said this. Isara, Issei suffered a lot, he was beaten countless kisses. I never defended him. My damn arrogance for believing myself superior to Issei. He never managed to make friends, he was always alone. After a while I found out from Renko that he was dating a teacher, he said with hatred in his voice. Renko, but in the end it was all a lie, said this. Tsubaki, as it was a lie, and how do you know? She said seriously. Renko, I saw Issei being beaten and the teachers didn't do anything, even the teacher who he thought loved him she said sadly. Flashback 2 years ago. You can see a brunette walking. Asia leaving school. The reason is that she had just finished the club activities and stayed until she heard something that caught her attention. Renko went to see where the noise was coming from and saw Issei lying on the floor being beaten by the teacher and some students. Issei. Teacher. Looking at Asa's homeroom. Teacher. Help, teacher. Teacher 1, kick him. Renko looked at this with shock and anger. She didn't know what to do until she heard something that left her in shock. Issei. Teacher, what happened to us? Teacher, our thing? Please, did you really think I'd go out with a loser like you? You're really stupid. I only did it to make love to your brother, but you're not even good at that. Issei, they are serious with his head down. Teacher, I've never spoken so sincerely. Guys, kick me harder, and I'll reward you. Lifting her skirt a little. 1, you heard, guys. 2, with everything. All yes. Renko just looked helplessly as some tears came out of her face while she heard Issei laugh, and after an hour of watching Issei being beaten she was going to go help him, but she heard Issei talking. Issei getting up, it hurts more. They're all going to turn them off. Squeezing his fists tightly, bleeding. Renko looked at all this worriedly. Renko, Issei worried. End of flashback. Since that day, every time I saw Issei he looked like someone lifeless, a dead person. But when I looked into his eyes and the way he spoke, he seemed like the same boy as before, said Renko while tears ran down her face. We have to go look for him now, said Sona, to which everyone nodded and went to look for Issei. Elsewhere, a black-haired man could be seen walking and hearing voices in his head. Issei, why didn't you kill her? Because he still has those feelings. You know they are useless. Eliminate those feelings things. Just let yourself go. Become someone without emotions. Shut up, said Issei in a low voice. Leave me alone, he said back. You can't. We will never leave you. We will always be there for you. But before Issei can answer, a tail grabs him and sends him crashing into a tree. Demon, wow, what do we have here? Said a demon. Demon, ha ha ha, but the food is already here, said the other demon. Really, they are annoying, said Issei walking towards the demons while one of his eyes began to shine, scaring the demons. Don't think you're a big deal, he said before launching into the attack. At that moment I saw Renko, Kuroka and Sona with the other girls run looking for Issei until they hear an explosion. Kuroka, that smell is I see Naya, she said worriedly. Renko, come on. "We have to go fast," said, to which everyone nods and runs to where Issei is. When they arrived, they could see that the place was almost destroyed, but in the end they saw Issei coming out of the fire walking with his clothes destroyed. But what surprised Issei the most was seeing how he was covered by darkness. All the girls were on their toes. All of them, Issei/San/Chan/Kun/Naya, they said, worried for Issei, but they all realized that this power was different until they heard a voice in the girls' minds. "Zero, girls, listen carefully. This Issei is not the same," he said seriously. "Renko, it seems that Issei is not the same." Worried. "Zero, it seems that Issei was divided by another personality," said this seriously, scaring the girls. "Isara, what do you mean?" she said worriedly. "Zero, it's very difficult to explain, but if Issei continues in this form he will lose all his feelings and that will give way forever, so I tell him this quickly, seriously." "Sona, and what would it be?" I said worried. "Zero, easy." Kuroka, calling the Nikomoda's attention. "I'm going to tell you that I'm going to make Issei have a headache so that you come closer and try to get Issei out of that nightmare, and do it quickly," he said seriously, and Kuroka just nods. While that happened, Issei looked at the demons as he trembled with fear. The three demons didn't know what to do, so the first two attacked them while Issei watched in slow motion as they moved. He just moved his hands masterfully, covering himself from the attack. Everyone is surprised at how Issei repelled the attack. "Okay, I'll go," said he. Grabbed both of their heads, making them collide, making their heads explode. "Go on. They are weak," said Issei, being surrounded by an enormous darkness, making the last demon look at him in fear. Everyone was scared by the immense amount of power that Issei was releasing until Issei died. Everyone was bandaged from the torso and arm while a darkness surrounded Issei. "Die," said Issei, appearing in front of the demon, cutting him in half. "Pathetic," he said, and then saw all the Citri girls. "Issei, simply point their swords at them until he starts to feel a headache," I shouted. "Issei." "Zero now, Kuroka," shouted the dragon. "Isara now," she said seriously, and Renko ran to where Issei was. She came and hugged Issei with affection and love. But Issei was moving in an aggressive manner since he remembered how he was before a lot. In Issei's mind he was watching how he was mistreated by his brothers and his parents, and Black was there. "Issei, I don't want to suffer anymore," Issei said with tears. "Black, that's why I need you to join Ami Issei to kill our parents and the Renko bitch along with everyone who gets in my way," he said it seriously. In that, Issei hears Kuroka's voice. "Kuroka, no, Issei, that's a lie. Naya, don't pay any attention. Naya, you're not like that. Naya," I said it sad. "Kuroka. Black, don't listen to her. Issei, join Ami. We will be invincible like this. Ha ha ha," he laughed sadistically. "Kuroka, Issei, I don't know what you suffered, but Ami, you gave me a chance. You helped me when I was hurt. You healed me. You made me feel special for the first time. Naya, I want you to start feeling the same," Naya said. Kuroka seriously. "Issei, leave me now. I don't want to suffer because of that again," said Issei, crying while he saw how he was deceived by his Samantha, and how he coldly rejected her out of spite. Kuroka looked at all this and hugged Issei even harder. "Kuroka, Issei, show him that you can love. Remember the moments you spent with all the girls and with me, Naya," she said seriously. Issei was crying watching his brown self being brutally beaten, and Issei wanted to do something but he couldn't. "Issei, I just wanted someone to love me," he said, crying, "and listen to you and go up. Look what it was. The memories that happened with Sona and the rest of the girls, and Kuroka with Isara, until the appearance of Renko, where he remembers the word that he said to himself. I will show you that there are people who really care about me." At that, a glow covers Issei, while Black began to curse. "Damn, Issei, I know you'll fall into darkness, but for now, keep enjoying yourself," he said. Everyone saw that Issei returned to normal, but he separated from Kuroka's hug and started walking. The Citri group, Isara, Renko, and Kuroka, saw Issei walking and followed him until Issei was on the beach and lit a bonfire while looking at the sea and sitting on the sand. "Now you can rotate that three demons very easily. I think I need to drink something alone," said this one, looking at the campfire, and then he hears a voice and look, it's Kuroka. "I knew Issei would be here, Naya," she said it, lying, since she and the other girls were following him, and waited for him to return to normal. "Hello, Kuroka, what are you doing here?" he said calmly, without noticing the other girls. "I wanted to be with you, Issei." "Naya," he said it with a sincere smile. "It's fine, but there's nothing to eat or drink," he said calmly. I know, and you don't have to worry about the food, he said as he sat next to Issei. This was seen by the girls. Beautiful, isn't it, said Issei looking at the stars. It's beautiful, Issei. Naya, said Kuroka. I know it's too beautiful for this world, he said calmly. You know, Naya, you are different now, Naya, you know there are people who would help you, Naya, said Issei, is smiling, just lower his head. If you saw the girls, right, the expression on their faces, I've already lost my mind. I can't even look them in the eyes, the only ones who endured my coldness without caring. I threatened Sona and Renko and even Isara. They came to kill you, demon. I felt it too, in fact. Until now I feel fine, he said it while holding his head and in spite of himself, ruffling his hair. Kuroka looks at this surprised, as does Sona and the other girls, since they thought that Issei never cared about her. Kuroka, Issei, are you? She said, surprised. Issei, I'm afraid to turn into something that doesn't have feelings, that can't feel love or affection. I don't want that, he said, crying. Kuroka is surprised and hugs him, just like the other girls come out of hiding and hug Issei, surprising him, while he continues to cry. T.2 Issei versus the Gremory. It was already morning in the city of Kuoh, where Seve sees an Issei who is opening his eyes but feels his body heavy when he sees Sona along with the rest of the girls. Just like Renko, Issei was surprised until someone spoke. Zero, I see you woke up, friend, he said happily. Issei, Zero. What happened yesterday really happened, seriously. Zero, if Issei really happened, you lost one or two feelings, said, calling the attention of the black-haired man. Issei, I see, thanks, Zero, said Issei seriously. Zero, you're welcome, mate. And about yesterday, he said seriously. Issei only knows that he was static and imposing for remembering the events. How he felt like being with the girls for the first time in his life. He felt something, but Issei didn't know. Issei, thank you, Zero, for worrying and for helping me get out of that nightmare, he said seriously. Zero, no problem. Besides, Issei, there are people who truly care about you. Don't let the darkness consume you. Seriously, well, I'm sleepy, see you later. After Zero said goodbye to Issei, the girls started to get up, and seeing Issei, well, they hugged him, which Issei reciprocated until he spoke. Issei-chi, girls, he said, calling the girls' attention. I'm sorry about yesterday, he said seriously. All the girls looked at this a little surprised. All of them, don't worry, Issei/Kun/Chan/Naya, they said in unison. Issei, thanks, girls, he said, putting on a smile for the first time, something that the girls smiled at. After that short talk, all the girls left, even though Issei felt uncomfortable looking at Sona and Renko as well as Isara. When they all arrived at the academy, everyone went to their respective classrooms, but Issei grabbed Renko's arm and Issei spoke. Issei-rin, Renko, I want to apologize for what happened yesterday, he said seriously and sadly. Renko looked at Issei and then put on a smile. Renko, Issei, you have nothing to worry about, she said, looking into his eyes until she hugs him, surprising Issei. Renko, Issei, yo, she said while she was about to shed tears, I was worried about you. Not just me, the other girls too, Issei. Please, you are not alone. You have us, Ami, Kuroka, Isara, Sona, Tomo, Rhea, Momo, Ruruko, and Tsubaki, crying. Please, Issei, trust us, she said. She is serious. Issei just in shock as he slowly hugged her. Don't believe him. Just not using it. He just wants to play with our feelings again. Darkness alone will not save. Issei just ignored the voices in his head. After a while they both separate, and Renko wipes her tears. Renko, let's go to class, Issei-kun, she said, putting on a smile, while Issei just nods. Classes passed normally while Issei continued to be observed by the other students, but Issei did not care in the least. When the bell rang, Issei left with his two friends and went to the music club, while Renko went to the student council. Motohama, and well, Issei, we played today, taking the bass. Matsuda, yes, Issei, what are we playing today, sitting on the drums? Issei just stays thinking until he speaks. Issei, guys, I already know which one we will play. Serious, ready, receiving a nod from both. Issei's song only reflects that someone should help him, that in the end, someone should be there for him. This was seen by the entire school, and for a certain group of girls, they understood Issei's message. Ugh, sighing, let's go for the other one, guys, said Issei. When Issei finished singing the song, he smiled because finally there are people he can trust and stop fighting alone. Well, this is the last one, seriously. This song is dedicated to each one of you, he said coldly. The whole school was in shock, especially for a certain redhead with hatred in her voice. In the occult club, Rias frowned. Akeno, calling the attention of the aforementioned, bring me the fallen angel, now putting on a smile. Akeno felt and went to look for the fallen angel. When I returned, she brought a black-haired girl with violet eyes and a very revealing outfit, while she had some wounds. Okay, you're going to help me, putting on a smile. Later, Issei retreats after classes before the girls reach him, but then a magic circle appears. Gremory, Issei thought, making a face. Zero, get ready buddy, this is going to be very interesting serious. At that, Issei summons his dark sword, but at that moment the least expected person for the Zerchist appears. Lucifer, what do you want? Said this seriously. What I'm telling you is to come to the underworld for a raiding game seriously. Tell me why I should accept. He got annoyed. Because if you don't do it I will make you an enemy of the demons, he said seriously. Besides, if you lose you will become my sister's new pawn, and you will serve her like the dirty dragon that you are, said the Mao with arrogance. Issei just makes a face and then accepts that there is a battlefield. And well, Lucy, how are the rules? Said Issei seriously. Easy, if you lose you join my sister's entourage, but if you win I will stop bothering you. Also the simple rule is you can kill Sirius. Then a magic circle appears where Rias comes out, and his nobility Issei only puts on a serious expression, Alaves a cold look. Issei was being surrounded by the Gremory group, but the rule is that you can kill. Give up, Issei. You can't take on everyone, said the redhead. Why so much effort? What does he achieve by having me? Said Issei coldly. That doesn't matter to you. I just want your power to free myself from the damn commitment I have with Razor, she said angrily. So do it the easy way and you won't get out Erdo, my little pawn. Rias said mockingly. I see. In that case he began to increase so much power, while summoning a sword of darkness wrapped in black fog. Then I will subject you to great despair. It will be to such an extent that you will never forget, said Issei coldly. In that, Issei selança Asia Akeno, who couldn't do anything since she had Issei in front of her. First with Taigo lunatic, said Issei, cutting off her arm and grabbing her to scream. Aw, damn you! I screamed furiously, but before anything could happen Issei hit him in the ribs. Crack! That's what they heard. Akeno was shot out until she crashed into a wall. Issei in a blink of an eye appears to kick Asia with a kick so strong that it broke Asia's back. Asia damn, said Kiba to launch into a sword duel. Issei was dodging all the swords that Kiba was trying to give him. Dodging them all, Issei, already tired, with a thrust, pierces Kiba's throat. You should never have fought a sword duel with me, amateur, said Issei to decapitate Kiba. All the girls watched in horror as Issei killed Kiba. Kina-senpai, said Kanik while she was thinking about shedding tears. Someone ma, I didn't finish speaking because Issei was smoking and was about to fly. Rias, are you okay? Said Zerchist. Anasama, Issei killed Kiba, he said through tears. More if that face. Show your face. Follow. More. Shut up, said Issei mentally. Just let the darkness consume you. Just accept me. Let go of your feelings. Acceptal. No, Jamus, never again will I use it, said Issei mentally while his arm was covered in darkness. Yes, more, said Issei while his arm was turning into darkness. More, yes, more, ha ha ha, I'll kill you all. Issei's body was slowly turning into darkness. Coming out from between the wall of a building, I look at Surzex and the rest. I told them I didn't want to join any faction because they don't understand. Issei growls angrily. Everyone was trembling as Issei had half of his body wrapped in darkness. I'm sorry, Issei-kun, but your parents didn't give their permission, so you better join my sister's entourage. And that's it, he said, increasing his punching power. Issei laughed. I see you don't understand demons. He said, annoyed. Then I will destroy the faction of the demons, exclaimed Issei, and increasing more and more his power that easily surpassed Surzex. Issei with a quick movement appeared in front of Zerchist and punched him in the stomach, sending him flying where Issei at speed and Inamana appeared above Zerchist where he hit him with a hammer. Landing on the ground, he grabbed Surzex by the leg and began slamming him multiple times against the ground, causing a lot of damage. After that, Issei revives an attack from behind by Rias. Gremory, Issei said with hatred. Using Surzex as a weapon, he speared Rias' Gremory hammer. Using Surzex as a weapon, he struck Rias, sending her crashing through multiple homes. Rias tried to get up, but it was impossible for her. Then she saw Issei walking towards her while her whole body was covered by lightning. This attack won't kill you, he said while creating a ball of energy. Grabbing Rias by the face, Issei soon tortures Riyadh with electricity, causing him much pain. While Rias screamed in agony, Issei's eye began to darken, revealing a great void. Be thankful that he didn't kill you, ha ha. Issei laughed. He began to torture the rays on Rias with more force. Will you stop bothering me? Because if not, I'll kill all your entourage and your family. Issei shouts, making Rias cry and scare. After an hour of torturing Rias, Issei releases her, falling badly wounded. While Zercha sees Issei annoyed. You'll pay for it, Dark Drango, he said. going into a magic circle with Rias's entire entourage. After that, Issei is carried. In an alley, he simply puts on a smile and starts walking. While Issei walks, he kept hearing voices. Kill, kill, Mata Issei. Kill them, Issei, kill them. Exterminate those filthy demons. Issei just puts on a bloodthirsty smile, and Asta realizes what was happening. No, 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 said scared Issei. Shit, ah. Mentally shouted, I used to know I don't want to be a monster. Issei followed a Dido in his thoughts until he sees in front of him someone who ruined his life. No. Because you're here, Samantha, said Issei in shock. T.2 Reunion and Fallen Angel. Issei was in total shock. The person he was seeing was none other than Samantha, his ex-teacher and girlfriend. Issei didn't know what to do at that moment until he simply started to run. Afterwards, Issei found himself in the park. He was only 600 feet away. Why did he have to come to Kuoh, he thought, annoyed. That's because you're stupid, Issei said, an unknown voice. Who are you, he said, annoyed. You really forgot about me, Issei, haha, he said mockingly. It can't be you. You must be dead, he said, annoyed. Unfortunately not for you, said Black. First of all, how are you sorry to see her, Issei, he said mockingly. Issei didn't respond. He just stayed silent. Haha, you should have seen your face, Issei, said Black. Issei didn't say anything. Then Black gets behind him and whisper. Come on, kid. There's something to do, he said, whispering. Issei didn't respond and thought about walking. There is a place until he finds himself at a certain point. All hitting the bear, Issei approaches. Tell me what you want, he said, cold and serious while creating a weapon. Speak, he said again. Thanks, said Issei in a low voice, only raising an eyebrow. Why do you thank me if I don't do anything? Issei asked curiously. Because you killed the security. I was a slave to him as a sexual object, said somewhat scared. Issei is surprised where he is only hugging her, something that surprises the fallen angel. If you want you can vent, he said seriously while hugging her like a bear. The fallen angel began to cry inconsolably. After an hour, better, Issei asked, receiving a feeling from Issei. Well, I have something to do, so what do you say? Come with me, he asked. Hello. The fallen angel follows him where Issei arrives, where this was his house, where his eyes are torn. This? Asked Integrated. What is your name? Asked Issei. Ryusoulger, he said, stuttering. Okay, Ryusoulger, stay here, I have something to do, he said, walking like that inside the house. When he enters, he sees Asu's father talking calmly while the black-haired man walks towards them until he says them in front of him. Son, what are you doing here? Said Gora nervously. Because they did it, said this, annoyed seeing his parents. Issei was in the house waiting for his parents to answer. And they have something to say, he said coldly. Son, his father didn't finish speaking because Issei grabbed him by the neck. It wasn't enough for you to make my life impossible. Now you're involving me with them. How much more will this continue to mess with my life? Issei shouted, unleashing his killer instinct. Son, stop it. Let your father go, said his mother, crying. Son, after what they did to me, how they mistreated me, they are the worst scum in the damn world, said angrily Issei, letting go of his father. At that he grabs his arm. No one ever told me congratulations, son, for a 7. Not always a hit, he said angrily, breaking his father's arm. What the hell did I do to you guys to earn your hatred? Don't you remember that Takeda always ignored you guys and never cared about you guys since he would rather be with Rias's parents because you're rich? I was always there for you guys. I wanted to earn even a little bit of your love, a little bit of a hug. Even an I love you was enough for me, things that you guys never gave me, said Issei. Issei's parents were thinking about everything. Issei was right, he was always there for them, but they treated him like shit from his father, who was grabbing his arm. Son, he couldn't finish speaking. Stop calling me scum, son, said this annoyed man. Now they're going to turn it off for me. Summoning his sword, Issei walked towards his parents. So that you don't interfere with my life, I'm going to end my past with you, said Issei. In a strike, he cut off his father's head, making his mother bleed. Her mother was horrified by what she just saw her son kill his father. Son, stop this madness, shedding tears. Why don't you call your son? Takeda, putting on a smile. Son, please stop crying, please give me one more chance, she said, pleading. Issei allowed it. He pierced his sword through his chest, right to the heart, finally killing his family. He wanted a perfect son. He was so obsessed that in the end he had asked for the sincere love that his other son had. Issei approached the stove, turned on the gas stove and lit the fire. It didn't take long for him to get away from the house. A few minutes later, the house exploded in a huge ball of fire, setting fire to his old home with the corpses of his parents inside. This is just the beginning. While walking, Issei meets the fallen angel that he helped let go, We have to talk to someone, he said seriously, making the black-haired girl nod. Issei wouldn't notice that his black hair had white streaks while black smiles. In his mind, well, at least now it will be much easier for me to get out of this body, ha ha ha, he laughed maniacally. But something is missing, that fuse that will break his sanity, he said seriously. Issei and Ryusoulger walked together in a somewhat awkward silence. It was the right thing to do, because I see. What do I do now? I don't know what to do anymore. That's what Issei kept repeating to himself until he arrived at Kuoh Academy. The two of them entered where they found Sona and her sister, where everyone looked at him in surprise until Issei told him everything, until the battle against the Gremory, until the death of his parents, which made his sister cry, as well as another who was shocked but didn't say anything. Alamana next. Issei was heading towards the academy while ignoring all the students for coming with a large group of girls, while everyone went to their respective classrooms until the principal comes in and speaks. Very well, young people. Today I come to introduce you to your new history teacher, she said with a pass sign where a pink-haired teacher with glasses, apparently 35 years old, enters. Hello everyone, I'm your new history teacher. Nice to meet you. I'm Samantha, she said with a smile. Issei makes a face when he hears that. I finally have the bomb I needed to get out, haha, laughed Black. T.2 Faction Meeting. 1. Issei was surprised to return to the person who screwed him in the past, just like Renko was looking at Issei, worried about his reaction, but she was surprised that Issei took it too. That's what she thought. Samantha, well, I think I've introduced myself, now I'm going to take attendance, she said to take attendance, but when she arrived where Issei was, something that surprised her. Hi Hyoudou, Issei, she said stuttering. Issei present said this one as if nothing had happened. Samantha is happy but then lowers her head in sadness at remembering what happened to her in the past. The classes went by normally, but Samantha kept looking at Issei, and he was getting tired when the bell rang. Issei was the first to leave without Renko being able to follow him, nor could the teacher. Outside the academy, Issei was walking very upset. Samantha, Issei, wait, she screamed, but Issei nothing. At that, Samantha grabs Issei by the arm, which makes the black-haired man stiffen. Samantha, Issei-kun, can I talk to you, she said between her plea. Issei, there's nothing to talk about, Samantha, he said to free himself from the grip, but in that Samantha hugs him from behind and starts to cry. Samantha, Issei, I want to ask for your forgiveness, she said pleadingly. Sorry. After what he did to me, what a bucking hypocrite. These were the thoughts of the black-haired man who first made a face of disgust at his parents, and now he was a bitch. Issei, I don't want to know anything about you, and much less about someone who opens their leg to anyone, said coldly. Samantha only starts to cry, waiting for Issei to start to get upset. Let me go, Samantha, he said annoyed, but the pink-haired girl didn't let go. At that, Issei's eye started to shine blood red. Let me go, Samantha, now, he said coldly. Samantha gets scared and moves away from the black-haired man. When he looks at her, she starts to get scared because of his look. There was no brightness, just a deep darkness. Issei, let it be the last time you talk to me, he said coldly as he left, leaving Samantha crying. On the way, the black-haired man collides with a brown-haired girl with green eyes, big breasts, and a nurse's dress. Issei Ito, he said, rubbing his head, but when he looks at the nurse he blushes slightly, as does the teacher. Ito, sorry, I hadn't seen you before, said the black-haired boy, shaking his hand to the brunette, who just looks at the black-haired boy with a small blush on her face. Thank you, my name is Chisato Hasegawa. I'm the new nurse, she said seriously. Issei, so my name is Hyoudou. Issei, he said equally seriously, looking into the nurse's eyes. Sorry, but I have something to do, with your permission. But before the black-haired man could leave, the nurse grabbed Issei's arm and just raised his eyebrow. Chisato, sorry for asking, could you guide me to the infirmary, she said, putting on a smile which made Issei feel a pulse in his heart. The black-haired boy nods and accompanies her. While even walking, they talked about trivial things and some laughter from the brunette and the black-haired boy, and that they passed next to Samantha. Issei alone ignores her, while Samantha had a pulse in her heart to see Issei with the nurse. When they arrived at their destination, before Issei says goodbye, Chisato grabs him and gives him a kiss on the lips, which surprised the black-haired boy. Chisato, this is a gift from me, he said, winking at her. And here, I'll give you my number, so if you need anything, call me, and I'd also like to be more to you, he said. Then mischievous Issei just approaches and gives her a short kiss while Lita spanks her, making the brunette moan. Chisato Kia, moaning, if you want to talk, or approaching the black-haired boy's ear, come here to the infirmary, and I'll heal your wounds, he said seductively while licking the black-haired boy's ear. So they both said goodbye, but neither noticed that a teacher was watching this with sadness, and with some treacherous tears. Music club. When Issei arrived at the music club, his friends asked him why this solo took so long. He grabbed his shoulders so they could get comfortable and start playing. At the end of the song, the whole school applauds, while in the council, Issei said something with the lyrics. While a teacher is surprised in the infirmary, Chisato Serralabio his lips. Issei let's go with the other one said this one, and his friends nod at that. Issei feels a great pulse in his whole body, and his eyes shine a little to return to normal. Many did not notice except those of the council and Chisato, and that his friends ask him. This one nods and starts to play. After the song, many saw a delicacy that looked at them all with a maniacal smile. After the song, everyone returned to their classes where Issei was about to leave until he received a hug from someone from behind. When he turned around, he saw Tsubaki hugging him. Tsubaki, hello Issei, she said. Issei, Tsubaki, what happened? He asked curiously without removing his serious face. At that, Tsubaki tells him that there will be a faction meeting in 2 days and that Ryusoulger will be Sona's new piece. At that, Issei just nods before she leaves and receives a kiss on the lips from Tsubaki, which Issei reciprocated. Issei was walking through the streets until a car stops in front of him. When he looks curiously, he is surprised that he wants to. Chisato, hello Issei-kun, would you like me to take you to eat at my house if you want? Said Issei smiling. He just nods. When they arrived at Chisato's house, the two of them went in. After getting dressed talking, Issei gets his clothes dirty. After that, Chisato tells him to take off his clothes that she is going to wash and that he takes a bath. Issei just nod. In the bathroom, while Issei was bathing, Chisato enters, something that makes Issei look curious. Chisato just smiles and takes off his towel, and they get into the shower with Issei while the two were bathing. Chisato talks to Issei. Chisato, could you burn me from behind? Asked Chisato. Issei sigh, okay, said he to roast her. Chisato just enjoyed the hug. Your hug is warm, said Chisato, thinking about moving his hips, feeling how hard he gets. Are you a bit mysterious, Chisato, or do you want something else? Said this one, licking his cheeks. As you wish, Issei, he said in a seductive tone, turning around. Lemon skipped. At that, Issei threw himself at her, making the room fill with moans while Samantha left crying. T.2 Faction Meeting. .2 After a night of hex between Issei and Chisato, Issei was waking up naked, and the first thing he sees is the beautiful naked brunette. Where is she? She smiles and approaches Issei to give him a kiss on the lips, which Issei reciprocated. After that, they both got up where they showered together again, and then went out to the academy. At the academy, Issei had arrived at the academy where they separate. Issei Seiba goes to his classroom where he meets Samantha. Where he is, he ignores her. Samantha just lowers her head. At break time, Issei went straight to the music club, obviously answering questions from Renko and Isara, which they didn't take either. They left him anyway. Music club. I was sitting waiting for Matsuda and Motohama when the two of them came in. She came in with 2 girls, something that Issei just looked at with disinterest. These girls were Kates and Murayama. When he saw Issei, he only began to remember all the times he was hit for no reason. Issei just ignored her. When he got up, he felt a strong pulse again. Wherever he was, he put his hand on his heart, something that seemed strange to his friends. Issei didn't give it any importance until he started singing. Issei, I dedicate this song to the club, he said, putting on a maniacal smile, something that made more than one person's blood run cold, and the occult club took it the wrong way. After singing the song, Issei and the others left. 2 days later. In these 2 days, Issei had reconciled with Sona and the others, and his relationship with Chisato had improved a lot, in addition to having Hexa's advice. But for Issei that was not the problem. The problem was Kuroka, who had been screwing Issei to make kittens, something that Issei also accepted, in addition to going out on dates, making sure that the Nikomata was happy. Occult Club. In the Occult Club were all the leaders of the other factions. From Los Angeles were Michael and Gabriel. Gabriel of the Fallen was Azazel along with Penemu and 2 albinos, a girl and a boy. Issei Hyoudou. Penemu. Issei is surprised as is Isara to see his cousin, which makes him smile. Hello Isara-chan, the albino greeted, hugging her cousin. How have you been? She asked. Isara Ayase-kun is there, Ain-chan, she said with a smile, pointing at Issei. When Ain looks, she is surprised. Alaves blushes because she looks at her cousin. Issei was going to make the appearance. All the girls saw you blush. Penemu licked her lips. Ain looked like that, dear cousin, And Gabriel was blushing furiously while with the entourage Citri were the same. Issei time passed. Ain said Issei seriously. Ain is surprised by the change that her cousin suffered, but she hugs him. Ain Issei-chan, I missed you a lot, said this one while hugging the black-haired boy more tightly. This only corresponds to the hug. Besides, you became more handsome, she said with a hoarse voice. Issei just sighs, thinking about how many kisses his cousin wanted to grape him when they were kids before he suffered abuse. Note: the meeting happened the same as the anime except that Isara fights with Valley instead of Issei. End of note. Everyone was surprised by the fight. Then Issei activated his balance break and pulled out his sword. Everyone was amazed by the black-haired man's armor and the power that emanated from it. In the mind of the black-haired man, black, if Issei does a little more and I'll leave, ha 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 ha. He laughed maniacally. This time no one will stop me, ha ha ha, he said. Out of Issei's mind, Issei and Vala were looking at each other while their powers grew, making the whole earth tremble. Issei's eyes opened, showing eyes full of bloodlust. Issei, okay, I said the black-haired boy with a distracted voice. Vala, come on Hyoudou, Issei, show what you can do, he said as he charged at the black-haired boy. Both of them start to clash their fists against each other while the whole place starts to shake from the immense power of the two celestial dragons. Neither of them retreats. At that, Issei lands a powerful blow to the face and Vala's abdomen, flying off to crash against the old building. Issei is sent flying back to Asia. Vala, who does the same, where the two of them clash their fists again, each one trying to hit the other with kicks, knees, elbows. But neither of them hit each other. At that, Issei separates from Valley and gets into a fighting stance to dodge another blow and stop it to kick him, sending him flying. At that, Issei appeared in front of Vala to give him a series of blows where Vala could not do anything while Issei's power grew abruptly. He hit him in the chin, sending him flying. In a blur, he appeared above Vala where he kneed him in the stomach, making him spit blood. But Issei, I don't know what he would give. While Vala was on the floor, Issei starts to give him a lot of brutal blows, making all his armor disappear. But Issei starts to float and looks at a completely beaten Vala. Issei, really, this is the Security? What a waste of time, said this, annoyed to deactivate his armor and walk towards the girls. But Vala launches a power where the leaders and his cousins and girlfriends, where he looked at Vala standing somewhat in pain while bleeding. Vala, we're not done yet, Hyoudou, Issei said this, annoyed, but suddenly a gigantic power and full of bloodlust was felt in the place. Everyone was trembling with fear. Then Issei looks again at the leaders, but he looks again at his cousin who was hurt. And that, Issei turns to Vala, looking at him with pure rage and bloodlust. Issei, you know, Vala, I can allow you to betray the factions. I can allow you to try to humiliate me, but I will never allow you to touch the people I trust again, he said coldly while Issei's power overflowed. While the whole place was about to turn dark, Issei's body was releasing a large amount of abysmal power, almost on par with Ophis. Issei, now you will see, Security, I said Issei coldly, that I am more powerful than you, shouted Issei, causing the whole place to be completely destroyed. Luckily, the leaders protected themselves in time, as did the others, but when the smoke cleared they could see with horror more of the girls in contrast to that transformation. Season 2 finale. Everyone was scared, but a group of girls were terrified to see that transformation again. Gruowawa. It was the roar of the beast. Everyone was terrified, but Vala was the worst off. Valley balance break curse, exclaimed the albino. At that, Issei launched himself at an incredible speed to give Valley a strong blow to the face and sent him crashing. In the mind, the black-haired man was walking in a dark place until he heard a voice. Black, wow, Issei, you came so early to play, he said sarcastically with a smile. Issei, so we are in my mind. Meaning you are out now, the black-haired man said seriously. Black, yes and no, what is outside is my other half. I only came to finish Taigo, Issei said this one. Issei just stayed silent while his hair covered his eyes. Issei, we have to end this now, said the black-haired man seriously. Black, I couldn't agree more, said he, taking out a sword just like the black-haired man. Both looked at each other. Raising his power, Issei disappeared in a blur and appeared in front of Black, who quickly covered himself. Out of mind, Issei would be beating up a Vala. Very hurt in that, Issei grabs Vala's head and buries it in the ground, and then, to make matters worse, drags it all over the ground, making Vala scream in pain. In Issei's mind, a battle was taking place where Black dodges Issei's thrusts, and with his sword he throws a dark power at Black, and he just dodges it, making Issei surprised. In that, Black disappears from Issei's sight. He quickly manages to cover himself from the attack. Black, sweet dreams, Issei, he said with a smile, while a huge explosion manages to hit Issei directly. Out of mind. Everyone was watching the fight, and Vala managed to dodge an attack from Issei to give him a dragon shot, causing him to fall to the ground. Suddenly, he felt a great increase in power. Everyone worried about how Issei was changing. Ain cousin said worriedly. Ain. Renko Issei-kun said Renko worriedly. Sona, what happened to you? Issei said Sona, scared and at the same time worried. When the smoke cleared, everyone gave in. Surprised by the change Issei had undergone, his body now became wider, and he had a tail. Vala was totally scared by what he was seeing. Vala, come on, Drake said seriously. This one. Drake, come on, Ibio. He also said, what happened to you, Hyoudou? Issei, he thought with concern. I, the one who woke up. Vala's armor was changing. I am the heavenly dragon who stole all the principle of God's domination. His arms were turning into claws. I laugh at infinity and pity the dream. The part of the helmet became a dragon, and wings came out. I will become the red dragon of domination. Your armor changed to a larger one. I will sink you into the depths of crimson purgatory. In that, Vala released a great amount of power and transformed into a dragon. Juggernaut drive. In Issei's mind, Black was looking bored at the gigantic crater when Issei left the place. Issei, damn, it's stronger than I thought, said the black-haired man, annoyed. Black, foo, go on. You really held up, Issei, he said with malice. At that, Issei uses his sword where it was covered by darkness. He launches himself to hit him. Black easily dodges the attack, and that this weak against Issei, where he lands a strong blow to the Issei's head, and then takes his head and slams it against the ground, where Issei makes a moan of pain. Issei manages to hit Black in the face away from him. The Seiza at an incredible speed. This would try to hit him, but Black covered him. In that, Black does a spin where he hits Issei in the mind, making him fly. Asia Riva. In that, Black uses Raise in his hand where he throws it at Issei, hitting him full force, making him fly, but Black doesn't know what would stop there. This runs to give Issei a series of blows. Issei just spits blood to get up but is grabbed by the neck by Black. Issei just looks at him, and then gets out of the grip. Out of mind. The battle between the Sekurudai and Issei was brutal. All the leaders were covering themselves with magic circles. Vala rushes out to try to hit Issei, who only covers himself. In that, Issei appears above Vala, charging power in his hands where he throws it at Vala, causing him to fly out spitting blood. At that point, the barrier breaks where a boy with a cane appears. Biko, okay, what happened to you, friend? He asked, worried, but suddenly he managed to react in time, dodging Issei's attack, but it wouldn't last long since Issei gave him a knee to the abdomen. In Issei's mind, Issei was blocking Black's attacks. Black stopped dodging. Damn it, he growled angrily, trying to hit Issei, but Issei responds in the same way. Out of mind. Vala and Bikwa were completely wounded, but they managed to keep him at bay. Echo was careless when Bikwa Issei cut his arm with his sword, but with his tail he sent him flying. In the mind, Black was desperately attacking Issei. Issei, let's go a little further, said this annoyed. Black, you won't beat me twice, said this annoyed, but when he was going to attack Issei, he dodged it and cut his arm, making him scream in pain. But Issei, I don't know what he would give, so he stabs his sword in his abdomen, making him spit blood. Black, bad damn, said between breaks. Issei, this is the end, said this tired. Black just puts on a smile to finally disappear into particles of light. Out of Issei's mind. Issei, everyone was watching how Issei was losing his transformation. Asta falls to the floor unconscious. Bikwa takes advantage of this and grabs Vala and takes him in a magic circle. Everyone ran to see how Issei was doing. Luckily, he was fine, but everyone saw how his hair was turning white. 1 week later, since the battle between Issei and Vala, also for signing the peace treaty, Issei had constant nightmares. Seeing how he killed everyone, even Black laughed maniacally. Issei always woke up sweaty and with tears in his eyes. All the girls also worried about him. At school, everyone found out about the death of Issei's parents, and Isara Ain was with them, worried about her cousin's health. But she couldn't do anything with Issei. He was lying under a tree with his eyes closed, thinking about what Black told him. Flashback. Black Pwag spitting blood. Congratulations, Issei, ha 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 ha, he laughed maniacally. Issei, what are you laughing at? Said this annoyed. Black, nothing, Issei, it's just that at last we will be united, ha 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 ha, he laughed maniacally. And you know the best of all is that you will kill everyone, ha ha ha, he laughed, disappearing. Flashback end. Suddenly Issei's arm starts to show marks. Issei starts to get scared. His whole body starts to hurt. No, this can't be happening. Because they were what Issei was thinking, terrifying. His hair was getting whiter. Please let this be a dream. I don't want to turn into a monster. No, no, no. Issei starts to shed tears while his hair was turning white. He gets up and starts running out of the academy. This was seen by the entire student council, Renko Isara Chisato, who go out to chase him. In that, Issei's memories invade his memory. When he was a happy boy with his brothers, mom, dad, when they loved him, they all smiled together. We will always love you, son, said Issei's father. You will never be a mistake for us, son, said Issei's mother. I will always protect you, little brother, said Takeda with a smile. You will always be my little brother, said Isara happily. We love you, Issei/Ni/Chun, they all said. Issei was just crying for the beautiful moments he lived with them until he remembers the moment of his mistreatment. A 7 is a damn shame, said Gora, hitting him in the face. You're just a mistake. I wish I'd never had you, said her mother. I never thought I'd understand a more useless brother, said Takeda. You're just useless. I hate you. You'll never be my brother, said Isara. Issei remembers every blow and humiliation he suffered, how he wanted to be loved by his parents, but in the end he earned their contempt. At that point, he kneels down and stands up to listen to Black's voice. There's not much left, ha ha ha. Now you'll see how you kill all those girls who love you. You will become the monster you always wanted to be. You will bring the world to an end, ha ha ha. Issei, get out of my head. He screamed, destroying everything. Please someone kill me, Issei screamed desperately until he heard a voice. Renko, Issei, please, she screamed desperately. Issei, Renko, please kill me, he said, handing her a weapon while looking at her with tears in his eyes. Renko, no, Issei, I can't see any other way. What will happen to the girls you care about, she said, crying. Issei, please, Renko, kill me before it gets too late, he said, lowering his head. Renko, Issei pointed the gun at him. But forgive me, he said weakly. Issei, I love you, Renko, closing his eyes. Bag. Trailer. Purgatory is a place lower than Tartarus, where the most dangerous titans are found. Among them was Atlas, who held up Tartarus, just like Cronus. In the forest, you see someone running while killing an army of undead. While Issei was killing, suddenly a fine half-human and horse runs away, as does Issei, who runs towards him, where Issei runs up the wall where he jumps, cutting off the head of the half-horse. 2 days later, you can see a group of girls depressed and with some tears. Because Naya wa Issei nya, said Kuroka, crying, hugging the black-haired boy's body. And she wasn't the only one, but all the girls. Elsewhere, you can see a brunette with glasses sitting with several tears in her beautiful eyes. Issei-ku, an idiot, said this one, crying. Purgatory. Issei was in front of a door when he entered and saw a man in large black armor releasing intense power. So you are the guardian of this door, huh, said the black-haired man seriously, launching himself into the attack just like the armor when the two clashed their fists. Pow! 2 weeks later, Loki was about to throw a big ball of power when he was about to throw a big explosion was heard. 1 month later, Issei was fighting against a giant with Titan. Kronos/Issei, they both said in unison. Ah, was Issei's scream, releasing a great amount of power, destroying the place. Kronos, do you think you will prevent my revenge against the damned Olympians and humanity? He said furiously. Issei's body was changing back and forth to that transformation that scared the supernaturals so much. Issei, Kronos, you will die today, said he, carrying a large ball of power, throwing it at the Titan. 2 days later, Sona, Issei, what are you thinking? She said seriously, making the black-haired boy turn around and see all the girls, Rainier, Tsubaki, Isara, Ain, Penemu, Raswise, Rhea, Raruko, Kuroka, Tomo, Renko, Momo and Chisato. Issei, sigh. I was thinking about what Kronos said, he said seriously. Chisato, Issei, don't worry. We're here for you whenever you need us, putting on a smile. Everyone does the same, Issei. Issei, Kronos, what did you mean by saying that this is the beginning of the end? Thought the brown-haired boy with doubt, looking at the Orasant. T.3 Purgatory. Purgatory is a place lower than Tartarus, where the most dangerous titans are found. Among them was Atlas, who held up Tartarus, just like Cronus. This place is twice as dangerous as Tartarus, and those who arrive there suffer the worst torture. Even time was different here. 1 day is 2 months. It is known that a black-haired man was chained in a cell with scars all over his body. This black-haired man was Hyoudou Issei. Issei, damn, this is getting harder and harder, said he, trying to break his chains. At that moment, a woman enters who was about to hit Issei and dodges it. He uses the chains where he wraps his arm and then stretches to break a chain, leaving his arm free. At that moment, the monster tries the same thing again, but Issei dodges it again and then hits him in the stomach, making him spit blood. At that moment, Issei wraps his chains around his neck and then breaks them. Issei sigh. Really, these things are hard, said the black-haired man. Zero, and you can say it, buddy, he said to the surprise of the black-haired man. Issei, Zero, I thought you had left, asked the black-haired man as he left his cell. Aid, please, help, keep me. Issei heard all those voices as he walked. Many people asked him for help or others to kill them. Issei just ignored them, but when he went out he saw something that left him in total shock. A whole field full of dead dragons, screams of agony, please. Issei was for the first time terrified by what he saw. Issei, fantastic, now I'm going to have a damn trauma, said this one to start running while Issei dodges and kills each enemy that approaches him, and that he hears a familiar scream when he is going to see who wants. Issei, it can't be Kokobile, said seriously, watching Kokobile run because a monster was following him. Kokobile, get away from me. Monster, said he, throwing a spear of light completely hitting the monster, but what he saw left him frozen. The monster was intact. No, it can't be HHHH, he shouted, trying to run, but he fell, and then the monster grabbed him. Please don't leave me, said Kokobile between his pleas, but the monster simply ate him, breaking half of his body. Issei saw, all shocked, but suddenly he hears Zero's voice. Zero, Issei, get out of here now, Issei shouted in yes. Issei reacts and manages to dodge an attack from another monster. Issei, damn, said this annoyed Zero. Where is another exit, he asked again. Zero, we have to go to the valley where the titans are, but it is very dangerous, but if we go the long way we have less chance because there are more monsters, said this one. Issei, in a quick movement, cuts off the creature's arm and starts running. In the human world, all the girls from the student council were crying, as well as Isara, Ryanair, and Kuroka, looking at the body of the black-haired boy. Isara, Issei, please wake up, she said. She is crying. Then Renko hugs her, and they both cry. In purgatory, you see someone running while being chased by a group of undead, killing the group along the way. Issei, death is in my hands, thought the black-haired man. While Issei was making his way against the undead army, he suddenly heard a noise when he turned around and saw that it was a man, half horse and half human. At that, Issei ran away just like the centaur, but Issei ran over the wall and then jumped and stabbed him with his sword so that he was propelled, hitting him squarely against the wall. At that, Issei thrusts the sword deeper and then takes out his heart. Issei turns around and manages to see a large group of undead. Issei, fate has brought me here, thought the black-haired man, looking at the group of undead. At that, Issei runs to Asia where the group is, while in Pasaba he uses his sword to cut the group in half and then dodges a stab and grabs Asia's head, where she throws a group. At that, Issei runs, killing everyone in his path. When the black-haired man arrived he saw a large path to a place where the light was reflected. Issei, this must be the way, right? Zero asked the tired boy. Zero, yes, Issei, you better hurry. We don't want to fight with more living dead. But I'm warning you, the titans are in this place, so be careful, warned the dragon, Issei, and started to run all over the place. In the human world, after the girls cried inconsolably, they were all looking at Issei's skin that was disappearing. Because I see Naya, said Kuroka, depressed. But what no one would notice is that a certain brunette was listening to everything while tears came out of her beautiful eyes. I said, because you're an idiot, said the brunette, sitting down while she started to cry for the loss of the black-haired boy. 2 days later. In these 2 days the school found out that Hyoudou Issei had died. Many students lowered their heads, and some teachers too, for not being able to apologize to Issei, but Samantha was the one who took this news the worst. She now spent her time talking about having mistreated Issei for what he did to her, for doing it. Seeing how she had hex behind her back, she felt like the worst trash. Besides, she saw Issei and Chisato having hex instead. Chisato was depressed. She was no longer so happy. She became a cold person like all the girls of the student council. Isara was the one who changed the most. She was cold and was no longer kinder, much less with Rias. After a difficult fight, now Isara became Sona's pawn, occupying the 7 remaining pawn pieces, although she was still missing a Night Ain also found out about the news and fell into a deep depression, in addition to becoming more aggressive with everything they flirted with. In purgatory, Issei walked calmly. Issei, this doesn't give me a good feeling, said the black-haired man, until suddenly he starts to see an earthquake, and Issei sees a gigantic monster come out. Issei, well, here we go again, said he, summoning his sword to force the monster to run like that. T.3 The Titans. In the human world, Chisato was getting up to go to the bathroom when she finished bathing and looked in the mirror and saw that she had a dragon mark on her leg. Chisato, what is this? She said, touching the mark. When did this happen? Or is it that Issei is a dragon? She said this, but the dragon mark disappears when the male dies. But why didn't it disappear? But suddenly Chisato starts to see Issei fighting against a giant, but she wasn't the only one. Isara, Renko, Kuroka, Ain, Sona, Tsubaki, Rei, Raruko, Tomo, Momo, all of them saw Issei about to kill the giant. Purgatory. Issei manages to dodge a blow from the dress so that she jumps and manages to cut off his head with her sword. At that, Issei was somewhat agitated until he started to run. In the human world, all the girls were surprised that Issei was alive. All of them began to shed tears of knowing that Issei was alive, but the question was where he was. But Chisato was thinking that that place seemed familiar to him, just like Sona. In Purgatory, Issei was running when he suddenly collides with two people. When Issei saw the people, it was the one he least wanted to see. In front of him was Takeda and Kiba, both completely injured. Takeda and Kiba looked at Issei totally angry, and then Issei spoke. Issei, sigh. How long? Kiba. Takeda said. Issei without flinching at the look of the two. Takeda in an attempt to hit him. He dodges it, and gives him a hook in the jaw, throwing him to the ground. In those, Kiba goes quickly to help his friend. Issei, are you really still trying to hit me knowing that you are weaker than me? Asked Issei, seeing Takeda, who gets up with some difficulty. Kiba. Takeda, Issei is right. We better all go out together, he said, making Takeda click his tongue. Issei looks at this curiously and starts to walk, followed by Kiba and Takeda, the latter of whom looked at him badly. 40 minutes later, on the way there had been some silence on Issei's part, while Kiba and Takeda were talking normally until Takeda asked Issei something. Takeda, Issei, how are our parents? He said, pretending sadness. Issei, they are dead. Takeda, he said simply, while Takeda remains still in shock while Kiba continues walking next to Issei. You better walk fast or the teachers will catch you, idiot. He said this again, while walking. Takeda reacts and walks with him and Kiba. After, Issei and Kiba were looking in amazement at all the titans walking while they were near their exit. Issei, shit, we have to go over them, said this, tired of killing so much. Kiba was the same, but Takeda just put on a malicious smile. Takeda, well, with this I'm sure I'll get rid of you, ha ha ha, he thought. But before they can win, a giant hand hits them and they fly into the middle of the titans. The three boys could barely get up. Issei, damn, that hurts, said this, annoyed while blood came out of his head. In that, another titan wants to step on the boys, and that the boys with great difficulty manage to have him. Issei creates two swords for Takeda and Kiba. When they manage to dodge, Issei takes out his dragon wings and shoots towards the titan. He manages to dodge with great difficulty a hand strike. This one hits above the titan, and in a quick impulse Issei cuts the titan's arm with his sword, causing the titan to scream in pain. H. It was the cry of the titan when he was about to fall into Issei's abyss. Kiba manages to see this and runs to remove Issei. When Kiba arrives, he grabs him by the abdomen and they jump, dodging the impact. Issei was surprised that Kiba had saved him. Issei, I thought he hated me, right? Said he, looking at Kiba, who was bleeding from the head. Kiba, we are working as a team to get out of here, he said while he had his sword in hand. Issei just puts on a smile and is on guard just like Kiba. Issei, you know something? Kiba, calling the attention of the blonde while they were surrounded by two titans. You go for the one on the right, said this. Kiba just nods. In the human world, the girls were happy to know that Issei was alive, but Isara was upset that Takeda was also alive. In Purgatory, Issei and Kiba managed to dodge another attack from the titan. At that, Kiba takes out his demon wings and shoots out where he stabs the sword into the titan's eye, causing it to scream in pain and fall, raising a large curtain of smoke. In a quick movement, Issei manages to tear off the other titan's arm and then create a large ball of power and throw it at the titan, until suddenly they start to feel a great tremor, making Issei mire to Kiba. Issei, let's go now, shouted this one, running next to Kiba until he realizes that Takeda is missing. Kiba, do you know where Takeda is? Asked this. Kiba, when he realizes that Takeda is not there, he simply shakes his head. Issei, what are you planning? Takeda thought, the black-haired man, annoyed. Elsewhere, he sees a chestnut tree, running desperately until he manages to see a castle where, looking up, Atlas was holding the Tartarus. Takeda, I'm finally going to be able to get out of here, he said happily, but suddenly a Cerberus appears in front of Takeda's Riva. Takeda takes me to the, but he didn't finish speaking because it was Deborah by the Cerberus. With Issei and Kiba, while the two of them were running around the place, Asta suddenly appeared in front of a Cerberus that finished eating the body. Issei, it seems that this is the Guardian, said Issei, and Kiba was on guard until suddenly the place started to shake, and then Issei was lifted up towards Riva where he is, Look, he is in front of the Titan Kronos. Only Seal is looking until he speaks. Kronos, you dare to come here in my mortal torment, said the Titan looking at Issei. Issei, Kronos. Issei, shouted Kronos. We have nothing against you, said the black-haired man seriously. Kronos, you have no business being here as mortal as you are in this place, asked the Titan. Issei, Kronos, help me escape from here, asked the black-haired man. Kronos, I will help you, mortal, because I would help you. You will never get out of here, damn, and now you will pay for the death of my two brothers. You and the gods will end up dead because the Titans will get out of here, said this furious. Now I will give you the mortal punishment, said this, so that he tried to crush Issei with his hand. Dog. Issei manages to stop him. Issei, Kronos, I have nothing to do with your torment. You asked for it yourself, he said seriously as he took out his swords. With Kiba. Kiba was being surrounded by a small group of undead. With Issei's sword he started to kill the undead one by one. With his sword, Kiba cuts off the head of one of them so that he dodges a stab. At that, Kiba manages to cut off the head of one of them while he was trying to kill them one by one until his face was all hurt and he was tired. With Issei. Issei, Kronos, stop this now, said this furious, holding his hand. Kronos, now you will die, mortal, said this one, taking more force, but Issei manages to lift his hand a little and then create a bigger sword and stab it, making Kronos shake his hand, making Issei fly up. Ah, damn it, the Titan said angrily, causing Issei to fly upwards. Issei, it's time for round 2, said Issei angrily. T.3 Issei vs Hades. Issei was on top of Kronos, who in a quick movement with his sword cuts an eye of the Titan, so that then Kronos with his hand hits Issei that he could barely dodge, but suddenly Kronos with his other hand hits Issei, who barely manages to cover himself from the blow, making Issei fall directly to the ground, creating a mind crater. Damn, that hit really hurt me, Issei complained. At that, Issei is back from lightning. At that, Issei shoots towards the Titan where he charges power in his hands. Take this, exclaimed the black-haired man, throwing the power at Kronos' face while Issei fell. He was caught by Kiba. Kiba, said the black-haired man, surprised. Let's go. We don't have much time, he said seriously, leading the black-haired boy to the center of the castle. Human world. It had been 2 days since they found out that Issei was still alive. Now Chisato was with the entire Citri entourage in front. Sona, and you have something to say, Chisato-sensei asked the black-haired girl would-be. Chisato just puts on a small amused smile on every girl's face. Chisato, why don't you stop pretending? Eris Citri, I know that everyone here is a demon, and there are 2 here who are marked by Issei-kun, she said amused while seeing the surprised expression of all the girls. Sona, how do you know who we are? She said seriously. All the girls became serious, and my mouse made fun of it. Purgatory. While Issei and Kiba walked through the castle corridors. Issei, what are you doing, Kiba, when you get out of here? Issei asked. Kiba, I have no idea. Before I only lived for revenge for the sacred sword, he said as they continued walking. Issei, you don't have anyone special, right? Asked this one. Kiba, I was never interested. I was always obsessed with the sacred swords, he said seriously. Issei, wow. I thought I had the worst childhood, said this one. Kiba, it seems we look a bit alike, he said as if nothing had happened. Issei, maybe, sigh. It seems that you are not interested in the sacred swords anymore, said this one. Kiba, no Yano. I learned many things here. I prefer to change now, so I'm not here anymore, he said. Issei, I see. I hope you find someone special for you, he said calmly. Kiba, sigh. I hope so, said this one. But they both stop in front of a door. Issei, ready, he said seriously while summoning his gauntlet. But what surprised both of them was the change she got. Now she was darker, she had a red gem, and it reached her shoulders. Issei, wow, what happened? Zero asked Issei, surprising. Kiba was also surprised. Zero, wow. It seems you finally awakened to the final stage, said the dragon happily. Issei and Kiba were confused. Kiba, how did he wake up to the final stage? Asked the blonde. Zero, the stage that Issei awakened was the first. It is obvious that the bearer Drag was strong, but he was arrogant, and Yamas could equal my bearer, that he did train to master my power, but well, that will be for another day, said seriously as Kiba. Issei looked back at the door. Issei, ready, he said seriously. Kiba, always, while preparing the sword. When the two opened the door, they were surprised because they were in front of the god Hades. Hades, I see there is an intruder, he said seriously as he stood up from the throne. Kiba and Issei stood on guard. Hades and Serio, they believe they can against a god while his body was surrounded by an aura. When the aura fades, you see a Hades covered in armor. Issei, go on, you're going to go seriously, said this one. Hades, let's see what they're made of, he said as he disappeared and appeared in front of Kiba to hit him, sending him flying and crashing into the wall. Issei was surprised until Hades grabbed Issei's face and pulled him out of the castle. Until they hit the top of Atlas, Hades separates from Issei, who stands up and stares at the god. Issei and Hades stared at each other while they were at the top of Hades' Atlas. "Do you think you're going to get out of here, Hyoudou Issei?" said the god seriously while sheathing his two swords. "There are important people waiting for me. I don't intend to abandon him. I will do it even if I have to fight you," exclaimed Issei, summoning his gauntlet and his sword. Hades just puts on a smile and shoots out at Issei. He barely manages to dodge the attack where Hades kicks Issei. Said kick was evaded by Issei, who launched a strike with his sword at Hades. Hades manages to react in time, blocking Issei's attack. But I don't know what Issei would give, so he would overload his balance break. "Balance break!" shouted Issei while he was drooling on his armor, and he extended his fist, which generated a large sphere of dragonic power. "Dragon shot!" exclaimed Issei, firing a giant crimson laser at Hades. The dragon shot managed to hit Hades full on. He got angry and started to release power. "Hellwave," said Hades, firing a powerful dark power, causing Issei to be thrown against the wall. Issei stood up and looked at Hades. He soon launched himself at full speed and launched a barrage of strikes. Hades was masterfully blocking Issei's thrusts, at which point Issei throws a dragon shot at him, sending Hades flying. "Hades!" Issei shouted, flying at great speed, giving a big blow to the god's face. It didn't take long for him to grab the armor and continue hitting Hades without stopping hitting him. While Issei was savagely beating him, Hades barely managed to dodge Issei's attack. At that, Hades hits the black-haired man's abdomen, making him spit blood. "Plag!" exclaimed Issei, grabbing his abdomen, where Hades took advantage, grabbed his head and slammed it on the ground. Issei, furious, launched a strike with his sword that cut off Hades' eye, making him scream in pain. "Damn you!" Hades shouted furiously as he savagely hit Issei, but he wouldn't stop. He would kick him in the ribs, and then cut him with his sword, breaking Issei's armor. Seeing how furious Hades was, he took the opportunity to forcefully plunge his sword into Hades' neck, taking him by surprise. "This is your end, Hades," said Issei, still with his armor on. Hades just gives a little smile and speaks. "Hee. Won't he kill me?" Issei growls tiredly, seeing that Hades created a throne of bones to sit on. "I won't kill you. It would be better if you took your friend who is there," said the god, pointing at Kiba, who was barely standing up. "Also have this," said the god, so that a purple ball appeared in front of Issei. "And what is that?" said Issei, looking at the purple sphere as he approached Kiba. "That's what I gave you to control your power," he said seriously. "What I want to tell you is your other transformations." "I see, but what do you gain by helping me?" said Issei seriously, since he didn't expect Hades to be so good. "Nothing really," he said simply. "I've seen your life. I know it was shit. That's why you caught my attention," Hades said seriously. "I understand, thank you, and how can I get out of here?" said Issei, lifting Kiba. Hades pointed to the stairs. "Go up those stairs. When you open the door you have to jump there. You will look like you are in the underworld," he said seriously while looking at Issei, who was walking with Kiba. Walking towards the stairs, Issei looked at Hades sitting on the throne. "Will we see each other again?" "Because it was fun fighting you," said Issei. Hades just smiled. "Of course. First learn to control your power, and we'll fight again," said this one amused. "Good luck up there, kid," said seriously. "I'll take your advice into account," said Issei, walking down the stairs. While Issei and Kiba were going up the stairs, Kiba recovers and looks at Issei. "Kiba, I thought you were going to leave me?" he asked curiously, standing up from Issei. "Issei, I wouldn't leave you here. You helped me. And I saw that you were really going to change," he said calmly as he went up the stairs. "Issei, I'll finally be able to see them again," Issei thought as he went up. Hades just watched as Issei and Kiba climbed up. "Hades, how far will you go?" Hyoudou Issei thought the god, seeing Issei about to enter the door. T.3 Reunion. 1. Sona was in front of Chisato. "Sona, well, how do you know we are demons?" Chisato just gives a small smile. "Chisato, I know that you are demons since I am a half-fallen angel," said this while spreading her fallen wings. All the girls were surprised to know that he was a fallen one, since they had never seen him before. "Tsubaki, how are you a fallen one if we never felt your aura?" she said seriously. Everyone else became serious. "Chisato, calm down, and I will show you why you could never feel my aura," said this while showing her a pendant. "With this pendant that you see, I can hide my aura from a simple human," he said simply. "Sona, okay, but that doesn't explain why you know about Issei-kun," she said seriously while adjusting her glasses. Chisato - sigh, "I, like all of you, saw how Issei was fighting against something, she said seriously while the others looked at her. Momo, how do you know that, she said seriously, since she didn't trust everything. Chisato just looks at all the girls seriously while you are also looking at her. Chisato, because I, like you, have feelings for Issei, she said seriously while all the girls looked at Chisato. With Issei, you can see how a black-haired man and a blonde man were standing outside the city of Lilith. Issei, wow, it seems it works, said the black-haired man seriously while looking at the blonde. Kiba, yes, you're right. Finally free, he said as he sat on the neck followed by Issei. Issei and that heiress will now return with the Gremory, said this seriously. Kiba, nah, I have no intention of going with the Gremory family anymore. After all, they only used me and I believed Takeda's lies, he said seriously. Issei, wow, this surprises me, said the black-haired man, surprised. How long ago did you find out it was all a lie, this one asked. Kiba sigh. I found out when he and I were being tortured, the reason why he fell into purgatory, he said seriously while Issei raised an eyebrow at him. Issei, what do you mean, asked the black-haired man, intrigued. Kiba, what I mean is that he fell into purgatory because of his greed and envy that he had towards you, he said. Issei, seriously, I never ever had a special talent or anything. It was always my two brothers who were better than me at everything, he said. Kiba, it seems that he hated you. I don't even know why he hated you so much. I don't even know why he hit you just for listening to your brother, he said somewhat regretfully. Issei sigh. You know, if you are sorry, you have to show that you are willing to change, he said seriously while looking at the blonde. Kiba, what do you mean? I asked, intrigued. Issei sigh. If you are really sorry, prove it. Don't ask for a stupid forgiveness. Show him that you are really sorry for what you did to me and maybe in the future he will forgive you, he said while getting up from the neck. Kiba, wow, I never thought I would hear that from you. Hayato, he said while smiling. Issei, tell me Issei or Issei. I don't like being called by my last name, he said seriously while Kiba nodded. So, where do you want to go? This one asked. Kiba, I don't know. I don't have a place where I'm going to live now, he said. Issei sigh. Okay, let's go. I'm going to take you to an old place where I lived before coming to Kuoh, he said while grabbing a magic circle followed by Kiba. Elsewhere, Samantha can be seen drinking while looking at a photo of herself with Issei. Samantha, Issei, really sorry for everything I did to you, really I regret everything, she said, thinking while she was about to cry. I'm stupid what I thought at that moment. I only played with his feelings and now he hates me. Not only that, I sent him the video of how I had sex with another guy, and the worst thing is that I did it in front of him with others, she thought while she remembered how she had sex in front of Issei with a man and 3 students. I'm a bitch, Issei, please forgive me, she thought while she lay down on the bed. In the student council, all the girls were shocked by what Chisato had just told her. The first to come out of shock was Rhea. Rhea, wait, are you saying that Issei-kun, you and Isara-chan like Kuroka-chan, you saw sex with Issei, she said jealously while all the girls looked at the mentioned Kuroka. That's right, Naya, she said somewhat amused, but the first was Isara. Naya, she said while pointing at Isara. All without section looked at the brunette who was getting nervous. Chisato sigh. Fine, but that is not the topic we came to see now, she said seriously. At that, everyone looks at Chisato again while Tsubaki and Sona adjust their glasses. Sona, if you're right, first we'll see how to get Issei-kun out of purgatory, she said seriously. Tsubaki, from what we know, Issei-kun wasn't alone. He was with Kiba-kun and Takeda, she said seriously while making a face at the last 2 mentioned. All the girls without exception make a face except joke. Chisato, who are those 2? From what I see, it seems that you are not someone who likes them, I asked with integrity. At that point, a white-haired woman speaks before everyone else. Momo, Takeda and Kiba-kun are 2 former servants of Rias. Senpai, they are 2 people who did a lot of harm to Issei-chan, she said. She is somewhat sad about the black-haired boy's past. Chisato just looks at this curiously, but before she speaks, a redhead with 2 pigtails speaks. Tomo, those 2 boys hit Issei-chan because he didn't have sacred gears. It's also them why Issei-chan is so cold, she said sadly. That's when Raruko speaks. Raruko, Issei-senpai, he may seem like a cold person and doesn't show his feelings to people, but we all know very well that he's not like that, she said seriously while the others nodded. Tsubaki may be high, I mean Issei-kun is a cold person, but he is good in his own way. No Sotra's hello. First we also thought that he would be a pervert, well not at all when we heard the rumors, she said seriously. Chisato just raises an eyebrow. Chisato, rumors said it is. That's what Tsubasa Yura is talking about. Yura, there were rumors that Issei-kun was a pervert who also spied on the girls from the kendo club and bullied them for not being like Isara and Takeda, she said seriously. Isara, it wasn't just here at home either. They also hit him for not having high grades like me or Takeda or for not standing out in any of his appearance, she said sadly. But before they continue talking, Sona receives a call. Sona, hello, she answers yes. Well, we'll see each other at the meeting tomorrow, she said as she hung up the call. Everyone looked at this curiously until Kuroka spoke. Kuroka, what's wrong, Sona? Naya asked with doubt. Sona, there will be a meeting of factions to sign the treaty with the Asgardians, said this seriously. Tsubaki, wow, that is surprising, she said surprised. They all felt while Chisato just looks at this. Chisato, I feel like something interesting is going to happen tomorrow, she thought while putting on a smile. Good, she said, she is calling the attention of all the girls. I want to be part of your nobility, Sona Citri, she said seriously while all the girls were surprised. Sona as said she is, with NSAIDs. You can see the albino walking next to a beautiful light blue-haired girl. You're still thinking about it, right, Ain? Asked the girl. Ain, if that's the case, Penemu, I'm still intrigued as to why I saw Issei and Takeda in that place, she answered the fallen man. Penemu sigh rr, wow, that boy has you crazy, see, Ain asked mockingly while Ain blushed. Besides, he was hexy and very cute. How would he be in bed, said she while licking her lips. Ain don't even think about doing anything with my dear cousin because I'll be the first, she said seriously. Penemu, are that a challenge, she said looking at the albino. Ain, can you, sir? Yes, she said. Penemu, let's see if that's true, but I think tomorrow will be something interesting over there. Let's see your cousin, and also who knows what it can end up in, she said while looking at Ain. Ain, yes, I hope so, she said seriously. Sigh. Tomorrow would be an interesting day while looking at the sky. With Issei. This one had appeared with Kiba in an alley while Kiba looked around. Issei spoke to him. Issei, do you want to stay there or what? He said seriously while looking at the blonde. This one simply follows the black-haired man and wait. While they were walking in a comfortable silence for both of them, they reached a bridge where the black-haired man remembered his hiding place was under the bridge to clear his mind when he was finished beating him. Kiba, what place is this? He asked intrigued. Issei sigh, this place was my hiding place when I was beaten, he said simply as he went down, and was followed by Kiba. When they both got under the bridge they looked at the place, and saw that it was clean. Issei just sketched a small smile. Issei, wow, it seems you kept the place clean. Yisus, the black-haired boy, thought happily as he sat down. Kiba Asia did the same. Kiba, why did you bring me here? Asked this Issei, just shrugging his shoulders. Issei, this place is quiet for me. As I told you before, this city is where you can live a normal life again, he said while he still had his eyes closed. But before Kiba answers, they start to hear some footsteps. They both quickly stand up and look at a person. It seems I have guessed, the person simply said, while Issei and Kiba looked at the man analytically until Issei realized that the man was wearing a necklace. The same necklace that his first friend had. Issei Yisus, he asked in shock. While the man looked at the boy who named him, he only analyzed him until he too was in shock. I see, are you your friend? Said the man. Issei shocked. He just gave a small smile and spoke. Issei, it's been a long time, Yisus said the black-haired boy happily. T.3 Reunion. 2. Issei and Yisus were staring at each other while Issei had a smile and Yisus walks towards the black-haired man. Yisus, wow, Issei, you've really changed, he said happily while hugging the black-haired boy. Issei happily responds to his friend's hug. Issei, I'm glad you're okay, friend, said Issei. Kiba, who watched all this away from the group. Kiba, wow, this is the first time I've seen him smile, the blonde thought happily. Yisus, well, who is your friend? Said Yisus as he stood up from the hug. Issei, his name is yours, Kiba. We are not really friends. Let's say, he said seriously while looking at the blonde. Yisus, nice to meet you, Yudo, said the man calmly. Kiba, likewise, Yisus, said the blonde calmly. Yisus, well, Issei, I thought I was living in Kuoh. What are you doing here? He asked curiously. Issei sigh, it's a long story, let's eat the three of us, what do you think? Said simply. Yisus just nods and Kiba too. In the underworld. In the Gremory castle there were two redheads, one a man and the other a woman. And Anasama, why did you call me? The redhead asked with doubt. Tomorrow there will be a meeting of factions, so I asked you to come to the meeting also to capture Takeda's younger brother and Isara Hyoudou, said the redhead seriously. Rias, okay brother. Tomorrow you can make that damn Issei join my nobility, she said with a smile. You know our father agrees with this, he said seriously. Rias, well brother, and what did mother and Graphia say, she said seriously while her brother sighed. Sigh, they haven't taken it well at all, said this one. Rias, okay, see you tomorrow, brother, she said as she left. In the student council. That was the only thing, the black-haired girl said. She wasn't the only one, all the girls were the same. Chisato had told her that she wanted to join his nobility. Chisato, and it sounds good, yes or no, said this. Sona, who managed to compose herself, became serious again. Sona, well, are you sure you want to be part of my nobility, she asked. She was serious. Chisato just nods while showing a smile. In that, Sona takes out 3 pawns, the last ones she had, since she used 4 to Isara, 2 in Raruko, and she would use the last ones for Chisato. When Sona finished the ritual for Chisato, she got up from the couch and looked at all the girls until Sona spoke. Sona, well, it's ready now. Well, welcome to my nobility, she said while she had a small smile. Chisato just smiles and talks. Chisato, well, this is going to be fun from now on, said this. With Issei. Issei and Isis and Kiba are walking towards a restaurant. The same restaurant where they ate for the last time before Issei leaves. Issei and Kiba ordered a hamburger, and Isis ordered a plate of Milanese with mashed potatoes. When the order arrived, the 3 of them were starting to eat until Jesus spoke. Isis and Issei, how is life treating you in Kuoh, he said while eating a piece of his Milanese. Issei, well, at least they don't bother me like before, he said simply. Isis, hey, well, I'm happy for you, he said, happy for his friend until he looked at Kiba. And how is life treating you, Kiba, looking at the blonde. Kiba, well, I'm not complaining, he said. Isis, and well, Issei, how long will you stay here? He asked interestedly. Issei sigh. Tomorrow morning I'm going back to Kuoh, said this one. Isis sigh, and I thought about talking to you more, friend, said this one. So they spent everything normally talking about trivial things until they left there. The one who paid for Issei and Kiba's food was Isis. The Suijio trio talked until they went under the bridge where the 3 slept peacefully. The next day, Issei was saying goodbye to Isis and Kiba. Issei, okay, see you later, friends, he said as he said goodbye to the boys. Kiba, good luck, Issei-kun, and take care, said this Issei. He only nods so that he can hold his hand, something that Kiba accepts. Issei, you too, good luck and take care, he said seriously, and Kiba just smiled while nodding. After that he looks back at his friend Jesus. Issei, well, this is goodbye, he said seriously. Isis, hee, well, it was fun to see you again, my friend, he said happily while shaking Issei's hand. Issei also shook Asia's hand as the 2 looked at each other, and then smiled. Isis, good luck, friend, and take care, he said while Issei just nodded. Issei, see you later, said Issei while he was trying to walk. Isis, wow, you've really changed, I see. At least I see that your eyes have some shine, thought Isis watching his friend leave the place. Kiba, Issei-kun, thank you for opening my eyes and thank you for giving me the opportunity to remedy my mistakes. I hope to see you in the future, he thought while Issei was no longer there. With Issei, this one was already in an alley where a magic circle opens and Saba from there. When the black-haired man appeared, he was in his room. He stayed there looking at the place, and then he started to go down the stairs. Issei, wow, things sure change. How the black-haired man thought as he looked around the place. How quiet, he said to himself again as he poured himself a glass of water and sat on the couch. How many things happened before. I was beaten and mistreated, but now that I think about it, it was all because my brother Takeda was smart and good at sports, but things got worse when we came to Kuoh. That damn Rias, Gremory, Issei thought as he got up from the couch. Well, now I have to look for the girls, the black-haired man thought as he closed his eyes and tried to feel their presence. How strange you are not. Zero, can you hear me? Issei said like that, tenant. Zero, tell me, Issei, why did you need me? Answers the dragon. Issei, can you help me detect the girls? Said this to his tenant. But when Zero was going to answer, pow! It was the huge explosion that occurred at the site. Well, I've already decided on a plague. Now no one can interfere with my plans, said a hooded man. Now wait for Loki to do his job in the underworld and have that damn meeting, he said while opening a portal and leaving the place. When the man left, a shadow was walking in the middle of the fire. Did you hear that, Zero? Said a black-haired man as he was already outside his house. Zero, if Issei heard correctly, it seems that someone already had them in their sights, he said seriously. Issei, you're right. It seems there's a meeting that will be interrupted, he said seriously as he looked at the energy ball that Hades gave him. Zero, yes, Eris, with that ball of energy? He asked curiously. Issei, yes, what the god said would help me control my power without losing control, he said seriously as he embedded the energy ball into his chest. Ah! Issei was the black-haired boy's scream as he felt his body being destroyed by the energy. Shit hurts. Issei screamed again. In the underworld, more specifically in the Gremory castle, a meeting of factions was taking place to make a peace treaty with the Asgardians. Odin was being accompanied by an albino, while on the side of the fallen were Azazel, Penemu, and Ain. On the side of the angels were Irina and Zenobia, who accompanied Michael. On the side of the demons were Seraphal, who was escorting him, Sona and her entourage, and finally Xerxes, who was being escorted by Rias and her few remaining servants, among them Kaneko, Akeno, Saji, Asia, and Rias. These were the only ones left of her nobility. Xerxes, well, Odin-sama, I think it's time to start this meeting, don't you think so? Said the redhead with a smile. Odin, that's right, brat. But when am I going to meet the Red Emperor? Asked the god. Odin-sama behaves, he is a god and he has to behave as such, said the albino seriously. Odin, okay, Rossweiss, you are too serious. That's why you never had a boyfriend, said the god mockingly. Ross bu, but it's not my fault that nobody wants to be my boyfriend, while the albino cried on the floor. Everyone had a forced smile except the Citri entourage, who looked at this neutrally, but inside they wanted to laugh at the albino. Azazel, well, I think it's better to weigh this. Odin doesn't believe it. Besides, there is a good place for us to go and see some good girls, said Azazel with a smile. Odin, oh, I see. Well, let's weigh this quickly. It's been a while since I looked at some good breasts, said this one, but at that moment an explosion was heard in the place. Pow! Father, I can't let us ally ourselves with these inferior beings, said a man who was floating. Odin, wow, I thought you wouldn't do something stupid. How is Loki? Said the tired god. Loki, do you really think I would let you ally yourself with this inferior race? He said, annoyed, while snapping his fingers, and a wolf appears. Everyone in the room stands guard. Loki, I'm sorry, father, but I will prevent this pathetic meeting so I can finally have Ragnarok Fenrir attacks, he ordered, but in that the wolf is chained until Loki is sealed and transported. Xerxes, thanks, Ajuka, said the redhead. Thanked. Ajuka, we don't have much time. Xerxes, the seal won't last long, said Sari. At that, Xerxes nods. 30 minutes later, in an office, all the leaders were gathered to plan what to do with Loki. Xerxes, well, what Ajuka told me, the seal will last about 45 more minutes. That's why we are here, he said seriously. Azazel, I propose that we go to the rivers with the White Emperor, he said. When Isara heard that, she grimaced. Xerxes was sane with Azazel, he said seriously, in that everyone was sane, but Rias and her entourage will not go alone. Sona with Tsubaki, Rossweiss, Ain, and finally Penemu. Ajuka, well, you have to hold out for at least an hour until reinforcements arrive, he said seriously. At that the girls nod and are transported to the battlefield. On the battlefield on a mountain, there was a hooded person looking at the place. Well, let's see how they do. Don't you believe it, Rise and Sama, said the hooded man while he was looking at the hologram, an older man with silver hair and a smile on his face. Rise and haha, well, when the moment comes, release it, and record everything. When you come back, show me, he said seriously while the hologram disappeared. Well, let's see how it goes for them, he said as he walked away from the place. T.3 Final Reunion. Tsubaki narrates. Hello, my name is Tsubaki Shinra. I'm going to tell you a part of my past. Well, before I lived with my sister, who was a bore in every sense. She and I lived together. My sister always brought a man and ended up having sex. What I hated the most was the dirty words they said to her while they were having sex. Little by little, despite hating men, whenever they looked at me with that perverted and lustful face with which they looked at me, they disgusted me. And not only that, also despite hating my own sister, she always brought a different man. It really disgusted me in every way. One day when I got home, I saw my sister sitting talking to two men. It seemed strange to me, but I ignored them completely and sat down to watch television because I wanted to clear my mind. Today I was reincarnated as a demon. I sighed heavily. Then I saw my sister leaving with a man to her apartment. Then the other guy comes up to me and starts talking to me. He asked me his name and etc., but suddenly he tries to put his hands on my legs, and I thought that this guy thinks I'm like my sister. When he tried to move his hands higher towards me, I grabbed his wrist and broke it. Before the man screamed in pain, I hit him in the face, making him faint. After that I got up and went outside, and despite walking, I was walking lost in my thoughts until I saw a brown-haired boy with some bandages on his arm and one eye sitting under the bridge. I had heard a rumor that he was a pervert, so I simply approached him and sat next to him. There was a very pleasant silence for me, and it seemed that for him too. It was the first time I saw him in person until he spoke to me. And I can well ask what you are doing next to me, he told me in a cold manner. It was the first time that a man did not speak to me like that. Tsubaki, and nothing. I just had a little problem at home. That's all, I told him seriously, since I didn't know him. I see, he said coldly back to me while still with his eyes closed. The first time I see someone like that. Tsubaki, what's your name? I asked her with doubt. Why do you want to know my name? Said the boy coldly. Tsubaki, just curious, I told her. In Issei Hyoudou, he told me dryly while he opened his eye and looked at me in a simple way. I shuddered when I saw his eyes. They only reflected sadness. He hated loneliness. And besides, he was all bandaged and beaten up. The truth is, I felt sorry for him. It was the first time I saw a boy like that. I felt a pulse in my heart at that moment. Tsubaki, you, nice to meet you, Hyoudou-kun. I told him politely. My name is Tsubaki Shinra. I told him politely while the boy didn't seem to care. Can I ask you what happened to you? I told him politely. Issei, if you come to make fun of my pain, I'll tell you to make a line to hit me since there are many who want to see me dead, he told me coldly. The truth is, I was surprised by how the boy spoke to me. Tsubaki, I don't just want to know what happened to you, I told him in a friendly way. It's clear that this boy is distrustful of people. Issei, this is the same as always. They beat me almost to death, he told me as if nothing had happened. When I heard that, I felt sorry for him, so I told him to come with me to my house to clean his bandages. At first he hesitated a little until we left my house. When we got to my house, the man was still unconscious while Issei watched all this bored. The truth, I felt sorry for Issei, but just at that moment my sister comes out with the naked man. When they see Issei, my sister asks him who he is. I ignored her, and I took Issei to my apartment where my sister asked who he was. Then the other man wakes up because of the screams. I had changed his memory, making him think that this one was there. He broke his wrist alone. When Ami Paisa entered, I told Issei to take off his shirt. When he took off his shirt, his entire body was practically bandaged. After that, he took off all the bandages. When I saw his entire body, the boy's body, I brought my hand to his mouth. He had scars all over his body, several bruises. His entire back was yellow. His left arm had burns. Who could have done something like that to Issei? End of Tsubaki's narration. In the underworld. In a part of the underworld, the Gremory entourage had appeared along with Sona and Tsubaki, the latter accompanying Isara. Rias, wow, we're here, she said seriously while looking at the place. All of her nobility nodded, but before Sona spoke they heard a cracking sound. When they turned their sight they saw the seal was breaking. Bow! It was the explosion that was heard. Damn you, Ajuka, a man said angrily. Ross Loki-sama. Stop this madness, shouted the Valkyrie. At that, Lokio looks down where the Gremory and Sona entourage are. Loki, really? You guys just think you can beat me, he said arrogantly while snapping his fingers where two more wolves and a dragon appeared. That's good, guys. Get rid of those annoying things, said the god where the others went out to fight. With Issei. He sees a black-haired man who could barely stand up when he saw where he was and jumps up while clutching his head. At that, Issei just lowers his head and starts laughing. Issei, hee. Issei laughed while half of his body was changing. Well, it's time to go to the underworld, he said while his voice was distorted while half of his body became paler, and a horn came out of Issei. In the underworld. In the underworld, a battle was being unleashed where Saji and Isara with their balance break were trying to hold back Loki. Isara, take this, damn, shouted angrily. Burning a ball of energy in her hand. Dragon shot, shouted the brunette, throwing a blast of power at Asia Loki. Loki manages to dodge Isara's attack, rushing towards her where he gives her a powerful blow to her helmet, breaking it. Loki, that's all you have, dirty dragon, said the god, and then created a magic circle and threw it at her where it hit her full on, making Isara fall to the ground. Loki, ha, you believe that you could against me? A god, he said arrogantly while creating magic circles and neighborhoods die, he said, launching a great amount of magic power. Sona, Tsubaki said desperately while she and her queen grabbed a magic circle that they barely managed to hold. Loki, that's nothing, take this, said this, creating a large magic circle. Take this, he said arrogantly, throwing a great energy causing a great explosion. Loki, who was flying looking at the place all destroyed, smiles for believing he has killed the Gremory heiress and Citri while all the dust returns. A figure is seen in the smoke screen. Amidst the smoke emerged a dark figure with horns. In his hand he held the black sword that gave off darkness. Loki was surprised. Who are you? Answer, he said seriously, looking at Issei who was walking slowly towards the god. You dare? He didn't finish speaking since Issei was in front of the god. With a punch to Loki's stomach he raised dust around him. Loki slowly backs away until he falls to his knees and vomits on the floor under the incredulous gaze of everyone present. Loki, who was looking at the floor while trying to catch his breath. In that, Issei is back in front of him where he puts a paw on his chin, sending him against a mountain. Sona, Isara and Tsubaki were shedding tears since Issei had come for them while the Gremory entourage barely stood up. Rias smiled arrogantly believing that Issei came to save her. she approached to ask if she would join his peerage. But just when they were close to Issei, he made a movement with his sword towards the ground where he lifted the earth, causing them to fly away. "Who the hell do you think you are? Damn it," said Loki, who had recovered from the attack where he sent Fenrir to bite Issei. When Fenrir was about to devour him, Issei cuts Fenrir in half with a strike of his sword, killing them both. Everyone was in shock at what Issei had seen. With a single movement cut in half the wolf that had cost them so much to restrain. "You damn are slow," the god growled angrily. "I'll kill you for messing with me," he said, creating a large magic circle. "Take this, bastard," he roared furiously. When Loki fired multiple magic blasts, Issei swung the sword and covered it in darkness, and then with a barrage of strikes, all of Loki's magic attacks were cut off. Loki saw that Issei disappeared and reappeared in front of him, cutting a strike to the chest, making blood come out. Ah damn it, he couldn't continue since Issei was grabbing his face, where Issei dragged him to the neck. In that, Issei with his sword cuts off an arm of the god where he was roaring. Crane! It was Issei's roar that Loki appeared above Issei, where he threw some ice stakes at him. But he couldn't attack since Issei, with just a swing of his sword wrapped in darkness, engulfed Loki in an explosion of black fire. Far away, a hooded man watched the fight. "I think Loki needs help," said Loki, pressing a button, who was on his knees, his whole body bleeding as he looked at Issei, who was walking towards him. "Damn, I can't believe this thing is winning me over," he said, annoyed at that. Loki feels a strong pulse that makes him complain of the small pain. Ah curse, he didn't finish speaking since Loki's body was changing. H. He screamed, making Issei stop. He watched curiously as Loki screamed in pain and his body began to convulse in pain. At that moment, a magic circle appears in the sky, which makes Issei react quickly and move away. From the sky, a titan fell where the whole place would create a great explosion. Issei with great speed took out Sona, Tsubaki, Isara, and finally Rosweiss, where they were far from impact. Pow! A huge explosion was generated in the place, creating a gigantic crater. Issei watched as a large titan emerged from the large smoke, which made him become serious, and he tightened his grip on his katana. "Damn, this is getting harder and harder," Issei said to himself, looking at the titan who was about to walk Asia. Issei. T.3 A battle for survival. Issei, who was looking at the titan, at that the brown-haired man points his horn at him, where he creates a red ball of power from his horns. At that, Issei throws the energy at the titan, who receives it fully, making him retreat. Crane! It was the roar of the titan, who in wait to run where the Issei were with the girls, and that Issei comes out, also shot at the titan where he is standing to dodge several blows that threw each blow, and that the brown-haired man sees that the titan throws a blow with his fist that makes Issei take advantage, where he dodges to then use his katana and cut the titan's arm. The titan growls in pain, but when he was going to attack Issei, he appeared in front of him to give him the final blow. Crack! It was the sound that was heard, and that you can see Loki behind him with a magic circle, and that you can see how a piece of horn fell to the neck, while the mask that Issei had splits in half, revealing his face. But before Issei can react, he receives a full blow from the titan, sending him flying and crashing into a mountain, destroying it in the process. Loki, ha 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 ha, now I am unstoppable, no one can prevent Ragnarok, he shouted with pride, showing his new appearance. Everyone was scared of the immense power that Loki Era Grande released. Loki, well, who is ready to die now, said this seriously, and then he receives an attack from below. When he is turned around, he can see Rias with Asu and her entourage, all Aritas. Sona Yu, the black-haired girl, thought seeing her friend in bad shape, and she wasn't the only one. The whole Citri entourage was the same, and that without warning the titan threw some twists at them that hit her full on. All KYA was the girl's shout. Loki, who went down where the Gremory girls were. Loki, do you really think you can beat me? He said, looking at the Gremory. Rias, Loki, no matter how long it takes you are. She couldn't continue speaking since Loki appeared in front of Rias where he is and hits her in the abdomen, making her spit blood. Akeno Rais, as she shouted while creating lightning and throwing it at Loki, who only used Suma to deflect her attack. Loki, weak, said the god as he appeared in front of her where he hit her in the face, making her fly against a mountain. With Sona along with Asu nobility and with Rosweiss were resisting the attacks of the titan, and that a magic circle appears from her ear. Sona, I need you to entertain him as much as you can with the girls, was what the voice said. When Sona looked at her nobility, they all nodded, where they charged their magical attacks. Ryanair created several spears of light. Isara created a dragon shot. Ross created several magic circles. All the girls also prepared their magical attacks, Asia the Titan. Sona now was Sona's shout launching the attack at the Titan's face, hitting him full on. All save Issei was the girl's shout. In that you can see a chestnut tree running with a sword in his hand. Zero, you know that this attack is very suicidal, right Issei? Asked the dragon to his partner. Issei, I know Zero, but I have no other choice and I have to finish this quickly so I can kill Loki later. Said this seriously while spreading his dragon wings and launching himself upwards. Zero, you are an interesting carrier Issei, said the dragon to the black-haired man. Today is a great day to die, ha 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 ha, said this one amused. In that the black-haired man was flying with his dragon wings where the Titan managed to compose himself from the attack and sees Issei going up where he is and throws a long hand at him, and that the black-haired man reacts in time, dodging the attack while his katana was turning into rays. At that the black-haired man fell on the Titan's face, where he managed to stick his sword in the Titan's right eye, causing him to grunt in pain. At that Issei puts more force on the Titan's eye where the Titan tries to grab Issei, but just at that moment the Titan receives several magical attacks on his hand, grabbing him until he moves his arm away from the pain. Issei, die you damn wretch! Was Issei's shout, stabbing him in the eye with his entire sword, causing an explosion, making Issei fly away. At that Issei is greeted by Isara and Renko, who grabbed them in the air. Isara Issei said, hugging her brother while tears spilled from her eyes. Renko idiot was what she said while she also cried as both descended to the ground. When the three were on the ground, all the girls hugged the black-haired boy while crying. At that point they all stopped hugging Issei, where Kuroka gave Issei a passionate kiss. Whoever reciprocated, then they stood up. While Chisato also kissed Issei, which lasted 10 minutes. At that point they separated with a thread of saliva. But before they could continue, a voice alerted them all. Wow, it looks like you defeated the Titan, said a voice while everyone looked at the guy. Issei, wow, it seems like you had fun, didn't you Loki, said the black-haired man while Issei released power from his sword. Loki, you don't understand. Now I'm a perfect being, haha, said this one with arrogance. Nobody can stop me. Not even you, said this one looking at Issei. Whoever is there gets on guard, but before he can make a move, Issei grabs him by the neck to throw him towards the neck, creating a huge crater. In that Loki looks at Sona and his nobility, who in spite of being afraid. Loki, are you scared? Loki asked Sona, who gets nervous while Loki starts walking towards her. There is nothing left to protect you, he said to look at Sona. This is the end, said Loki, while Saba added and pointed at Sona with his fingers. In that all the girls are on guard, you will die here. One with whom, said this one while going up, adding to Sona's head. I ask, what are you afraid of? Asked Loki. In that earthquakes begin to be heard in the place, and that a black-haired man appears behind Loki, who is there, turns around and looks at Issei. While he is there, he creates a sword and points it at Issei. You will die by the sword, said this one while looking at Issei, who had his sword in his hands. Issei, I'm surprised, I guessed I'd have to force you to use it, said Danger while looking at Loki. In that both of them launch an attack with their weapons where both of them collide their weapons, creating a big wave. At that point Issei and Loki start to forge against each other. Sona and her nobility leave the fight to go help Rias with her nobility. Sona, let's go to a safe place quickly, she said seriously while everyone nodded. While she looked back, everyone clenched their fists in helplessness for not being able to help Issei. In that Isara sees Asia, who is dead. Her head was winged from her body. Her arms and both legs were missing while her stomach was open, revealing her guts spread out in the place. Isara, shit, who could have done this, she said to herself, holding back the urge to vomit. Then she saw that Sona was leaving. She would continue where Issei was fighting. Issei, she said worriedly while she left with the girls. Back with Issei. While both continued forcing, Issei managed to make Loki stop forcing, and then he jumped on top of him. Issei Getsuga then show was the shout of Issei, who launched a wave of dark energy at Loki with his katana. Loki blocks Issei's attack with ease, and he points his finger at him while creating a small ball of energy. Loki, zero, said the god, throwing the power at Asia. Issei, whoever is there receives it fully. In that Issei's sword was being covered by dark energy. Issei, this isn't finished. Loki was what Issei said, launching himself towards the god, who is a little surprised by that when both clashed their weapons again, creating a small explosion of dark energy. Loki, who had blocked Issei's attack, appears at the side of the god, who is not even perturbed at that. Loki opens his left arm where a great energy comes out, hitting Issei full on, making him crash against the ground. In that a large smoke screen. In that Issei comes out now with a mask where Asia. Loki launches himself again to forge against each other again. Loki manages to block the attack where both of them are left looking at each other. At that Issei puts a paw in his stomach, making the god back up and fall from the mountain. At that, Loki creates a ball of energy with his finger while Issei went down to attack goodbye. At that, he launches the attack at the black-haired man. Issei reacts in time and blocks Loki's attack while he was floating looking at Issei. That surprised Loki, who turned back to the black-haired man. He dodges a stab from the god but sees that he is rising and they are above him. At that moment, Loki points his sword at him. Loki Tozespat, said Loki, and then 2 bat wings appeared on his back. Something that surprised Issei, who managed to react in time, dodging a spear from Loki who was next to his face, and then an explosion occurred and then Loki moved away from the place. Issei Getsuga the show, was Issei's shout, launching a power at Loki who blocked it with ease. Loki, you are weak, he said, pointing at him with his finger. Die 0, he said, throwing a power at Issei, who received it, fully breaking his mask and also creating a huge explosion in a place that was seen by the girls. In that you can see an Issei who is falling with all his clothes already destroyed. A part of Issei's pants were broken. Then Loki appears next to him, hitting him, causing him to destroy a mountain, but he doesn't stay there. In a quick movement he appeared again behind Issei to hit him again, sending others to the same mountain that was falling apart. At that moment Issei falls to the ground and at times he can barely sing to him. He grabs his sword with both hands, but Loki doesn't let him, hitting the black-haired man and sending him flying. He reappears at Issei's side, returning him to where he was. Then Loki grabs him by the neck. Loki, you are weak with a god, he said, to throw Issei to the sky. Resurrection. Second stage, said Loki. At that his body changed radically while he felt that his power was gigantic. At that Issei got up again, but it didn't last long since Loki had grabbed Issei's head and thrown it at his neck, creating a smokescreen. In that Issei would create a mask to fight him, but Loki would grab him by the face and throw him off a mountain, destroying it in the process. At that Loki takes him by the neck and speaks to Issei. Loki, you will never be able to protect anyone, said Loki as he pointed it at Issei's chest. Now die, damn it, he said as he pierced Issei's chest with Sona. They were all in total shock as tears came out of their eyes. All of them ISSEI, they shouted, crying at the black-haired boy. T.3 Dragon's Fury. Issei's body fell to the ground with a hole in his chest. All the girls were just in shock while Loki laughed. Loki, ha 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 ha, no one will be able to stop me now. Not even you and your god, he shouted, looking at the Citri entourage. No one will be able to protect you now, he said, to launch the Asia at the girls who barely managed to dodge the attack. Issei, get up, thought the brown-haired boy as he tried to move his body. Kai, a girl yelled at him. Something that made the brown-haired boy start to get angry. Issei and I, the brown-haired man, began to say while he was trying to release his power, making everyone look at them. I will protect you. With that, the black-haired man got up from the ground while the hole in his chest closed. Issei was Issei's scream. Explosion! An explosion occurred in place as Issei's power continued to grow, while the girls took cover and that the balance break was activated. At that everyone hears a chant. I, the one who woke up. Issei's voice had been mixed with zeros, making Issei's voice become deeper. I am the celestial dragon that stole all hope. Ha ha ha. I laugh at infinity and despise sleep. This is dominantly interesting. I will become the dark dragon of despair. Come on, Issei, let's show him what a dragon is, ha ha ha. I will sink them in the depths of infinite darkness. It's time we have to give him his despair, ha ha ha. Juggernaut drive. Roar rare. It was the dragon's roar as Loki watched this with a grimace. Loki, damn. I dressed stupidly. I'm a D. He didn't finish speaking since Issei launched himself using his claws while Loki dodged just in time. At that the dragon spat out of its mouth while Loki barely managed to dodge it. At that, Loki took out his sword and rushed at the dragon. Just as Loki was about to strike, the dragon used his tail, hitting him squarely while he fell to the ground. Loki, spitting blood, bad. He didn't finish speaking because the dragon grabbed his right arm, tearing it off in the process. But Loki recomposes himself where several magic circles appear in the sky, throwing the dragon at him. At that, Issei gives a great roar to the sky while creating a great ball of power from his mouth, launching all the attacks towards him, causing several explosions in the place. Roar! Once again the dragon roared and rushed at Loki, who created a spear and threw it at him, and the dragon easily dodged it. At that the dragon bites Loki's shoulder. Loki, damn you, the god shouted in pain. At that Issei makes his grip stronger, tearing off his entire left arm and shoulder, leaving a large pool of blood. But the dragon would not stay still with just Loki, who, in spite of being afraid of the dragon, Loki takes out his wings and shoots away. with the girls. They were all in shock to see Issei in that state. They had remembered what had happened the last time Issei used the Juggernaut driver, but now he was stronger, and it was noticeable by the power he released. Chisato, that's not Issei anymore, he said, calling the girls' attention. Renko, what do you mean, Chisato? I asked. She was worried. Chisato, Issei is unleashing all his fury. It will be impossible for him to continue in that state. His power is too high for us and for you, Isara, she said seriously, leaving all the girls in shock. But if an idiot attacks Issei, well, you will already know, she said seriously. Ross, there's no way he'll go back to normal, she asked, worried about the black-haired man. Before Chisato could answer, the faction leaders appeared. Next to them was a gothic loli. Everyone was surprised until the loli spoke. He's furious, said stoically while looking at Issei. At that, Xerxes, Michael, and Azazel were incredulous with the scene they were seeing. I think I'll have to intervene, said a male voice. When they all turned around, they could see Vala, who was walking calmly. Vala, Ophis, you felt it right, said Vala, looking at the loli. Ophis, I know it's better if you stay here. I'll have to interfere, she said as her body began to shine, showing a black dragon with horns. Ophis's dragon form is serious. Rare. It was the roar of the dragon as she shot towards the dragon, with Issei. He was looking at a completely torn Loki. He didn't have his legs or arms in that. He feels an energy coming towards him. When the dragon turns around, he sees a black dragon coming towards him at great speed. Issei shoots out towards the dragon, where both dragons collide with each other, generating a large current in the air. In that, both dragons start to forge against each other until Ophis hits him with her tail, sending Issei to the ground, but he doesn't stay there. Ophis at a great speed. Issei fell into a dive, barely able to resist him until Ophis collided with him, generating a small explosion instead. Ophis, who left the place without any wounds, still in her dragon form, looking at the small crater. Gruawawawa. It was the powerful roar that was heard in that dust of smoke. You could see Issei still with the Juggernaut driver. Something destroyed in that. Issei shot towards the dragon, while behind a colossal dragon form that scared everyone and surprised Ophis. Ophis couldn't react in time since Issei had bitten her on the neck, making Ophis make a small crunch of pain. At that, Ophis gets a little annoyed, where she uses her tail to grab Issei's neck. At that, she charges a small ball of power from her mouth and throws it at him, creating a small explosion wave in the place. At that, Issei deactivates his Juggernaut driver and is about to fall while his body showed several wounds. All the girls without Ross ran away, leaving the black-haired man, who fell to the ground and became unconscious. 15 minutes later, you can see an Issei who was opening his eyes little by little until he saw what was resting on Chisato's legs, who gave him a smile. I end Issei now. In that, Issei starts to look around, where he sees each of the girls who looked at him worriedly. Hello girls, he said with a small smile. T.3 I'm back plus 18. After the battle that Issei had against Loki and the Titan, the black-haired man was taken to a place to rest. Elsewhere, a hooded man could be seen standing in front of a railing watching Issei's fight while talking to a man. You did it well, you did it right, said the man. Thanks, Ryzen-sama, said the hooded man. Ryzen, well, it's time for you to come back. Besides, I need you to do me one last favor, said the old man. Whatever you wish, Ryzen-sama, he said again in the hooded. Ryzen, I want you to bring me the woman named Samantha, he said with a smile. The hooded man nodded and disappeared again, with Issei. He was sitting on a bench while the leaders looked at Issei. The Citri group was worried about the black-haired man, as was Isara, Ryanair, Rosweiss, also Ain, Penemu, and Gabriel. The latter did not know why. Issei, well, I think you have a question, right? He said carefree, receiving a nod from everyone. He just sighs and tells everyone what happened. 30 minutes later, after the black-haired man had told everyone what he had experienced, no one could believe it, especially the leaders, since they knew it was an impossible place to leave. But the fact that Issei had achieved it was another achievement, facing a Greek god like Hades. Issei, and that's all, said. He stopped to stand up and walk towards Asia Sona and her nobility, but a voice stopped him. Hyoudou, Issei, I want you to join Rias Gremory's entourage, a voice ordered. At that, everyone looked at the red-haired Mao. Issei, I'm sorry, but I rejected the offer also, said this one, calling the Delos antecedent. I'm not interested in being in the entourage of a spoiled girl, but I will help you, so goodbye, he said, to disappear in a magic circle. In the human world, Issei has appeared in the new Delos Hyoudou house. Issei, really a mansion, thought the black-haired man, seeing the gigantic mansion. Zero, and what did you expect? Demons like to attract a lot of attention, said this one with a drop on his head. Sona, I hope you like it, Issei-kun. We had to do some remodeling, she said somewhat nervously. Issei just sighs and then enters the house. The next day, the black-haired boy was walking with the girls to the Kuoh Academy. When they arrived, many people were surprised to see Issei, but he didn't take it seriously and continued to invade. Change of scene. The black-haired man was entering his classroom where he was asked why he missed class. He only answered, "I had a car accident." It was the best excuse the black-haired man came up with. After that he greeted his friends Matsuda and Motohama, who spoke together while Samantha enters and sees the black-haired man and is surprised and just smiles. Issei completely ignores her and then hands her the work. At the music club, Issei was sitting in a chair next to Matsuda and Motohama, who were talking about the new topic. Motohama, I see, so that's what happened to you, Issei, said the black-haired man with glasses. Matsuda, wow, my friend, you've been through a lot, said the fighter. Issei sigh, leaving that aside. Let's sing a song together, the three of us, asked the black-haired man while his friends nodded. Issei stood in front of the microphone, while Matsuda sat down to play the drums and Motohama grabbed the bass and Issei the guitar. The three of them started to sing while following the rhythm of the music. Just like outside, everyone was dancing while they were surprised that Matsuda and Motohama sang well. After finishing the song, the boys got ready for the next one. At the end of the song, the children received applause from everyone in the school. Issei, I think I can get used to all this, thought the haired man. Time jump. The haired man was in his house lying down while he had his eyes closed, while he thought about what was going to happen now as the Titans left purgatory. At that, the door will open where Chisato enters with Kuroka, and finally to Issei's surprise it was Tsubaki who looked at the black-haired man. Issei, girls, what happened? Asked the haired guy. But then he sneaks up to the black-haired man and then passionately kisses the black-haired man, who kisses him back. At that, Kuroka takes off her kimono while Tsubaki also undressed. Lemon skipped. Elsewhere, two albinos could be seen in front of a machine. Rise and Sama, the machine is already made. Who will be the test subject? Said the albino. Rise, and I think I know who's going to be the next one, he said while he had a folder. In that you could see two photos, one with a brunette and the other with a pink-haired girl with glasses. Rise and smiles and then nods to the albino, who just nods in confirmation and leaves the place. Rise and hee, with this I will be unstoppable. It's time to create the perfect weapon, ha ha ha, he thought as he left the place. T.3 deal? Samantha was at home lying down thinking. On the one hand she was happy that Issei was alive, and on the other hand she was bothered that he was in a relationship with Chisato. Samantha, because my chest hurts so much when I see her with Chisato, because the woman thought, Issei, I love you, but I know we are no longer going to be together, she thought while crying. Then a magic circle appears from which an albino comes out. Samantha begins to retreat. Or sorry for that little entrance, he apologized. My name is Euclid Lucifuge and I have come to propose a deal, said the albino. Samantha, TR deal, she said nervously. Euclid, if a deal, I am a demon, said he to spread his wings. Samantha is in shock. Euclid, I can fulfill the wish that you want, he said while he began to surround the girl. I can give you the love of that boy Hyoudou, Issei, he whispered in her ear, and I can also give you the power so that you can have it for yourself, Miss Samantha, he whispered again in the woman's ear. Samantha, okay, can you really help me, she asked. Euclid, if I can give you the boy's love, in return you will help me in something, he said as he moved away. Samantha, and what would that be, I asked. Euclid, I want you to join the Chaos Brigade, he said seriously. Samantha, oh okay, I agree, she said. Euclid just smiles and then shakes the woman's hand. Euclid, welcome, now let's go to the base. There's something you have to do first, he said. While Samantha stood next to the man, a magic circle appeared and they were transported to the woman. In purgatory, Takeda was being tortured by several trolls. Takeda, stop please, he shouted while crying. At that point all the trolls started to squirm, making Takeda look at him, and then an albino appeared next to him. Euclid, hello ex-security, I said this one. Takeda, who are you, he said seriously. Euclid, I am Euclid Lucifuge. I am a member of the Chaos Brigade and I have come to propose a deal to you, he said seriously. Takeda, what deal, he asked while his wounds began to form. Euclid, the deal is that I can get you out of here and you will have the power for your revenge against your brother Issei, he said seriously. Takeda, I agree. I will follow your orders to the letter, he said without hesitation. Euclid only freezes the Takeda chains and then destroys them. Euclid, okay. Let's go, he said seriously as they were transported in a magic circle. The next day, we can see a group of girls fighting against several individuals of gigantic power, while a brunette with green eyes is fighting with a beautiful woman with reddish hair like her eyes. Both women were clashing their magical attacks. The brunette was gaining ground in the fight. Chisato, damn Issei, where are you afraid of me? Thought the brunette, who avoided another magical attack from the redhead. You are too weak, Hasegawa-sensei, said the woman mockingly. Chisato, how do you know my name? I asked. You should know. After all, you stole something that was mine, he said with hatred, and then launched into the attack. Chisato summons 2 magic circles that launch a fire attack combined with lightning. The redhead dodges him, and then gets in front where she hits him in the abdomen. Chisato spitting blood, evil damn, said while releasing more of her power. The redhead created 2 magic circles, but before attacking, everyone started to listen to music. The music was heard throughout the fight. At that moment, everyone saw a black armor with violet gemas. Issei, tell me, Zero, how much do you think they are? Issei asked. Inside the armor. Zero, it would be like at least 20, but the strongest is the redhead, he answered. Issei, hey, let's go, Zero, said he while taking out his wings and looking towards the enemies. Issei had fallen in the middle of the Citri entourage while the music continued to play. Issei takes out 2 revolvers from where he is standing and shoots all the enemies that were surrounding him. This one doesn't stay there. He summons his sword with sacred power where he makes a cut towards the demons. Something like that. Issei with his sword in hand stabs a demon who was standing in the head, and then with his revolver he shoots a demon in the middle of the head. In that, the chestnut avoids a magical attack where he sees that the last demons remained. With his left arm he makes a mini dragon shot where he throws it so that it then starts to walk like that. The redhead, then an explosion was generated behind them. At that, Issei starts to approach the redhead to be face to face where the music had ended. What an entrance, he said sarcastically. Issei, so you are the strongest. You don't look like much, said the black-haired man while looking at the redhead face to face while he took off his helmet. You're cute, you have a girlfriend. Handsome, said this one while passing her hand over the black-haired man's face. Chisato, Issei, stop flirting, she said, annoyed. Issei, sorry honey, but my wife is right, he said, putting his helmet back on. Both individuals managed to hit each other. Issei hit him in the face and the woman in the abdomen, destroying her armor. At that, the brown-haired boy shoots backwards while the woman licks her lips. This will be very fun, handsome, said he. Issei manages to lift himself up even though it's hard. Issei, wow. You really hit hard, he said while wiping his lip. Zero, hey, you're right, friend. What if we use our hollow form? Issei, hey, let's go then, Zero, he said with a smile. Issei/Zero rock and roll, they said in unison. At that point, a hole appeared in Issei's chest, where darkness covered Issei's body, showing his hollow transformation. At that point, Issei shoots him with his horns, causing the redhead to dodge it. Issei silenceria at full speed Asia, where is the redhead? The redhead manages to avoid Issei's blows so that he then knees her in the abdomen, causing Issei's back to arch, sending him flying up. At that moment, the redhead appears above Issei to hit him with a hammer, but Issei dodges it by hitting him with his feet in the face. So the redhead tilts her head back, but Issei grabs her foot where he drags her to the ground, crashing into her, creating a large crater. The redhead in a quick movement breaks the horn of the black-haired man, causing him to detransform. That surprises Issei and Zero. Issei/Zero, what the hell, they said in unison while receiving a magical attack from the redhead, causing him to fly into some trees. Sorry love, I just don't have time to play now, so I'm leaving. Bye-bye, he said, and then left in a magic circle. Issei was trying to get up, but Seal found it impossible, and then Chisato arrives along with the other girls. Elsewhere, you can see a redhead next to an albino and a brown-haired man. You saw too much with you, Samantha, said the chestnut. At that moment, the redhead's body begins to shine, revealing a mature woman with glasses and pink hair. Samantha-sigh, I still have a hard time controlling this power. Takeda, she said coldly to the brown-haired boy. Takeda, whatever, let's go now. Rise of Sama is waiting for us, he said. I think this will be very interesting from now on, don't you think so? Said the albino, who appeared to be over 45 years old. Takeda/Samantha, yes, Kronos-sama, the 3 individuals said in unison and made a magic circle and then left the place. Samantha, I'll see you tomorrow in class, my Issei. I'll never let you go again, and that brown pair won't stop me from stealing you, she thought as she left. Narrates Issei. A faction meeting was held where the previous event was discussed. Rossweiss had turned into the Tower of Seraphil-sama, but she would teach at the Rias Academy. She had lost the rating game, so she is free of her commitment, and I, Hyoudou Issei, am trying to understand feelings more. Although I lost 2 emotions like pain, I will never feel it again, and the other is anguish, but from now on several new dangers are coming. What will await me on the road to my happiness? T.3 A future. You can see a redhead in front of a being with demon wings along with its large horns and body covered by scales. Ha 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 ha, see what I am now, brother, I am a god, I am unstoppable compared to you, said the creature. In front of him there was a chestnut that had 2 gauntlets on his arms, but the difference was that he had eyes as black as night and looked at the creature seriously. / Don't make me laugh, you'll never be able to stop us, we're unstoppable. Takeda said this one while combined with 2 voices. Takeda Issei, Yamas will stop me, I am inevitable, I have the powers of the Titans, the grace of God, and best of all, I have the power of Ophis. I am, but he couldn't continue because he blocked a sword blow from Issei. When both swords collided they generated a huge explosion in the place, destroying the entire place. Elsewhere, you can see a group of girls fighting against large hordes of enemies in which a figure with white armor creates 2 balls of energy where he throws the demons at them. Dragon shot, a female voice shouted, launching the power towards several subjects. In that he can see a great titan that was walking towards them. Then a black-haired woman with glasses and violet eyes speaks. Damn, it's Kronos, girls, he ordered seriously, let's try to buy time. Isara, you and Ain try to cut down the giant. I along with the rest of my nobility will take care of knocking him down so Issei can come now, he ordered seriously. At that, the white armor along with an albino shot towards the titan. At that, the albino takes out 2 katanas to try to give an ascending cut to the titan's eye. The titan only receives the attack and then a dragon shot falls, hitting his face. Thus the titan begins to take a few steps back, at which point a dragon made of water bites the titan's neck, while several spells are shot towards him. Elsewhere, you can see a brunette woman with green eyes fighting against a red-headed woman. Both were having an asymptomatic fight. Neither of them retreated. Each clash of their swords created several waves of power, causing both women to take a few steps back. The brunette woman created a magic circle and then threw it at the woman. The red-haired woman barely manages to dodge the attack and then throws several magic blades at him. The brown-haired woman creates a magic circle to protect herself from the attack. When the attack hits, it generates a small explosion on the spot. Are you still alive, damn boar? The red-haired woman growled angrily. Hee look who says it. The bitch who slept behind my Issei's back, and not only that she dared to buck in front of him and let him get hit so that he becomes someone cold but also able to trust again, said the brunette, who showed a smile. The redhead gets upset. Shut up, you damn boar. The redhead shouted angrily while creating several magic circles. Galaxy explosion. The woman shouted. In that the attack was directly to Chisato, who only receives the attack fully. Boom! A huge explosion occurred in the place. The redhead was looking at the whole place until she felt something in her stomach. When he looked closely he could see a dagger in his chest where his heart is. Spitting blood. Kuoh, she said as she began to fall towards the sky, and then she saw the brown-haired woman who had her fists raised wearing golden armor with angel wings. And I see Issei, sorry, she said while closing her eyes. Galaxy explosion, said the brown-haired woman. Boom! With Issei. Issei was fighting with Takeda. Both individuals were clashing their swords, generating a great wave of destruction in the place. Issei / Damn bastard, you'll pay for this. He shouted angrily while trying to cut his brother. Takeda, what's happening, brother? Were you not the one? And you're going to avenge his death? Ha 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 ha. He laughed maniacally at that. He puts a paw in his abdomen, making Issei drop his sword and step back. Issei / Curse is too strong for us, he thought, annoyed, while he generated a sword of darkness in his hand again. Issei / Takeda Issei / Takeda. They shouted in unison, while both were preparing to end this rivalry. 2 months ago, a red-haired boy can be seen at Kuoh Academy with his new history teacher Rosweiss. Issei was just wearing headphones listening to music. While Issei just listened to the music without paying attention in class until the bell rang, thus being the end of classes. Outside the academy, all the girls were gathered around Rosweiss while Issei was in a corner with his arms crossed and his eyes closed. Sona, very well, we have received that there was contribution from several renegade demons in Sona lately in the this, so we will go to attack, she said seriously. All / except Issei Hyoudou, they said in unison while preparing a magic circle, in that Issei was about to take out his wings. That surprises the girls. Renko Issei-kun, she said, calling Issei's attention. Issei, what happened, Renko, I asked, but he was already sedating an idea. Renko, you're not coming with us, she said. Issei, I don't want to stretch my wings a little. I'll see them there, he said as he flew away. The girls just sighed and then left the place with a magic circle. with Issei. This one was flying at an incredible speed. Zero, wow. I thought you were going with her, friend, said the metal-minded dragon. Issei, it's not that, Zero. I feel like something bad is going to happen now, and I have to be more careful, he answered seriously. Zero, so you also realized it? Who would have thought, but well, let's see what the future is not preparing for now, said the dragon. Issei, I think you're right, Zero, from now on that is what our future doesn't expect. T.3 A new enemy. While Issei was flying through the middle of the Kuoh forest, two figures can be seen behind him at a safe distance. It's time, said a male voice with a hood. If we must fulfill the order of Rise of Sama, said a female voice. Let's hurry up and not waste time, said another voice. At that point, the three of them start running in another direction. With Issei, he kept flying until Zero spoke to him. Zero, Issei, be careful, they're attacking us, shouted the dragon. At that point, Chestnut was unable to react in time as he received a magical attack sending him crashing into the sky. Issei, who was trying to get up, manages to dodge a sword cut, causing the sword to crash against the ground, generating an explosion. Issei, what? The Issei couldn't continue because of the explosion. Boom! A huge explosion occurred in the area, destroying everything in its path. Change of scene. All the girls, Sona, Tsubaki, Rhea, Ruruko, Tomo, Momo, Yura, Isara, Ryunosuke, Chisato, and Ain watched a huge explosion from afar. Ain, that's it, she said incredulously. At that, several magic circles appeared where several renegade demons and three hooded figures came out. Sona/Ain. In a buds! They both shouted as they became defensive. Everyone else was holding the same. Several demons launched an attack. At that moment, some hooded Delos launched themselves directly at the chestnut. Chisato was barely able to cover herself from the attack that one of the hooded men gave her. We'll see each other again, bitch, was what a female voice said when she took off her hood and showed the same woman who fought Issei. Chisato, you was the only thing, he said to dodge another attack from the redhead. Let's end this once and for all, she said angrily. Around her, several swords appeared and surrounded her. Rebellion was the only thing, the woman said. At that point, all the swords went straight towards the chestnut. With Issei, this one was all wounded while being surrounded by several demons. Issei, Zero, do me a favor, said the brown-haired boy. Zero, say it quickly. We are in trouble, said this one. Issei creates some knives that are attached with chains, said this one. In that Edu arm appears the knives with the chains and turns. A Selansa Asia Issei demon greeted him by sticking two knives into his eyes and then giving him a Spartan-style kick. At that, Issei throws the two knives at him, which hit him right in the eye. The two blades remained in his eyes, and then Issei with a quick movement launched the Asian demon to Riva, where Issei creates a dragon shot and throws it at him, creating a mini explosion. At that, Issei's chains return to his hand, where he is, tangling it to set his hand on fire. Issei, well, let's start the round 2, said Issei. At that point, several demons attacked the black-haired man, causing him to dodge the demons. At that point, Issei stabbed several demons with his knives, piercing their skulls 3 times. In that, Issei creates a katana and then splits 2 demons. In that, several demons surrounded the redhead. In that, Issei with the chains and pieces to spin, killing all the demons of the Sona. At that, Issei gets on his knees while he starts to breathe heavily. Issei, bad damn, that hit they really felt, said this one. At that, he feels a prescience. In that, Issei gets up quickly and then looks at a hooded figure looking at Issei. With the girls, they were fighting as best they could. Then Ryunosuke creates several spears of light that she throws at the enemies. Ah! Were the cries of several demons. Sona and Tsubaki used several magic spells, killing all of Sona's demons, while Isara was fighting against a man in a hooded suit too. Both subjects hit each other back. At that, Isara dodges a blow to the face, and then hits him in the abdomen, followed by 2 blows to the face, and then kicks him in the abdomen. The one in Campuchado only begins to retreat. At that, several magic circles appeared in the place where the hooded man covers himself as best he can. Boom! Surge Nero, a large smoke screen in the place in which a silver-haired woman with armor comes down to be Aldo Della Castana. Isara Gr thanks Rossweiss, thanked the brunette woman who knelt down to breathe. With Chisato, she was having a very difficult time countering the redhead's attacks. In that, Chisato dodges a blow from the redhead so that she can grab his arm and thus break his arm with 1 blow. Guido gives a direct kick to the head. The redhead rushes to stagger back, and Chisato takes advantage of this to create a magic circle and then throw it at her. The redhead just steps back and then covers herself and receives the attack. Boom! Chisato falls to her knees on the ground while breathing heavily. At that moment, the redhead appears in front of her with a sword in hand. When she was about to cut him, he received an attack from the side, making him take several steps back. Who was it? I shouted angrily. That was me, Naya said, a female voice. Then a black-haired woman with big tits and great beauty appears, while wearing a black kimono. Chisato, you took a long time, Kuroka said the brunette while she managed to stand up. Kuroka, sorry Naya, it's just that I had a little problem, Naya, she said as she got into a fighting stance. It doesn't matter if there are more, no one will stop me, said the redhead. Before she sends the fight, an albino man appears in front of the redhead. We have to go now. The leaders are nearby, he said seriously. At that, the redhead reluctantly accepts and then stands next to the albino. This isn't finished, Hasegawa, said the redhead, and then left in a magic circle. Kuroka, Naya and I wanted to play for a while, Naya complained the Nikomata. With Issei, he was still standing looking at the hooded man, and then both individuals launched an attack. At that, Issei disappeared and appeared behind the Campuchado. At that, Issei kicked him in the ribs and then in the leg, breaking several bones. But Issei wouldn't stay there. He would knee him in the face, followed by a kick to the head, thus breaking the subject's jaw. The hood falls off, revealing a black-haired man with violet eyes. Even with his jaw dislocated, he tries to land a blow on Issei, who easily dodges it, and then knees him in the abdomen, causing the subject to fall to his knees. At that, Issei begins to give him a great series of blows while disfiguring his face. With that, Issei leaves him to then give him space. Stone, said this one. Issei just ignored him and then created a black katana. Get out, save me, I beg you, they captured me, save me, he begged. In that, Issei only touches his forehead to see all his memories. He only moves away from the subject to then look at him. Issei, why should I save a trash like you? Said the brown-haired boy while looking into his eyes. Before the man could respond, Issei cut off his head with a quick movement, killing him instantly. Issei, I have to go with the girls now, he said as he took out his wings and left. Elsewhere, you can see three figures. One was a woman, the other a brown-haired boy, and the last one an albino. Well, we have what we need, said the albino with a tube of blood on his hands. T.3 Goodbye, friend. After the battle that Issei had with the Campuchado, he was flying to where Sona was with his nobility. Issei, damn, those blows were powerful. Don't you believe it, Zero, said Issei. Zero, yes, you're right, but you felt the auras, right? Zero said seriously. Issei, yes, there were more zeros, but three of them were stronger, he said. One was where the girls were. The others were far away, he said seriously. Zero, whatever it is, this thing is getting interesting, he answered. Change of scene. All the girls were sitting while Chisato and Kuroka were healing the girls. That's when Issei's prescience came to her. Kuroka, wow. It seems that Issei Naya is coming, said the Nico. Chisato, I see, he said while touching his shoulder. At that, Sona and the girls appeared to sit down. They were all injured, some with broken bones, others were simply tired. Sona, what the hell, she said, annoyed. Ryuner, it's incredible. It seems like this was all planned, she said seriously. I saw a shit. That hit those bastards gave me really hurt, she said furiously. Tsubaki, it seems that they already had everything well planned, said the blonde while sitting down. Then Issei arrives with several wounds, his whole body stained with blood. This surprised the girls, but they didn't say anything. Ross, I see you've arrived, Issei-kun, he said while drinking some water that he took from a magic circle. In that, Issei just leans on Chisato's legs, surprising the girls and the same brunette. Chisato, Issei, what's wrong with you, I asked. Issei, nothing. I just want to rest in a place like nothing else. Besides, why do you complain about so many other things, said this carefree. In that, a magic circle appears, the leaders of the factions together with the Gremory entourage. Azazel, wow. It seems we're late, he said carelessly. In that, Issei along with the girls explained the situation to the leaders as well. Of the new enemies they had, that made everyone more cautious of the new movements. What will they do from now on? Hello, far away. You could see Samantha, who looked at Chisato as a simple plague, and next to her a chestnut tree appears. Calm down, Samantha. You'll have the opportunity to kill my dear brother, said the brown-haired man. At that, Samantha leaves the place, making the brown-haired man only look at the horizon, where Seal forms a smile on his face. You'll see, brother, when you lose the most important thing for you, he said while disappearing from the place. Kuoh Academy. Issei was sitting at his desk while looking around the place when the bell rang. Issei, what a day yesterday, Zero, he said while walking towards the music club with Matsuda and Motohama. Zero, and you say it, do you think there are traitors in the alliance? Azazel said, he is lazy. It would be the easiest to have infiltrators. The second place would be the Gremory girl, he said seriously. Issei, I don't know, but whatever it is, I have a bad feeling, he said seriously. Already in the music club, the boys got ready to play their music, but then Chisato arrived, something that Celis did strange to the boys. Chisato, hi. Can I take Issei for a moment, she said seriously. At that point Issei knew something was wrong, so he accepted, telling his friends that he would come back later. Change of scene. A blonde boy could be seen walking calmly through the streets of his new city. What a day today. I never thought Issei-kun would study here, thought the blonde who comes down from a bridge where he meets someone special for a certain black-haired man. Hello Jesus, the blonde greeted with a smile. Yisus, hello Kiba, he returned the greeting. Then the blonde guy, like the tramp, sits down where the blonde guy offers him a hamburger. Yisus, thanks Kiba, he said while he was trying to eat. Kiba, you're welcome, Jesus, he replied. Both of them started to talk about trivial things while the sun was setting, but then the blonde feels that someone is watching him. Kiba, it seems that someone followed me, but I don't feel his energy. Could it be a human? The blonde thought seriously. In that room he hears footsteps where Kiba looks where he sees someone walking towards them. Hello Kiba. How long? Said the voice. Kiba, it can't be, you're dead, he said, with Issei. This was on the roof of the academy. While looking towards the horizon, the door opened where the black-haired man made a face. So here you were, said a female voice. At that Issei turns around to look at the girl. Issei, Samantha, Issei said with hatred. At that the pink-haired woman sits next to the short-haired man. Samantha, Issei. Yo was interrupted by Issei. Issei, what are you doing here, Samantha? You're late, he said as he stood up. 1 year late, he said as he started walking towards the door. Samantha's soul remained silent, while clenching her fists. Samantha, it's because of her, right? Issei whispered, and then he turned around and looked at her. Issei, did you say something? He asked. Samantha, it's because of her, right? Issei, she said while looking at the haired boy. It's because of that bitch Chisato, right? You ignore me, she said furiously. At that Issei starts walking towards her while her hair covers her eyes. Issei, you don't have the right to say that, whispered. Samantha, what's wrong? I said something wrong, she said. Do you have feelings for that bitch who is surely cheating on her husband like that with you? She said mockingly. At that Issei stands right in front of her, and then looks at her where his eyes began to shine violet. Issei, shut your mouth, Samantha. Here the only bitch is you, and you come here to bother me because I have a relationship with her, said Issei angrily. Samantha, Issei, that bitch is just playing with you. Come with me, she said while taking his hand. At that Issei quickly moves away and then grabs her by the neck, and they are against the ground. Issei, shut up, your voice irritates me, he said while squeezing his neck harder. You know something? I don't know what's wrong with you, but I'm not anyone's toy. You bitch, he said while he let go of his neck and started to walk. Samantha, if you go out that door, Issei, there will be no turning back. You better make the right decision and come back with me. I swear to God I'm going to make your life miserable, she said. Issei just ignores her wherever Seiba is without saying anything. Hours later, Issei was walking through the park until his phone rang. Issei said while looking at his cell phone where he was receiving a missed call. This phone is not mine, he said, and then answered the call. Hello Issei, how have you been? Said a voice from the cell phone. Issei, impossible, you was the only thing, he said. T.3 Goodbye friend. .2 Issei is sitting talking on the phone with a person very well known to the Palingro. Issei, let them go, brother. This is between you and me, he said annoyed. Takeda, what's wrong, bro? Are you afraid I'll do something to your two friends? Ha ha ha, said Takeda. Issei only clenched his fists out of concern. Takeda, listen to me carefully, brother. I want you to come to our favorite place, he said as the call was cut off. Issei just squeezed his cell phone and then destroyed it wherever it was, took out his dragon wings and then shot out into the sky. With Chisato. She was sitting in her apartment, while she had a glass and next to the glass Avia a bottle of whiskey. Chisato takes the glass and then takes a sip to continue thinking about what that girl told him. Flask. You bitch stole what was mine, she said angrily while Asia Chisato throws herself again. End of flash drive. Chisato, who was that crazy woman referring to? Thought the brunette dash, sigh. What the buck, god, the brunette made a small grimace of pain. Shit, I forgot she was a demon, she said seriously while looking at the wound she had near her thigh. At that moment she felt Issei's energy that was flying at an enormous speed. Chisato, where are you going, Issei, she said as she stood up and started to walk towards the dining room, but then her doorbell rang. Who's calling now, she said annoyed. When Chisato opens the door he is surprised by who is waiting outside. Hello Chisato-sensei, can I come in, said the female voice. While Chisato just nods. While the woman just walks in, with Issei. He had reached the point where he met Jesus, where the chestnut tree was about to walk down the bridge. Zero Issei, there are many enemies here. If I were you, I would be careful, said the dragon seriously. Issei ignored the dragon and continued going down until he was right under the bridge where he saw Jesus and Kiba sitting in a chair, all tied up. While they had multiple wounds, at that Issei chorus grabbed his friends where he was and cut the ropes of both of them. But at that Issei started to hear footsteps. "I see you've arrived, little brother," he said mockingly. At that Issei turns around to face his ex-brother. "Issei," Takeda said coldly while both of them started to release their powers. "Takeda, don't you find this curious, Issei?" he said while he started to walk towards his brother. "Now it's me who has enormous power, while you depend on a pathetic dragon," he said arrogantly while facing Issei. "Issei, and how did you get that power?" said the haired man while he was about to unsheath his katana from a jar. "What you are now came out of a stupid jar, that's what makes you special," said Issei while his eyes began to shine. In the underworld, Gremory Castle. In the Gremory Castle were the leaders of the underworld. These were the Mao Ajuka, Sir Chest, Lucifer, Seraphil, Leviathan, and Asmodeus. "Ajuka, let me see if I understand. Do you want to make Sona hand over the Zero Wielder, Sir Chest?" he said seriously while Sir Chest just nods in confirmation. Everyone looked seriously at Sir Chest while the place became tense. "Asmodeus, and tell me, Sir Chest, why you want the boy to be in your sister's entourage," he said seriously. "Sir Chest, to keep an eye on him," said this one while his eyes began to shine. But before they could respond, a huge explosion occurred at the scene. Boom! With Chisato. He was sitting taking a sip of whiskey. Next to her was a woman with pink hair. "Chisato, I'm surprised you came here today, Samantha," he said seriously. "Can I ask why you came here?" "I highly doubt it was for work," he said coldly while looking at the pink-haired girl who only turns her head to look at the brown-haired girl. "Samantha sigh. I'm going to be without being. I want you to leave Hyoudou Issei and you gave," she said seriously. Suddenly the whole place became tense. "Chisato, and tell me why I have to leave Issei-kun," he asked coldly. "Samantha, because if you don't leave him, I assure you that I will kill you," he answered coldly. Plop! Chisato had put a jacket on Samantha while she had her cheeks red. "Chisato, get out of my house," she said coldly. At that, Samantha only turns to face Chisato and then smiles. "Samantha, well, you looked for it," she said while her whole body had changed, surprising the brunette. Before she could react, she receives a powerful uppercut on the chin of the brunette. At that, Samantha kicks him in the stomach, making Chisato crash against the wall while he was spitting blood. "Chisato, bad damn bitch," said you as she stood up. "Samantha, no. Well, yes, I am a bitch, but what are you?" she said annoyed. Chisato just gives a small smile. With Issei, he was holding his katana while a huge dark energy was coming out of his sword. "Takeda, I think it's time." He couldn't continue because Issei had landed a powerful blow to his face followed by a Spartan-style kick, making Takeda take a few steps back. At that, Issei appeared in front of him with his katana and tried to stab Takeda, who quickly dodged Issei's thrust, where he took advantage to deliver a powerful blow to the face followed by an uppercut to Issei's chin, causing him to shoot into the sky. At that moment, Takeda appears above him and hits him with a powerful hammer blow, causing Issei to fall to the ground, creating a mini crater. Based on that, Issei is propelled at enormous speed, where he reacts in time and runs away from the place. With Kiba and Isis, they were barely running while behind them several renegade demons were following them. In that, a demon with a spear tries to stab Kiba and Isis, where these Aduras barely managed to dodge the attack. "Kiba, damn, if I had my sacred gears at least I could put up a better fight," the blonde complained for not having his sacred gears anymore. At that, several demons launched magical attacks at him again, where Kiba barely managed to dodge the impact. While Jesus was surrounded by several demons. "Wow, you look so pathetic, my dear human," said the demon who looked at Jesus, who was on his knees while his head kept bleeding. But before the demons made a move, Kiba had appeared, landing a paw on the demon's mouth and then taking his sword. "Kiba, run, Isis, I will stop him," shouted the blonde while blocking several attacks from the demons. Isis could barely stand up to run. With Issei, both were exchanging brutal blows. Then Takeda kicked him, causing Issei to retreat. At that, Issei saw how Takeda had created a spear of light, surprising the black-haired man. "Takeda, now you'll see," was the only thing he said, throwing the spear of light at him, making Issei dodge it. "Issei, you failed," Issei said. "Takeda, you think," he said while pointing behind the brown-haired man. At that, Issei turned around to see something that left him in shock, while several tears began to come out of his eyes, and then he began to walk towards the front. "It just can't be. This has to be a joke, right?" Little by little, Issei's steps became increasingly clumsy, while Takeda only had a twisted smile on his face. You can't die like this," At that, Issei stops right in front of a body that was on the ground with a huge hole in its abdomen. At that, Issei falls to his knees while his entire face was splattered with blood. Because. It was the only thing Issei kept repeating to himself as he looked at the lifeless body. I'll kill them. I will kill them. I will kill them. These were the thoughts that were in the black-haired man's head. At that, Issei's eye began to shine red. Suddenly the whole place became heavier where all the demons began to grow afraid. At that, Issei got on his knees, while in his hand a sky-blue sword had appeared. Issei Takeda! Was the shout of Issei, who grabbed the chestnut tree. Takeda, come on brother, let's finish this, he said arrogantly.
Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown in left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video, please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.